I'm sure you'd agree that time is the most valuable asset. You know what's every business owner's dream? Well, it's eventually to fire themselves from their own business. And to make that work, there's only one way: to automate their entire process in place. Well, today I'm going to show you how to build an application that does exactly this. In fact, it has helped me automate an entire process in my own business. Introducing Fuzzy. Fuzzy is an application that allows you to build automations kind of like Zapier. Now with that being said, this is a complex project, so it's more like a grab your popcorn and watch kind of video. But in this one single video, you are going to learn about things that you will not find on the internet so easily. And I really mean it when I say this, because you guys know every video that we have ever created in the past is something that you will not find. It truly is one of a kind. Today you're going to learn how to connect Discord, Slack, Google Drive, and even Notion into your application and build a system that automates between these technologies, and even better, completely from scratch. That's correct. We're not using any integration library to connect these applications into our project. We're going to show you how to read documentation, where to find these sources. I'll put all the links in the description for you to go right to those pages. That way you can take the knowledge we give you in this video and implement it on your own. And as you all know, we started the action-driven content series, which we believe is the best way to learn and the future of education. So if you truly want to learn, you still have to take action. Go get your laptop and build this entire project with us, because you are going to learn so many things. You're going to probably fail sometimes, but you're going to learn because we are here to help you. The entire Prodigies community has got your back. So if you're ready to get started, I can assure you that you are going to learn so much by just taking action and doing the entire project with us. Okay, so let's jump straight into the demo. Today we'll be using Bun or NPM, Nextjs 14, Ngrok, Tailwind, Aceternity UI, and Shadcn UI, Prisma, Neon Tech for our database, Uploadcare for uploading files, cron jobs, Zoostand, Stripe, React Flow, and Clerk Authentication. We will be creating this beautiful landing page using a library that absolutely stormed the internet, Aceternity UI. We will leverage components that give us the ability to create parallax animations, an infinite carousel, as well as an animated info page with images that scroll side by side. We will also use particles to show you how to create this lamp-like effect. You'll also learn how to build this 3D card and a translucent navbar that snaps on top of the page. The user can start for free or also log into their existing application. We have a sidebar with custom icons that change depending on whether you hover or click on them. And in the workflow tab, the user has access to all your workflows. They can create a workflow by clicking on the plus button. And when they do, a beautiful drawer component shows up at the bottom, prompting for information. They can add a description and hit save setting. Once that's done, their new workflow will show up right here. The user can then publish this workflow or turn it off. Upon clicking the workflow, the user is navigated to a beautiful editor where they can customize their entire flow. The user is required to have a trigger to create a workflow, and in this case, we're going to be using Google Drive, so the user can drag a node and drop it onto the canvas. The user can also navigate through the canvas by dragging over the page or clicking on the minimap and moving around. The user also has a bunch of powerful features like centering all the workflows, zooming out, and zooming in as well. They can also lock the canvas to prevent elements from being deleted from the workflow. And as you can see on the sidebar, the user has access to a bunch of actions that they can perform. And the actions that we will be focusing in this video is Slack, Notion, and Discord. You can create an automation flow by connecting nodes together. And once that's done, the Save and Publish button shows up so the user can save their progress. Saving the workflow will save the automation sequence in a database and will show a beautiful toast message at the bottom. This component is a new component in Shadcn UI, and if you notice, you can create this really cool hover animation with the help of this component. The user also has a settings page where they can change the settings of their profile. The connected page shows all the connected accounts within the application. And if the user first logged in, they would have to click on the connected button. And this is what the flow would look like for Google Drive. If they try to connect Discord, Notion, and Slack, this is what it would look like as well. The billing page will show the different products that our SaaS platform offers, and the user can purchase them as they go. And it's very simple. If they want to get more credits, they would have to upgrade their package. In the info bar, you can see the credits that the customer has remaining. Now, these two sections here are a setup for the next video, which in my opinion is going to completely break the internet, because I have never seen something like that before. So if you're already hyped for this video, I can't wait for you to see what we have coming next. So go ahead and hit subscribe and turn on the notifications of this page, because the next video is going to be the best piece of content you have ever seen in the field of web development. Not to forget, our application also supports light mode and dark mode. Once the user has connected all their accounts, you can click on each card, head over into the settings tab, and you can control the settings of each node. So in here, the user has to first listen to a folder in the database, and they can do this by clicking on the Create Listener button. As you can see, now the user is listening to changes from their Google Drive. The user can verify this at any time by clicking on Google Drive and taking a look at the action button. Under Discord, the user can see if the account is created or not, and they can also create custom templates that they can send as message strings into Discord. How amazing is that? The user can use a string template and can also include the chips provided here, which are dynamically pulled from Google Drive. So to show you what that looks like, if they click on the name of the file gets plugged right in here. The user can also test this message by clicking on the test message button. And immediately you can see Discord has a notification with the exact message template that the user created. How amazing is this? They can also save the template so that they can reuse it in the future. Clicking on Notion gives you access to the exact same feature. You can say something like, "Hi, just testing this." And if they hit test, you can immediately see a response inside Notion. Slack also has access to the exact same features. However, you get to pick which channel you want to broadcast the message to. So as you can see, I clicked on testing. I'm going to scroll down here and click on send message, and you will see a message inside your Slack channel. And if you make a change in your Google Drive, the entire automation sequence will fire as well. And as you can see up top, since the user consumed a credit, the credit decreases by 1. So yeah, that's it for the demo, guys. And also, before we start, today's Chick-fil-A sandwich is sponsored by Speedsy, Mist, Gweg, Mohammed, and Ebrats. Thank you guys so much for recognizing our efforts. And in return, I'd like to give you guys even more. Just send me a DM on my Instagram and I'll send you a bunch of bonus add-ons, okay? Let's jump straight right into it. Alrighty guys, let's get started. I hope you're super excited for this, but you need to get your laptop and take action, okay? This is action-driven content. That means you're gonna build with me, all right? So quick shout out to Screen Studio, and just listen up because I know for a fact you're gonna need the software sometime down the future, okay? This application allows you to create these beautiful cursor animations when you are creating videos for your demos, for applications and things like that, okay? So as you can see, it does everything automatically. You don't even have to do all this stuff. You don't have to edit the video. You don't have to do all that. It literally creates everything for you. So go ahead, scroll to the description, click on it, take a look at the software and get it, because I know for a fact you're a web developer and you're going to need to show off your applications like how I did in the previous clip. Go ahead and create a folder in here. We're just going to call this web Prodigies-fuzzy-app, okay? And you're going to click on this, drag and drop it into your Visual Studio Code, and that's going to open it for you, okay? Now, please follow all the instructions I'm going to give you, because this is going to ensure that you don't get confused, you don't get stuck, and it's very important to make sure that everything goes smoothly. So keep my GitHub open. Go to the description. There's going to be a GitHub link. Click on the GitHub, keep it open so that we can copy paste stuff or look at some things, because we are going to copy paste a couple things, okay? So please scroll to the bottom. I really recommend you open the GitHub, keep it on your right side, and we're going to follow through with it, okay? All right, guys, the first thing you're going to do is go to Shadcn UI, okay? Just go to their website, click on Get Started. In the Navbar, you're going to click on Installation, Nextjs, and I am going to be using Bun. You don't have to use Bun. A lot of people said, I don't know, I don't have Bun. Dude, use NPM. It's the same thing, okay? There's no problem, guys, and if you ever get stuck, we got you. We'll help you out in the community and in the Discord, okay? So click on Bun here if you're using Bun. If you want to use NPX or NPM, no no problem. Just use that command. So I'm going to copy the bun command and just follow through with me, okay? So I'm going to paste this here, and I'm going to change just one of the things, which is instead of calling this my app, I'm going to remove this my app and just put a period sign, okay? And go ahead and hit enter, and then hit yes for source, yes for app, no for import alias, and it's just, there you go. It's so fast with bun, and it installs it, and you wouldn't even know that it took time to install all of the dependencies, okay? So that's why I like to use bun. Now the next thing is go ahead and copy this command from here, the bun command, paste and hit enter, and it's going to install all of Shadcn stuff. And now here's what we're going to do. We're going to select default, slate, we're going to select yes for CSS, kind of like the initialization process for us. Now let's go ahead and confirm and make sure everything was installed. So you should have a tailwindconfig.typescript file, okay? So if you don't have that and you have a JS file, that means something went wrong. You probably have to restart that process one more time, or just take a look at this and make sure there's TypeScript in here, okay? So let's look at the source, libs, okay, components, nice. All right, awesome. So whenever you install a component, it's gonna be put into a UI folder under this components folder, okay? So let's go into app and check out globals.css, and awesome, there you go. All the styles have been imported successfully. Great job. So the next thing we want is to theme our application, okay? You can use whatever theme you want, and if you guys remember, in the last project, I showed you guys an amazing source to build any, like literally design any theme you want, and you can use that for your application. But I'm just gonna use Shadcn's UI because this is the type of design I want for our project, okay? So to make this easier, I'm gonna go into the GitHub repository, go into source, I'm gonna go into app, I'm gonna go into the globals.css. I'm gonna copy all of this, just copy it guys, and paste it into your project so that you have all the up-to-date styles and there's nothing crazy going on, okay? So go ahead, pause the video, do this, and then let's continue. Another amazing library that we're going to leverage in this project is Aceternity UI, okay? I mean, it kind of stormed the internet and everyone was completely amazed with the beautiful components that they have created in here, okay? And it's a copy-paste library. It's not even a library, actually. It's literally a copy-paste, I guess, code base. I don't know what exactly to call it, but it is amazing. So we're going to use this project, and I don't even think we need to install the library itself. Yeah, there you go. So here's what we're going to do, guys. Just go ahead, open your terminal. We're going to copy this first, okay? And this is using npm. So I'm going to paste this. If it's using npm, use that if you'd like, but I'm just going to change this to bun, and I'm going to change this to add, and I think that should do the job, and let's see what happens. All right, awesome. So it already went ahead and installed it. We don't need CLSX and Tailwind merge, but that's fine. And that's it. So whenever you want to copy a component, you click on the component and you check out the dependencies, and usually you don't need anything else other than frame or motion to make the cool animations, but you just have to go in here, copy all of this code and paste it into your component files and change it to whatever you want, and you're set. You don't need anything else. You can completely customize the entire component, and that's why I really love this library. It's very, very similar to Shadcn UI. Okay, so yep, awesome. Let's move on now. Now, the next thing we want to do is we want to have our application wired up with dark and light mode. So go back into Shadcn UI. You're going to go into the Navbar, and oops, why is the Navbar not opening? Let's go back here. Okay, that's weird. And we're going to go to, let's see, we have theming here. Okay, and we're going to have dark mode. There you go. So click on dark mode, click on Nextjs, and you're going to find this link. Click on this, click on the bun command, and paste that in here, and boom, there you go. That has installed successfully. And it's telling us that it wants to create the components theme provider. So what we're going to do actually is we're going to open our source folder, and inside here we're going to create a providers folder like this. And inside the providers folder, we're going to create a theme-provider.tsx. And inside the provider file, we're going to basically copy the code here and paste that in there. Okay. The next thing you want to do is you want to go into your root layout, which is inside the app folder, inside layout.tsx, and you're going to essentially wrap it right here. They're giving it to you. They're saying, hey, do this. Okay. So copy this, go up top, and we're going to paste this right here. Okay. So what is it saying? Okay. It's because the naming convention is different. So I'm just going to say theme provider from providers theme provider like that, and it's just going to import it because I'm using React snippets. Okay, so yep, there you go. And inside this, let's go ahead and wrap everything. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to wrap all the children items inside this provider. So let's put that right in there. Awesome, and that should no longer throw that weird error. So awesome, guys. Now we have set up dark mode and light mode, so let's move on. Now I want you to go into your folder structure, click on package.json, and I'm going to show you a really cool feature in Nextjs. You can now develop in HTTPS. That's correct. Okay. Please keep in mind this is experimental, so we might face issues, and if we do, we'll take it out. We'll take it down. Okay, don't worry about it. So you want to come in here and just say bun run dev. Let's just see what happens. Okay, so it signs a certificate. Nice, and it gives you this link. So you can copy that, and if you open up a different tab and paste that, it should now show that it's secure. So let's just take a look at that. Awesome. There you go. Let's click on it. Boom. Amazing job. Okay, so now we can basically develop in localhost. Not sure how important this would be right now, but I think for webhooks and things like that, it might be really useful. So I think this is a great way to, just sort of see what this experimental hook is, and hopefully you guys get some latest knowledge. Okay, so let's move on. So now we're going to work on the folder structure. So inside this app folder, we're going to essentially just build a couple more things. So I'm going to create a folder in here called main. Okay, and this is called a route group, and if you don't know what this is, just look it up. Open Nextjs documentation and read what is this route group. Okay, so this is technically not a route. We're not going to have localhost / main. That's not what this is. It just couples up and bundles a bunch of files together so that we can reuse the layouts for those files. Okay, now inside the page.tsx, this is where we have all this stuff. We're just going to go ahead and remove everything inside the main tag. So I'm going to shrink this and delete everything. So go ahead, pause this, and delete everything in here and only keep the main tag. All right, and I noticed it was a white screen. That's because default theme was set to system. So I just changed it to dark, so everything is on dark mode. Okay, so now you should probably see the black background as well. And if you don't, just change that right here, and that should have a problem. So inside our page.tsx, this is what you should have now. Okay, if you don't have this, literally remove everything and only have the main tag. So the first thing we're going to create is our navbar. So let's go ahead and say navbar like this. I'm going to copy this, go into our components folder, and I'm going to build that component in there. So go into your components folder, and I'm just going to create a global folder, and inside this I'm going to create a navbar.tsx, and inside this I'm basically going to create the component that we need. Okay, so if you have React snippets, you can probably do this, and if you don't, just install it. Okay, so I'm just going to create a navbar component, and let me quickly change this to navbar like this. Next, we're going to create an async function here. So this component is going to be an async component because it's a server component. And then I'm going to remove everything in here and say header. And inside this, I'm going to pass the following class name. The class name is going to be fixed, right 0, left 0, top 0, padding Y of 4, padding X of 4, BG black by 40, backdrop dash blur dash LG Z dash 100, flex, item center, border dash bottom of 1 pixel, and border neutral 900, and justify between. Now you're going to see this because we didn't import it. So let's go back to page.tsx. That's inside the root page, and we're going to import this component from here. And now that should solve our problem. Awesome. And now as you can see a little border there, right? So that's basically our navbar. And now inside this header, we're going to create an aside tag, and that aside tag is going to have the following class names: flex, item center, gap of 2 pixels. And inside this, we're going to create a paragraph, and we're going to basically, just put our logo, which is fuzzy, but for now, we're just going to say FU, and then we're going to put an image tag. Okay. So let me go ahead and import this image from Nextjs, the next image, and it's going to have source, which is fuzzy logo.png, which I'm going to get to in just a second, with the 15, height of 15. The alt tag is going to say fuzzy logo, and class is going to be shadow of small. Okay. After the image, we're going to create another p tag to basically close up, the remaining part of the logo. Now, here's what you're going to do, guys. You're going to go into the GitHub repository, go into public, and you're going to download all these images. Just download all these images and move it into your public folder as well. Okay. These are all the images that we're going to need for our project. So pause this video, download this, drag it into your folder, and then let's proceed. Okay, so hopefully you did that correctly, and if not, please go ahead, pause that video, and paste all the images in here. Okay, and this is what our logo should look like. Looks amazing, right? So let's proceed now. So after we created this p tag at the bottom here, go down here, and now we're going to say nav, and we're going to create the following class names. The class name is going to be absolute, left of 50%, top 50%, transform, translate, x of 50, translate Y of 50, hidden, and block. And if you don't know what this is, we're creating 3 sections, okay? The center, the left, center, and right side. And that's why we're making this, sort of absolute and centering it right in the center so that in the desktop view, we're actually going to see that navbar show up, okay? And inside this, we're just going to create a simple UL list, an unordered list, okay? So say UL class name flex, item center, gap 4, and list none. So we're removing that weird list icon, okay? And we're going to create a bunch of list items. So a bunch of them, and these are all we need. So first, let me import this next link. Nice, and that should solve our problem. We're going to have products, pricing, clients, resources, documentation, and enterprise, okay? Just for some design basically, all right? And the next thing I want to do is I don't like the font that we have. So I'm going to show you how you can change fonts in Nextjs. So go back into your folder structure and you want to go into your root layout file, which is right here under app, okay? So click on this and scroll to the top. And now right here, we are importing inter. So we're going to change this to DM sans. So we use this font, and I'm just going to replace this line with the following. So we're going to say font DM sans instead of inter. We're just going to invoke that and say subset of Latin, okay? And now down here, we're going to change this to font as well. And now, as you can see, the font looks so much more nicer. It looks very professional, and it just has that premium feeling, right? That's why I wanted to change the fonts, and you can do the exact same thing. Choose whatever font you like, but this is what I would suggest you stick to, so we all have the same thing. Okay. Now for the metadata, as you can see, this is just some weird stuff. So we're just going to change this. Okay. So I'm going to export the metadata and say title is fuzzy. Description automates your work with fuzzy. Okay. Now I'm going to go back into our navbar and I'm going to continue after this middle section. So I'm going to say aside, and this is basically the right side. Okay. So aside flex item center gap of 4. And inside this, we're going to have a link. Okay. So the link is going to look like this. Link href dashboard. So this link basically tells the user, you can get started or go into your dashboard. And it's going to have the class, which is relative, inline flex, height 10, overflow hidden, rounded full, padding of 2, focus outline none, focused ring of 2, focused ring slate 400, focused ring offset 2, focused ring offset slate 50. Okay. And this is the span that we're going to have right after that, which is absolute, inset of -1000%, animate, spin 2 seconds, linear, infinite, BG, conic gradient from 90 degrees at 50% and 50% here. We're going to put this. So just copy this, guys. Just copy this. There's no point in me explaining because let's be honest, you're not going to understand what's going on. And I'm going to show you what this looks like. Okay. So for now, I'm just going to say true in here. And let's just see what this looks like. So it's this really, really cool button thing that shows up here. And I think this comes from Aceternity UI. How did I even pronounce that? Aceternity UI, sorry about that. All right. So inside this, you can basically find the buttons that they have and you can grab all their components and use them. So let me see if I can show you. There you go. As you can see, they have a button section inside their components and you can scroll down and there you go. You can copy this and paste it and just change whatever you like. Okay, awesome. So right here, just so that we don't miss this, I'm actually going to put something in here and I'm going to put a work in progress flag and I'm going to say wire up user. Okay, nice. And right below this link tag, guys, you want to basically, also have the user button. So I'm just going to skip this for now and I'm going to say wire up, let's see. Yep. Wire work in progress, wire up user, so I don't forget this. Okay, and at the bottom here I'm going to use the menu item icon, which comes from, let's see where it comes from. All right, and here we're going to use the menu item menu icon, which comes from Lucid React. So I'm going to scroll to the bottom and I'm simply going to import this icon down here like this, and I'm going to say menu item is class name MD of hidden. And now if we go back to our localhost, as you can see, we're going to have that beautiful menu item right there. All right, another quick update we need to make is to our Tailwind config file. So when we use Aceternity UI, there's a bunch of animations that they have within the components. So we need to also update our side so it, sort of reflect all those changes. So to make things simple, go into GitHub, copy this stuff and paste it in here. The only difference is there's just a couple more interactions, some animations, maybe some colors, that's it. And it's probably only this part right here, okay? So I'm gonna replace my Tailwind file with this configuration right here so that we both have the exact same thing. Okay, now go back into your page.tsx, the root page, and we're going to continue from this navbar. So right below this, we're going to create a section tag, okay, because we're creating different sections, right? It's kind of like the hero section. So the section tag is going to have the following. We're going to say height screen with full background neutral 950, rounded MD, overflow visible, relative, flex column, item center, and we're going to put this here. I think this is actually not needed, but let's just see. Maybe it's needed for Aceternity UI, but we'll figure it out, okay? And then right after that, we're going to say div class name max width of 4XL and MX auto, padding of 4, relative Z10, flex item center, justify center, and flex column. Now inside this section, we're going to create a really cool radial gradient, okay? And you can get this from the resource that I used in the last video. So if you want to know where I got it from, I have a link to everything in the last video. It's in the description, guys. Just go to the previous video, Plura, look at the description. There is a link to all the sources. You can click on that, okay? I'll see if I can link it down below, but I actually kind of lost trace of it. But this is all you need to do to create that, okay? There you go. Look at that. It's such a beautiful gradient. It makes a big difference on your websites. After this div, go ahead and create another div, and we're going to say class name flex column, margin top of -100, and for medium devices, margin top is going to be -50 pixels. And inside this, we're going to create something called container scroll, and this is a custom component that comes from Aceternity UI, okay? And I'm going to create that in just a second. So go into your global components, you're going to create a new file in here, and you're going to call it the following. You're going to say container scroll animation.tsx, okay? Just like this. And inside this, guys, you're going to go into Aceternity UI. If you'd like, this is up to you. You can go into Aceternity UI and you can look for the scroll animation, container scroll component. So let me see if I can show you what that component actually looks like. All right, so this is the component that we're going to be using. All right, container scroll animation. And it's a really cool animation that does this, I don't know, 3D effect with like a mobile device or a tablet or desktop device effect. Okay, so this is what we're going to be using. So you can scroll down here if you'd like, and you can copy all the code directly from here. But I did make a lot of changes to it because this uses a really weird component inside it, and I don't like this. And it was kind of annoying to actually remove that, I'm not going to lie. So I built my own. So just go to GitHub and you're going to copy it from there and paste it, okay? All right, so I just copied and pasted the component from GitHub, and this is what it should look like. All right, this is the component. It should say this container scroll right up top. And now we're going to go back in here, and inside this div, we're basically going to use that container scroll. So I'm going to go ahead and say container scroll like this, import the component, and we're going to put a bunch of props inside this. So the only prop you really need is the title prop, okay? And the title prop is going to be kind of like a custom component that does everything we need, okay? So there's going to be a div that's going to have flex items. Actually, this is called title component, okay? Flex items dash center. We're going to have justify center and then flex dash call, okay? And inside this, we can basically put all the components that we want, and it's simply just going to be a title that says start for free, a button, and things like that, okay? So the button component comes from Shadcn UI, so I'm going to go to Shadcn UI and I'm going to install this button component from here. So click on button, we're going to scroll down here to this installation, click on button, we're going to go back right here, open the terminal, quit the terminal, and we're going to paste that right in here. Done. And there you go, our component is installed. I'm going to say bun run dev like that. And then in here, you should actually see the button component inside your components folder, inside UI. There you go. The button component has been installed successfully. Nice. So now go back into your file, which is right in here. Where did that go? Inside page.tsx. And inside this title component, we're going to put this button inside all of that. Okay. So you're going to go ahead and say button here, and I'm going to import this from components UI button, and we're going to say size equal LG, and we're going to pass in the following class name. Okay, this might be a slightly big class name, but just follow through. So padding of 8, margin bottom of 8, from medium devices, margin bottom of 0, text 2XL with full, SM with fit, border top 2, rounded full. Border is going to be this exact hex code. The background is going to be this hex code right here. Hover BG white, ground group, transition all, flex item center, justify center, group 4, hover shadow XL, hover shadow neutral 500, and duration 500. Okay, and inside this we're going to put a span. So go into this button. We're going to say span BG clip text, text gradient, text transparent, BG gradient to right from neutral 500 to neutral 600. And then we're going to say text center from medium devices, font sans, and then in here group hover. So when this is being hovered over, we're just saying BG gradient to right, and then from black and then to black. Okay, we're going to say start for free from today. Let me go back to our page so we can actually see something. And okay, so it looks crazy. So let's see what's going on. Okay. All right, guys, it looks like what was happening is everything is right in the center, right? So if we just have some text on top, it's going to push out this div, and then it's going to kind of make this take the entire width. So we're safe, okay? Nothing to worry about. So in here, what we're going to do is create an H1. We're going to say class name text 5XL from medium devices text X8XL BG clip text transparent BG gradient to bottom from white to neutral 600, font sans, font bold, and automate your work with fuzzy. So now you can see when we extend this, there you go. Looks beautiful, right? Awesome. Great job so far. All right, so I'm going to scroll down here, and I'm just going to close this tag here, okay? We don't need that to be open. And the next component we're going to create, guys, is a custom component from Aceternity UI that's called infinite moving cards, okay? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm first just going to create the component here itself, which is infinite moving cards, and I'm going to pass in an items called clients, which I'm going to show you in just a second, with the class name of MD margin top of 18 REM, margin top of -100 pixels right here, okay? And then direction right, speed slow. All right, so let's go ahead and get these clients now. So here's a really cool trick that I used. First, go into your libs folder. We're going to create the constants.typescript file in here. And inside this, we're basically going to export const, and we're going to say clients equal a new array of 10 elements dot map over them, and we're going to get the client and the index, but we're going to return a new object, and we're going to set href to be this dynamic string in here. So, okay, so if you're wondering why we're doing this, inside the public folder we have all our client logos in there. Okay, so that's why we're doing this process, so it's much easier instead of importing everything and then creating an object out of it. Okay, so great job if you actually thought about this, and if you didn't, no problem. This is how to make your code much more efficient. And now let's go back to our page.tsx, and I'm simply going to import clients from there. Now again, guys, it's the same thing, okay? If you want to use this component, click on it, and you're going to go to the code and then literally copy everything. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into GitHub, copy that component, and paste it in here, okay? So here's what you want to do. You want to open up your project structure, go into your components. Inside global, you're going to create infinite moving cards, okay? So let me show you what that looks like actually here. Like this, .tsx, and in here we're going to paste all the code from GitHub. And if you go into GitHub, you will see it, guys. Literally, it's the same exact folder structure. Just go in there, copy it, and paste it. All right, it's from Aceternity UI. We're just going to shorten the, your task because I did some work on this. Okay, I did change up a couple. And now let's go back to our page.tsx, and I'm simply going to import our infinite moving cards. Okay, now let's just take a look at what this looks like. There you go. Awesome. So it creates that really cool, that logo animation section right at the bottom in here. Okay. So, and if you hover over it, it actually stops scrolling. So let's go to a smaller device so we can see everything. There we go. Awesome. Looks great. And now we're going to create another section in here. And this section is going to have the hero section parallax animation, which again comes from Aceternity UI. Okay. So I'm going to say hero parallax like this. And I'm going to say products because we're going to have some products in here, and I'm just going to create something like this, okay? Just like this, and close this component. We're going to get these products from our constant file, okay? So let's go back to our constants file, which is right here under libs, and we're going to do the following. So what you're going to do is you're going to create an object just like this, and you're going to say const products equal, and basically we're creating products for each of them. Okay, now if you don't know what this is, it's fine, don't worry, we're just making things look beautiful. That's literally it. Okay, so go into your GitHub, copy all the stuff you see inside your constants if you'd like, and you can paste it in here. Okay, it's literally the same thing, it's just mock data basically. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy everything from my constant file and I'm going to paste it in here. All right, so this way we can actually move through with it. So there's one problem right here, and I know we don't need this right now, so I'm just going to remove this from here, and that should solve a problem, I think. Let's see. Okay, so we need a couple things in here. So what I'm going to do is let's just remove this for now. I'll hide this, and then when we need this, we can come to it. Okay, what's the other issue in here? Okay, right here, this is what we needed. So let's just quickly mute that and we'll come back to it. Okay, this way you reduce the time of going back and forth. So let's close this and go back to our component, and inside here, just import products from products. And this, okay, there's a spelling error here. So I'm going to change this to hero parallax. And what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to go into our folder structure inside our globals folder, and I'm going to create a new file in here, call it connect-parallax.tsx. Okay, and same thing, go into GitHub. Okay, go into GitHub, you want to go into that folder. So let me do that real quick, and I'm simply going to copy everything in here. Okay, copy it, and you're going to paste it right into your component, and that's it. This is why I love Aceternity UI and Shadcn UI, because you can, it's basically copy paste components. Now let's go back to our root page.tsx and simply import this component from there. Now let's go ahead and take a look at this. And there you go, our entire component is done. We don't even have to do anything. Like, look how easy it was to build a website. It took us like not that long too, and we already completed this. So yeah, awesome guys, let's move on. Now after this, go ahead, create another section tag, okay? And we're going to create the following class name. We're going to say margin top of -500 pixels, like this. And inside the section tag, we're going to do the following. So we're going to create another component called lamp component, okay? This lamp component, again, comes from Aceternity UI, and I'll show you what that looks like. All right, there you go. This is the component that we're trying to build, okay? So let's go in here, and we're simply going to create that component. So I'm going to say lamp component like this. And now let's go to our folder structure inside the globals file. We're just going to say lamp.tsx. Okay. And inside your lamp.tsx, you know what to do. Go ahead and copy the component from GitHub. So pause this video, copy it from GitHub, and paste it in here. Awesome. Hopefully you did it, and great job if you did. If not, this is all you had to do. Okay, just copy it and paste it right in here, and this is what you should have, lamp component. Now we're going to see one error, which is Sparkle's core does not exist. Now I did something really cool. If you remember inside the demo, I did mention that we kind of improved, kind of mixed two components from Aceternity to show you how that works, right? So that's why we have this new component here. So let's go ahead and build this component out too. So inside the folder structure in global, we're going to create a new file, call it sparkles.tsx, and inside this, we're basically going to paste that component. So go back again to GitHub, copy the component, and paste it in here. And again, this comes from Aceternity UI as well. So when you paste this component, you'll realize that these three packages are required because this particle effect is created through these packages. So let's go ahead and click on Aceternity UI, and it's going to show you something in here. So what we're going to do is we're just going to copy this. Okay, copy this, quit the terminal, paste it in there, and I don't want it to use npm, so I'm going to paste that one more time, and I'm going to change npm to bun. Okay. Awesome. And there you go. It installs the packages that we need, and this error should resolve shortly. Awesome. Great job so far. Now let's go back to our lamp component and let's fix that issue. Okay. So it looks like this is fixed in here too. So let's go back to the main page and let's import lamp component like this. And now if you refresh, okay, we need to say bun run dev. And let's refresh the page one more time. And there you go. This beautiful lamp effect shows up in combination with these sparkles. And it just creates this really, really cool effect. And I love it a lot. Okay, awesome. And if you're wondering where this came from, this comes from the lamp component itself. That's why I told you I made a couple changes, right? So if you see here, let's see where that is. So right here, we're putting the children component. Okay, so it's not that one. All right, right here. So the lamp component has the plans that fit you best right inside this. Now, after the lamp component, create a div, and we're going to give the div the following class names. We're going to say class name flex, flex wrap, item center, justify center, flex column, MD flex row, gap 8, negative margin top of negative 72. And inside this, we're going to create Shadcn UI's card components. So to get this, go back to Shadcn, and we're going to install all the card components. So here's a challenge for you. Go to Shadcn UI and install the card component, pause this video, and then come back to it when you're done. Awesome. Hopefully you did it. If you did not, I would suggest you go and look at how I installed components from Shadcn UI. You just have to do the same thing, okay? So after this, guys, in here, I'm going to say the following. I'm going to say card container, and I'm going to import this component as well. So let's go ahead and import it. Okay, I made a quick error. So this is actually not from Shadcn UI, but that's okay. This actually comes from Aceternity UI, okay? So we're going to go ahead and create these components again. So just follow through with me. So open up your global folder, and in here, we're going to create a 3D card.tsx component, and go to GitHub and copy the entire component from there and paste it in here. It gives you everything that you really need, such as the card container and the card itself and all that kind of. All right, let's go back now, and now we can import this component from there. So basically what we're doing here is we're creating multiple cards to show all the plans, right? So for now, we're going to need to hard code this. Eventually, we might want to pull it from Stripe, or, you know, we could still hard code it. That's fine. But for now, we're just going to hard code this. So just follow through with me. So we're going to say card body, just like this. And I'm going to import this component from the same folder. And it's going to have a class name of the following. So pause the screen and type this. I'm not going to start reading things out because it's on the screen. Okay, so just pause the screen, guys. Type this down. It makes more sense. And let's move on. And inside this card body, I'm going to create the card item. I'm going to go ahead and import that as well. Very straightforward. It's the card item itself. So let's see what that looks like. Boom, there you go. Looks horrible, but that's fine because we have to create another card item to show all the features that come with this plan. All right, so you can go ahead, pause this, and copy all the class names if you'd like, but it's pretty much just, you know, making things look prettier. That's it. So after this card item, we're going to create another card item, and this card item is going to have translate Z60 and the same exact class name, I think. Okay, only the text neutral is now 300. It's not white, okay? It's not 600. So yeah, text neutral 500, text SM, max width of SM, margin top of 2, dark text neutral of 300, okay? We're gonna say get a glimpse of what our software is capable of. Just a heads up, you'll never leave us after this, okay? And I'm gonna create a UL, an unordered list, because we have multiple items to show, LI, which is a list item for each item. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and import the check icon from Lucid React, and there we go. We should basically have it all set up. There we go, looks great. And it has this really cool 3D animation. All the text, everything has this kind of parallax effect, okay? And then finally at the bottom, I also want to have sort of like a button for them to click and, you know, sign up. So like that, all right? So I'm going to create a div, flex justify between, item center, margin top of 8. That's why it goes left and right, okay? And then a card item, and then a card item inside that. So this is a card item, this is a card item, and I'm going to say translate Z of 20 as button with the following class name. And then I'm going to say try now. And this is basically, let's see if this... Okay, so you can copy this from wherever. I think there's just an emoji that I used, but yeah, you just want to put an arrow mark in here, or you can remove that, no problem, but I'm just going to keep it. And then inside this, translate Z of 20 as button, and we're going to put this in here, same class, except for the background is going to be white and text is going to be black, and get started now. Awesome, guys. Great job so far. It's been like not even that long and we're almost done with the website. So here's your first actual challenge in today's video. We have created one card for this hobby plan. I want you to create multiple cards, specifically 2 more cards for 2 different plans. Okay, so just give it a shot. I want to see if you can actually try. I've showed you what to do. So go ahead and build those out. So pause this video, build those out, and then come right back to it. All right, hopefully you got it. If not, this is exactly what you need to do. So I'm gonna do the same thing, okay? It's the same card container, the same card body, all that kind of stuff. But instead of doing this, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna copy this entire thing. And an easy way to copy is by shrinking this, selecting this, and hitting Shift, Option, and down. It's just gonna duplicate it for me. There you go. How awesome is that, right? And you can do that multiple times if you'd like. So now another thing is the pro plan. I wanted to have some, all the different plans. I wanted to have some different text. So let's go ahead and change all of that. So I'm going to call the second one right here. I'm going to call this pro plan. So I'm going to change this from hobby to pro plan, and I'm going to set it to $29 like that. Okay, so let's see if that updates. Awesome. And you can leave this stuff for now. It's fine. We don't really care about it. It's not important. And let's scroll to the bottom, and we're going to create one more right below this. So go ahead, do that as well. Copy and paste it. And in the final one, I'm just going to change this one to unlimited, and we're going to change the price to $99. $9.90. No, I'm just kidding. $99. Okay. Now I do want to make some upgrades to the pro plan, so let's move on to that. All right. So for the pro plan, all I did was I changed the dark mode border to this color. I think this looks slightly better than if we just had a bunch of cards, right? So there we go, guys. We came so far in the website alone, and this is what it looks like. This is what the button does. It has this really cool scrolling animation. And for now, I just put a mock-up image in here. We're going to change this image in just a second when we move on to the dashboard. Okay, but there you go. Look at that. And yeah, I just used Shadcn's picture screenshots in here. Okay, I just took a bunch of screenshots and I uploaded that entire set in here. That's why it has this, but feel free to please, mess around with it. Use whatever you want. You can use screenshots of the app, of course, and upload pictures of what you did inside the Discord. We'd love to see what you got. All right, so go ahead, open up your folder structure. You want to go into the main folder, and now we're going to create a page called layout.tsx. Okay. And inside the layout.tsx, we're basically just creating a component to kind of wrap all of our stuff, okay? Every single thing that we just created. So let me just change this also to a capital L to keep that naming convention. Nice. And in here, we're going to get the children, okay? That's how a layout component works. And inside here, all we're going to do is return this children component, okay? So inside this, first, let's give this a class name and call it flex overflow hidden height of screen, okay? And inside the div, we're going to go ahead and create another div in here and give this a class name of width of full. And inside, we're going to also create a info bar. But for now, we'll just kind of skip over this and let's just render out the children, which comes from props.children like that. So now go back into your folder structure again. And inside here, we're going to create another route group. And we're going to call this pages. Okay, don't get confused. This is not the pages route. It's just a route group to kind of understand what we're creating, kind of like to group everything into one big folder that does not become a route. That's why we're using this, okay? So in here, we're going to create the following options. So this is basically like all the pages that we have, guys, the Navbar items, right? So think about it that way. So the first thing is we're going to have connections, and then we're going to create a dashboard page, okay? And then we're also going to create a settings page, and then finally workflows as well. And for now, let's just, all right, I just deleted that, and I'm just going to create settings again. I actually created it as a file. So settings, and then we also want workflows. So workflows like that with an S at the end, okay? Workflows. Now we will come back to this when we need to add more, but for now, this is more than enough, okay? Now inside this pages route, you also want to add a layout.tsx. That's why we wanted this, route group, okay? And inside this component, I'm just going to say layout, this exact same thing that we did in the other layout, but the class is going to say border left of 1 pixel, border top of 1 pixel, padding bottom of 20, height screen, rounded left of 3 pixel, border muted foreground 20, and overflow scroll, okay? And we're going to render out the children inside this component. So essentially what's happening is we're wrapping all of these items into its own design, okay? Its own UI. That's basically what we're doing. We're creating a layout, a reusable design for all of these pages. And this one is pretty much going to wrap all of them. So for now, I'm just going to open the dashboard and create a page.tsx. And inside this page.tsx, we're just going to render out a couple things so that we can see something. Okay, so when we hit dashboard here, it should take us to that page. So I'm going to say TypeScript RAFCE, and I'm going to change this to dashboard page like this. Awesome. And in here, we're going to also remove this. We don't need any props in this page specifically. So I'm going to remove that, and I'm going to first return a div. So let's remove this too and return a div like this with the following class name. So we're going to say flex column, gap 4, and relative. Okay. And right after that, we're going to create a header. So H1 with text 4XL sticky, top 0, Z of 10, P of 6, BG background by 50, backdrop blur large, flex item center, and border -B. Okay, and it's going to be called dashboard. That's what this page is, right? It's a dashboard page. So let's see if we can render this out. Let's just see what happens. So if we click on this, nice, boom, there we go. It takes us to the dashboard page. And it also has this really nice border. That way, when we have our sidebar and the info bar, it's going to kind of have this, I guess, I don't know what to call it, but it kind of looks like a card, right? A rounded edged card. So awesome. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to first build out the navigation, and then we'll also build out the info bar, okay? If you've been struggling to make money online, then listen up, because in the next few minutes, I'm going to reveal to you a secret method that every single guru on the internet does to make millions of dollars per year. I myself have used some of the methods to make about $40,000 in the last 2 weeks alone, and I just want to help you guys and take you down the right path so that you can do the exact same thing for yourself. And I really mean this when I say it. This video might change your life, okay? So I want you to pay close attention, because the information I'm about to share with you is something that you will not find on the internet. And the reason is because gurus do not want you to know about this, because if you know about this one single method to make the most amount of money, they will never make a single dollar ever again. And I'm going to show you the truth behind what you actually need to know to make money like these people. So first, here's your problem. You decided to take matters into your own hands and you decided to start your own thing, right? You watched a couple videos on YouTube and you realize that everything is absolutely saturated. These gurus who are teaching you to make money online, they're teaching the same steps, the same saturated methods to find clients, to, offer services. And you'll notice that there's one pattern in common. They all have something to sell to you, and they themselves are not doing what they say. And you're sick and tired of it. You want to get consistent leads. You don't want these saturated methods. And no, you don't even have this $5,000 ad spend budget per month just to burn on advertisements. And of course, when you start doing the things they teach you to do, you realize it brings another problem. You will never find high ticket clients with the methods they teach you. Well, what if I told you that I am going to solve all these problems for you? What if I told you that I'm going to show you the exact same automatic lead generation machine that I have created for myself and got over 6,000 leads in less than 24 hours. And even better, you don't have to spend a single dollar in ads. You don't have to send another cold DM for the rest of your life, and clients will come to you. And even better, these clients are going to pay you what you want. And so this has become my new goal. I want to completely revolutionize the education industry, and it's going to be a very difficult thing for me to do alone. And I know that, but I have a goal set, and I know for a fact I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to create Prodigies, and my goal is to teach you to do what millionaires do, not what they tell you to, by revealing the single most best business model in the world, which is how to become a social media influencer. You're going to become a creator. You don't have to do this only through social media. You will learn how to become an entrepreneur, how to be independent and become a creator and monetize anything you want. You can monetize your passion starting today and make passive income in month-to-month recurring revenue, okay? We're going to show you how to make money online from anywhere around the world. And of course, the unsaturated ways, not the same thing by going to Google Maps and then pulling out the website and calling the guy. They're tired of that. They don't want to listen to another cold message ever again. And eventually, let's be honest here, we're going to reach a breaking point where people are going to be tired of listening to these scripts that have been circulating over and over again in the market. And we're going to teach you how to start your own school community. I'm going to show you how you can run a month-to-month recurring revenue model, helping millions of people around the world. And our goal is to give you that student to coach experience through mentorship, something that you will never get from any course on the internet. So why listen to me? Well, I have 13 plus years of experience in social media. I have been doing this forever, and I know every single step that you need to take to absolutely maximize your reach on the most powerful network in the world, which is social media. And I'm going to reveal the truth behind every influencer's success on the internet. And I have grown my YouTube channel from 0 to 30,000 subscribers in 1 week. And I've also grown my Instagram following from 0 to about 40,000. I think it's like 36,000 followers in 1 month. And my Instagram threads grew from 0 to 5,000 followers overnight. Clearly, I have done something that has taken me to such great heights in such a short span of time. I've also made about $40,000 in 2 weeks alone by monetizing my social media. And I'm not talking about ad revenue. I'm talking about the different streams of income that I'm going to teach you. And I'm going to teach you how you can set these up for yourself. And I have about 5 different streams of income from social media alone. And of course, there is a way to actually make it work, okay? You just can't start, and it's not going to work out of nowhere. You need the mentorship. You need the guidance from someone who has seen it for 13 plus years. I have also grown my school community from 0 to 1,600 plus members in 4 days. And we now make month-to-month recurring revenue. And let me tell you a little secret. I did 0 marketing. I did 0 email campaigns. I did 0 text messaging, no advertisements. I didn't even announce the community to be paid. People just joined because they believed in the value I have to offer. They saw how I wanted to change the entire education industry forever and wanted to learn all the secrets that have been hidden from them. I have helped coaches, e-commerce, and home service businesses scale to 7 million plus in revenue per year. I've also worked with Fortune 500 companies generating month-to-month recurring revenue through contracting. I have mentored more than 2,000 students around the world in live weekly coaching calls. I have mentored more than 20 students with one-on-one mentorship. And I promise you, the information that I will share with you is something that you will never find on the internet. And that is something that I've promised you guys for every video I do. And you understand that too. And you see that I speak what I do. So before we move forward, let's just understand who this opportunity is not for. So if you don't want to make a difference in your life, definitely not the place for you. If you have 0 financial goals, please leave. If you want to make money quick, then definitely not the place for you. If you're not comfortable starting your own social media, nope. If you have $0 in your bank account, just go get a job for a little while, make some money, okay? And if you don't want to work out, you don't want to live a healthy life, definitely not the place for you. If you have a limited mindset, okay, you don't believe in making changes into your daily routine, then this is definitely not the place for you. If you're not comfortable being on my social media, nope, definitely not. If you're greedy and you don't want to see other people around you succeed, then this is definitely not the place for you. If you're only here for courses and you think it's going to be, oh, this thing where I have value, you can just go read and then start. No, everything takes time, guys. Good things take time, okay? If you don't want to engage with the community, this is a community. Everyone is going to help each other. We're going to push each other to success. Nothing else. You can go and look into the community. That's what we do. And then finally, if you don't believe in yourself or you don't have time, then this is definitely not the opportunity for you. Now, who is this for? If you're tired of holding back and you finally want to make a difference in your life and learn what everybody else is doing, then this is the opportunity for you. If you want to change your life and start today, this is the opportunity for you. If you want to monetize your passion, literally anything you want to do, this is the opportunity for you. If you want to quit your 9-to-5, this is the opportunity for you. If you want to have the investment mindset, then this is the opportunity for you. If you want to work out and be in a community where people push you to, look healthy and fit, then great. If you want to meet successful entrepreneurs, yes. If you're constantly hungry for success, then yes. If you have some or little money to invest in, and finally, you are ready to learn all the secrets, you want to learn how to scale, and you want to become the best version of yourself, If this is you so far, then I strongly believe that this opportunity has searched for you and has finally found you. So I've been there too, guys. This is a picture of me, by the way, as you can see, sitting in my little cubicle, right? And you can literally see there is no confidence on my face. I didn't know how to smile. You can look at the picture on the right? I was on a trip, by the way, but as you can see, I literally have no confidence. And today, this is who I am. You can clearly see the confidence boost in my face. You can see my smile. You can see everything. And I clearly show you guys that I have learned something that you don't have access to go from this to this. And all I want to do is help you guys so that I can take you to exactly where you want to be in your life. So now you may ask, what do other people have to say about this? Well, here's Preet. He says, the experience in the freelance community is crazy so far. Every day learning new things, chatting with new people, which provides valuable insights. Here's Priyansh, who's actually now a part of my team. He says that I've been working with Perrin for a while now, and his A/B testing strategies for dropshipping websites are insane. My website hit rupees 25 million, and this month alone, he's done more than rupees 1 million. So here's Goel Mansi. She closed an Indian client, INR 70,000, which is about $850. And soon it's going to be a $5,000 deal. Thank you so much for coming into my life as a mentor. You're the first and the best. And here's what Sai has to say. I was losing hope in humanity, and people like Perrin come into our lives unexpectedly and give us hope. We are thankful and hopeful we do the same to others. Here's Hussein. Honestly, an amazing space. People are so open-minded to collaborating, growing together. Amazing job by you and the team. And here's Derek. I've only been doing this for 2 months so far, and I've got a couple clients, but last week I was able to get 3,000 from a client up front. Still have a lot to learn and grow, but thanks to our Prodigies, he's leading me in the right direction. There you go, $3,000. Great job, bro. You deserve it. I've been working with him one-on-one, and that's why he got these results really quick, but just to show you, right? And here's Joey. He says client closed, and he also gave some really, really cool insights. So just through this video, you're going to get some information. What worked for us is including your agency's name in the website footer. This method worked well. Recently, a potential client found our name on a competitor's site, which started a conversation. And using the same method, Joey was able to get a client that was willing to pay him $3,000 in a month-to-month contract for SEO services. And here's Priyansh's results. As you can see, 26 million and 2.42 million. And I think he's made more than this too, but these are just a couple screenshots. And guys, there's so much more. You can go to the website. You can take a look at all that stuff. Okay. All right. So quick disclaimer, guys, you know the drill. This is not legal, financial, or medical advice. Okay. Do your own research. Okay. I will do my best to give you all the tools, all the information you need to succeed. But at the end of the day, starting a business is difficult, especially the model I'm going to teach you is extremely difficult. It takes time, but it is the most rewarding and the best business model in the world. And I'm going to teach you every single thing. But at the end of the day, hard work is the only thing that pays off. Okay. And here's another cool thing about the community. Everything is gamified. So what that means is you unlock courses and bonus projects and mentorship calls as you level up in the community. You literally have a ranking system inside the community. How much more fun is that? It keeps the community going. It keeps them engaged. This is how everybody shares insights and helps each other out. And that's why we are one of the best communities on School. And it's very easy to rank. All you need is 1 like to get 1 point. And 20 likes takes you to level 3. Okay, it's super, super easy. And this is also going to teach you a very important skill as part of being an entrepreneur. And it's all done for, the same purpose, which is to teach you the correct business model. And delayed gratification is one of the most important skills you need to understand to be an entrepreneur and a social media influencer. Also, just a side note, we are top 50 in School, rank 46 amongst the most engaging communities out there. Here's a little screenshot that shows that too. So now for the fun part. What are you going to learn that's going to completely transform your life in the education system forever? First, you're going to have weekly coaching calls with me. 3 coaching calls per week. Most of these influencers and, community owners, they just have someone else run it. They run away. They just want to make money off of this. And I don't want to do that. And this alone costs $4,500. My secret 5-level business model, which is how to get your social media from 0 to absolutely anywhere you want. And that in alone is $8,000. I'm going to teach you how to monetize your passion through social media. And you can monetize anything, whatever niche you want, you can monetize it. I promise you, today itself, you could literally make $500 per month. And that alone is $1,997. I'm going to teach you how to make passive income through affiliate marketing. And that is $500. I'm going to show you the secret way to increase ad revenue on YouTube, and I'm going to show you the graphs, everything in the community. Okay, that alone is $3,000. I'm also going to give you a beginner freelance course. So if you want to start freelancing, this guide is going to give you everything you need to know to get started, and that alone is $1,200. You're going to get unlimited bonus add-ons from the YouTube videos. So every bonus add-on I create is going to be in there, and you can jump in and immediately start, and that's about $5,000, even more than that. You're going to get access to a beta test that we're creating, which is called Dev Marketplace. This is completely run by the community. I don't even do this, right? I'm not even a part of it. Basically how it works is you could either post a project or you could pick up projects directly from the Dev Marketplace and start working on it. And usually people charge like 3% of your income. We are not going to do that. You get to keep every single cent you make, all right? You're also going to get access to my secret sales system, which has helped me close clients on every single call. That's correct. And that alone is $4,000. We're also going to give you the entire roadmap to becoming an influencer on YouTube or, on Instagram, whatever platform you choose. And I'm going to show you how you can implement all 5 levels of business models for social media that I created. You're also going to get a full media buying course. This is huge because you could take this service and offer it to your clients and make month-to-month recurring revenue. And this alone is $2,500. You're also going to get a full Facebook ads course. But here's the good thing. This is niche specific. That means you're not just running general Facebook ads. You're going to run for specific niches. And that is $1,500. You're going to get access to a premium community that pushes you to take action. This is priceless. Nobody is going to do this for you. We're going to give you an e-commerce course that made my team members $53.3 million. And this alone is $5,500. We're going to give you mentorship calls even from my team so that you can get to learn from them as well. And that is more than $10,000. We're going to show you how to outsource your work, find people to do the job for you so that you can fire yourself and move on to other opportunities. And that alone is $850. We're going to show you how to build a team and how you can potentially scale it to make literally how much ever you want. And that is $2,500. And here's the most exciting part of all. Remember, I told you that people who teach you things are not doing it themselves. I am going to be taking my 5-level business model and implementing it into my own social media. And I'm going to show you how I'm going to take my page from 0 to 100,000 subscribers in less than 1 year. And this is absolutely priceless because there is no amount of money that you could ever pay me for me to give you the secrets to 13 plus years of social media experience. And then here's what's coming soon too. Some of the things are still in progress. So you're going to get an enterprise level React development course, and I'll be more than happy to help you with that. And that is $500. And I'm also going to teach you enterprise level React testing, and that is $500. You're going to get a dedicated fitness coach and a nutritionist, which is $4,500. You're going to get all the contracts, templates, pitch decks, every single thing that costs about $1,000. And of course, there is so much more that we are looking to add into this community to give you more value. And now if you were to invest on each of these courses, you are left with $64,000 in bills. And that's going to probably be a lifetime payment for you, right? And I want to help you guys. That is my goal. I promise you, my goal is to transform your life. And I'm going to do every single thing I can. And here's the first thing I'm going to do for you. I'm not going to charge you $64,000. It is $5,000. And I know that this may not be affordable for some of the people out there because all I'm thinking about is how could I have helped the younger version of me? How could I have helped that parent by giving him all the knowledge that I have today? I would have saved myself 13 plus years of struggling with social media and would have probably capitalized on all the opportunities that were put in front of me. And my goal is to help as many people as possible around the world. And for that reason, I am not going to charge you $5,000. I decided $9.97 per month might be a little feasible, but then I want to help you out even more. It's not going to be $9.97 and not $5.97, not $2.97 per month, not $197 per month. It's going to be $67 per month. For $67, I am going to give you the information that would have costed you about $64,000 for $67. That is almost a coffee per day. But please keep in mind, this price is going to change. It's going to keep going up because as we add value, the community prices are going to go higher. We're looking to provide more value, get more experts into the community to provide you with exactly what you deserve and what you need. And for that reason, the price will change, guys. This opportunity will never, ever be there on the table in the future for you ever again, okay? And if you join today, if you join now, whatever you pay will be the price you pay for the lifetime of your access. Even if the community was worth $9.97 per month in the future, if you enter today, you would not pay a single cent more than $67 per month. And even better, it is a 30-day, 100% money back guarantee. If you tell me, parent, I joined the community like you said, I took action to change my life, I did every single step you told me to do, I followed every single tutorial, I watched everything, I got absolutely no results whatsoever, I will give your money back. No questions asked. And even better, you get to keep all the templates, all the worksheets, all the contracts, whatever was given to you, you get to keep it because my goal was to help you in the first place. And if this is going to help you, no problem. You can keep that. And you can cancel at any time, guys. If you join today, you could literally cancel whenever you want. I would suggest you spend at least 3 months to understand because you need my mentorship. You need the momentum, right? You need the community to push you. But if you want to cancel your membership, you can cancel anytime. But I'm going to say this one more time. The prices will increase. And I really, really don't want you guys to miss out on this opportunity because I will never, let me repeat, I will never have the price so low ever again in the future because I truly believe the value I'm about to provide you is far more worth than $67. And I'm sure you would agree too. So join now, guys. This is the best opportunity for you to change your life because this price will never, ever be there in the future. I will never have a single course out there that is cheaper than $67 ever in the future. And you know that too. You know this is one of the best opportunities. So join, guys. Take action. This is what I tell all my students. This is what I will teach my children, my family, my younger self. I wish somebody told me to take action when I was young and gave me the right guidance. And we are here to do that for you. And now if you're kind enough to understand what are my goals as well with the community, well, my goal is simply to get an opportunity to meet Alex Hormozi. We are going to do this by being the biggest and the best community on school. We're almost there. We're literally top 50, just 43 more to go, and we'll be rank 1 on the leaderboard. And if we are rank 1 on the leaderboard, I will get the opportunity to meet Alex Hormozi. And not only that, I get to become the biggest community on school. And that's what I want. I want our community to be the biggest community out there. And of course, it doesn't just end there because the goal, like I said, is I want to help each and every single one of you guys. And if this opportunity was given to, younger parent, I'm sure he would have had so many questions to ask Alex Hormozi. So I want to give you the opportunity. I am going to filter some of the best questions that you guys have, and I'm going to take that and get all the answers to your questions, and then I'm going to give it away to everyone on the internet so that everyone can succeed in this field. This is my goal, and I know it's a very big goal, but I know you guys are going to help me do it. And I promise you, if you join this community today, you are going to transform your life because you are speaking to people who have already succeeded, who are already in the field crushing it. And even better, I told you, this is what I do, and I'm going to teach you as I do it. So all you have to do is look in the description and click that link to join today and completely transform your life and lock this price for the rest of your access and get the mentorship you deserve for the price of a coffee per day. And if you're already on this page, all you have to do is click that yellow button, because that yellow button could mean your entire life could change today. So take action, guys. Don't wait. There's no point in waiting. The price is only going to go high. And this is the only opportunity for you to get in at the cheapest possible price that this community will ever have. And it will never be this price ever again in the future. I want to help you guys out. Okay? And I'll see you in the community. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and build our sidebar, okay? So go into your components folder right in here, and you're going to create a folder called sidebar like this. And inside that, create an index.tsx. Now I'm going to quickly just say TypeScript RAFCE, and I'm just going to call this menu options or sidebar, whatever you want to call it, okay? And then in here, I'm going to also convert this into a use client component. I'm going to export default menu options, okay? And now what we're gonna do, guys, is we're basically going to render all the sidebar items that are gonna show up on the left side of the application, okay? So first, let's go ahead and import this component. So go into your pages, actually shrink the pages, go into main, click on layout, and this is where we're going to import that sidebar because it's gonna be used across the entire application, right? So go up here, inside this div, and we're going to say sidebar like this, okay? And maybe we could rename this, but that's okay. So we're just going to say import sidebar from components/sidebar, okay? And now first thing we're going to do here is we're going to say path name equal to use path name from next navigation. Let's go ahead and invoke that, okay? And we're going to use a nav component first, nav element. So I'm going to say nav like this, the following class names. So dark, BG, black, H screen, overflow, scroll, justify between, flex item center, flex column, and gap 10, PY of 6 and PX of 2. And inside this nav, go ahead and create another div with flex item center, justify center, flex column, and gap 8, okay? Inside this, we're going to have our logo up top, right? So we're going to first put that logo, which is basically just going to be a link with the default path here, and we're going to say fuzzy, just like this. You can also put the logo if you like, but I'm just going to do this because this is easier, okay? And the next component we're going to need is the tooltip component from Shadcn UI. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Shadcn UI and search for the tooltip component. All right, so go ahead and click this command. We're going to shrink this, quit the terminal, and we're going to quickly install the tooltip component that we need. And I'm going to copy this and paste it up here, this one, okay? So that we already have all the import statements. And all we're going to do now is we're going to render out tooltips for all the sidebar options, okay? So after this link, go ahead and say tooltip provider like this. And inside this, we're going to loop over something called menu options that we don't have yet. So I'm going to get to this in just a second, but I'm just going to return a div for now like this, okay? So now we need to go ahead and import this. So let's create this inside our constants file. So go in here, you want to go into your constant file inside libs. And remember, we actually commented something. All right, there we go, right there. I'm just going to uncomment that. And now we have to get all these icons. Where are these icons coming from? I went ahead and took probably 4 hours to create a custom icon set with the custom colors. So it is inside the GitHub repository. Go to your GitHub. Remember, I told you we're going to need this, right? So go to GitHub, go into components, and you're going to find something called icons in here. Download this entire folder, and you're going to drag all the icons into the same directory structure, okay? So go ahead, pause this video, and download these icons and drag them into your folder in here, which is inside the icons folder under components. So follow the exact same folder structure from here. All right, awesome. Okay, so I went ahead and dragged everything into my components inside the icons folder, but I also have to import them, correct? So I'm going to scroll up top and I'm going to just paste these import statements. You can go and get it from GitHub if you'd like, no problem. Okay. So now that we have this, let's go back to our file and let's import the menu options. Good, great job. And this is actually no longer going to be a div. It's going to be an unordered list. Okay. So let's get the menu item from here. So menu item like this. And this is going to have a key, which is equal to the menu item dot name. And inside this unordered list, we're going to first create a tooltip that we just created, right, from Shadcn UI. And inside this, we're going to have the tooltip trigger. Also, guys, there's a really cool component inside. Let's see if we can use that. Or maybe you guys can take that up as a challenge. Why not, right? I already showed you how to use components from here. Go ahead and try to use the tooltip component that comes from Aceternity UI, okay? Aceternity, I don't even know how to say it. So as you can see, this is such a cool tooltip right here. So maybe you try to use this. Why not? Okay. So pause this video if you'd like to take this up as a challenge and use this. If not, just no problem. Just wait. And I'm going to show you how to do this with Shadcn UI. Okay. So hopefully you did it. And if you didn't, no problem. This is the Shadcn UI version. Okay. So now we want to create tooltip trigger. I'm going to create the list item in here. So the list item inside this is going to be the following. And we don't need this class name, so I'm just going to put this in here. And in here, we need a link element. And we're going to pass in the following prop. So we're going to say href is equal to the menu item.href, okay? And if you look into the constants file, you will see that right in here. Let me show you. There you go. The href is /dashboard, right? That's what we're creating. And the class name is going to be CLSX, and I'm going to import this like that. Awesome. It's going to have group H, height of 8, width of 8, flex item center, justify center, scale 1.5, rounded large, padding 3 pixels, and cursor pointer. And finally, we're going to say dark. So on dark mode, the background is going to be this specific color. And on light mode, it's going to be this. Okay. And that's only true if the path name is equal to the menu item.href. And we're getting the path name, remember, here. Okay, so what are we doing here? Basically, whenever the page that we're actually on is the link that we have in here, then we're simply turning on this color. Okay, very simple stuff. So now that we have created this, let's go in here and let's say menu item dot component, and we're going to say selected equal path name dot menu item dot href. Okay, and let's see what that does for us. Okay, so I forgot to do bun run dev. That's why we don't see anything. So let's run that real quick and let's refresh the browser. Awesome, guys. There you go. Your components and your icons actually, they directly change based on the light or dark mode that we're on. Okay. And now if you try to click on this, you'll notice we're going to see a 404 error. So I want you to think, why is this happening? Why do we not see the actual page? And why are we seeing the 404 error? So pause this video and try to think. You got to think like a developer. Why is this issue happening? Well, if you didn't know the answer, I hope you did some research, but basically, let's see. What is 404 error? 404 basically says the page is not found. There is no page. Okay, it's a not found error. Let's see, where is our page for that link? So we clicked on this link, and this is the workflow link, correct? So let's see, where is that link? So this one is the dashboard. We know that, right? We know that because if you go to our components and you go to constants, you can see that is what we created here, right? For dashboard, the href is this one. And this is the component, the home component. If you go into this, you see, this is the icon. So we know this is the dashboard page, but this is the workflow page. And the reason why this does not exist is because inside our pages in here, under workflows, we don't have a page.tsx. And this is how Nextjs works, okay? So if there's no page.tsx, it's not going to render out the page. This is why routing is so amazing in Nextjs compared to React, because in React, you would have to use React Router and you have to manually control everything. So I hope this makes sense. Just wanted to give you some idea of what you're actually typing. All right. Now, when you hover over these trigger, the tooltip is actually not showing. The reason is because we do not have a tooltip content component. So after the trigger, you're going to create the tooltip content. So let's go ahead and do that. And it's actually very simple. This is all you have to do. Tooltip content, the side is going to be right side, background black divided by 10, background backdrop blur XL, and we're just going to put a paragraph tag. We can also make this a span. And we're going to say menu item.name. Now, when you hover over everything, you're going to see the tag along with the name and stuff. Okay, great job, guys. Now I'm going to quickly grab another component from here, and it's called separator. So I'm going to scroll to the bottom, click on this. Let's also quit the terminal. Let's click on this and hit the bun command, and let's paste that and install it. All right, awesome. So I'm also going to select the import statement, paste it up top, and I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to use the separator right outside this provider right here. Okay, so it kind of creates that gap between those two items. So let's also run the server. So let's say bun run dev, and let's refresh the browser, and there you go. You see the separator right there. Looks amazing. So go ahead, create a div in here. We're going to say flex item center, flex column, gap 9, dark BG, this specific hex code by 30, padding Y of 4, padding X of 2, rounded full, H56, overflow scroll, border of 1 pixels. And inside this, we're going to create another div, and we're going to give it the following class names. So we're going to say relative dark BG, this specific hex code by 70, padding of 2, rounded full dark border top of 2 pixels, border of 1 pixel, dark border top of this specific hex code. And inside this, we're basically going to create something called Lucid. We're going to use an icon called Lucid mouse pointer click. Okay, so I'm going to paste this component in here and just quickly import it from Lucid React. And this is what it looks like. All right, as you can see, it just shows trigger. That's what it's called. It's a trigger it's an icon that's going to resemble what a trigger would look like. And we're just going to give this a class of dark text of white and size of 18. Okay, and after this, guys, we're going to create another div after this mouse pointer. And this is going to have border left of 2 pixels, border muted foreground 50, height of 6, absolute left half, transform translate X of negative 50%, bottom of 30 pixels. It's kind of like a line. Okay, it's like showing, all right, this is the first step, and then this is the next step. That's why we have that line in there. So we don't even need this. We can just close this like that. Great. So I'm going to do the same thing here. So after this component, after this div right here, we're going to hit enter and create one more. And this one's going to use the get branch icon from Lucid React. So just copy the same thing below, all right? Copy the exact same thing below. Just change the icon to get branch. And I'm going to do the same thing for another get branch. I don't know, it just looked like a good icon to have there. Okay, but you can create whatever you want, but I'm just going to use this one for now. So I'm going to duplicate this once more, right? That's right there. Nice. Great. All right, and for the bottom one, I'm just going to remove this, and I'm just going to give this one a different logo, because why not, right? So let's change this, and let's use a database logo, okay, maybe to resemble Notion or something. And yeah, that should be it. You can have some other logos if you'd like. I just really want to create this, so just for now, because it's just a UI. And then once we get to the backend and database stuff, then we can wire up everything. Okay. Now at the bottom, we're going to create another div in here, and we're going to give it the following class names. This is kind of like the bottom section right here. Okay. So we're going to say class name, flex item center, justify center, flex column, and gap of 8. And in here, we're going to create a component called mode toggle. Okay, so I'm quickly just going to say this in here, and then I'm going to go to components, go into global, and then I'm just going to create the mode toggle component. So in here, say mode toggle.tsx, and we're going to basically go to Shadcn. You can go to Shadcn if you like. They already built the component for you. Let me see if I can show you what that looks like. There you go. So you want to go to dark mode, okay, right here, and then click on Nextjs, scroll down, you're going to find this mode toggle icon. So just change this to code, and there you go. You can just copy this and paste it, but I'm just going to copy the one I have in GitHub because it's the same thing, and I just want to make sure I never made any changes, right? So that's it. So now we're going to have the mode toggle icon, but since it's not imported, you're going to have an error. Go back, import this component, and you're set. Okay, well, we're not so set. You also need the drop-down menu icon. So I'm sorry, item. So let's go ahead and import that component as well. So I'm just going to go in here, scroll and search for the drop-down menu item right here. I'm going to click on the bun command, quit the terminal, and we're just going to paste this in here. Okay, so paste the command and hit enter, and it's going to go ahead and install that component for you. And now you should actually not, all right, there we go. So no more issues. Let's go back and see what that looks like. Let's refresh, and we also have to do bun run dev, so I'm just going to do that. And let's refresh the browser, and let's wait for that. Alrighty, looks amazing. So now you can click on this and change it to light mode and also change it to dark mode. How amazing is this? And it also works for the home page, of course. And now inside your layout component, inside this one, right, inside the main layout.tsx, we're going to have another component in here. So we're already done with the sidebar. Now we're going to create the info bar up top. So if you guys remember the last video, we built some really cool stuff, and I personally feel that is my best work I've ever done on YouTube, and that video went absolutely viral. So if you remember the word infobar from that tutorial, that's basically what we're building here, okay? So if you haven't watched that, guys, go watch that video. It is the best video I have ever made in my entire life, and I promise you're gonna be super amazed, so go give that a shot. So I'm gonna go ahead and just say infobar like this, and now we need to create this component. So we're gonna go into the globals file. So let's open this globals folder, and actually let's just go into components, and I'm gonna say infobar like this, and inside that create a index.tsx, and this component is basically going to be the following. So I'm just going to copy and paste this and explain it in just a second. So we're going to say const infobar, the same component stuff. You guys know this. You're not a beginner anymore, right? Let's be honest, okay? And in here we're going to have a div with flex row, justify end, gap 6, item center, px4 py4 with full and dark bg black. Please pause and type, okay? Now in here we're going to have a span, okay? And this span is basically going to say search, and it's going to have an input field. Now this is just to make it look nicer, okay? It doesn't really work, but we just wanted to have this here so we have some components in this info bar. And then in here we're going to have a tooltip provider, and this tooltip provider is going to have this delay duration with a tooltip trigger and tooltip content. And this is a contact support button, okay? And we are not going to build this time because in the next video, I'm going to show you something amazing. And the next project is definitely going to break the internet. So if you haven't, just go and turn on the notifications for this channel, because I promise you the next video is something that I have never seen on the internet, and it's definitely going to impress you and your employer or whatever project you're going to be working on. Okay, so yeah, just go ahead and put contact support in here, and for this one it's the same thing. Tooltip provider with the tooltip, we're going to say tooltip trigger book, and it's basically like a guide. Okay, that's pretty much it. Now let's scroll up, and this is one of the errors you're going to see, which is the input component. Okay, so let's go ahead and get that input component. So go to Shadcn UI, and let's click on input button. All right, so I'm going to quit the server, and I'm also going to copy this command and open the terminal and just paste that in there. Okay, nice. And now that that component is installed, I'm going to paste this input. Actually, yeah, let me just paste this input like this. I don't like the other one. And we're going to use this input component, and we shouldn't actually see any errors. Nice. Let's run run dev, and we should be set. Okay, now we need to import the info bar. So let's go back real quick and import the info bar. Okay, guys, it's a very simple component. There's nothing crazy in this component. It's just a search bar right here. Okay, you guys have done this a million times. We have a tooltip provider for a tooltip, right? And if you don't know how I'm creating this, guys, go to Shadcn UI. Just go to Shadcn UI, click on tooltip. So scroll down, click on tooltip, and you see this right here. They're showing you what to do. So look at the code. It's literally the same thing. I copied this and I pasted it in here. Okay, that's literally it. So if you are confused of how I know all these things, it's because Shadcn UI literally shows you. They give you exactly what to do, so you can just copy paste. And the exact same thing for Aceternity UI as well. Okay, all right, so go back to GitHub, and I want you to open the .env.example file. And inside your project, you're going to shrink everything, and in your root directory in here, you're going to create a .env file. Okay, and go to your git ignore and scroll to the bottom where you see env.local, and you're going to say .env right above this or anywhere in here, so that it kind of hides that and doesn't push that. Basically, there you go. Awesome. And now you're going to copy this, all of this in here, and you're going to paste it inside this .env file. All right, so go ahead and open up your folder structure. You want to go into app folder, into main, into pages, and you're going to build the settings page now. So go ahead and say page.tsx inside the settings page. And this is where we're just going to show some settings for the user, right? Just to have a form where they can change their avatar and things like that. So let's get in here. And the first thing we want to do is we're going to say trafce like this with the default export, and I'm going to change this to settings like that. So now when you click the settings page, there you go, it shows the settings page as expected. Okay, great job. So inside this now, we're basically going to create the component. So first go ahead and create a div just like this. And this div is going to say flex column gap of 4. So if you type something in here, it should show. All right, awesome. And inside this, we're going to create an h1 tag. So let's go ahead and say h1 sticky top 0, z of 10, flex item center, justify between, border bottom, okay, border bottom, bg background of 50, padding 6, text for Excel, backdrop blur LG like this. And inside that a span called settings. Okay, so it's just going to show like this. And every time there's elements in here, right, when you scroll down throughout the page, this will stick to the top. So you know it's the settings page basically. All right. And then in here, guys, after this h1 tag, we're going to create another div and we're going to say flex column, gap 10 and padding of 6. And inside this, let's go ahead and create another div and we're going to give it an h2 inside it with a class name of text to Excel font bold. And we're going to say user profile. Okay. And this is a paragraph that just says add and or update your information. All right, perfect. And after this, we're going to have a component in here that we're going to call profile picture. And we're going to get to that in just a second. But let's go up top first and let's just create a work in progress flag and say wire up profile picture. Okay. So we can come back to it later. And down here, we're going to create a profile form, which is a component that we're going to build in just a second. So go into your components and inside your components folder, you're going to create another folder called forms. Okay. And inside the forms folder, what you're going to do is basically have all the forms related to this specific, all the forms related to our application. Okay, so go ahead and create a profile-form.tsx component. And inside this, I'm simply going to say tsrafce like this. And we're going to change, we're actually going to change this to profile form. Okay, awesome. And this is going to be our form component. So let's go ahead and build that out. So when building forms, Shadcn UI actually gives us a bunch of components straight out of the box. So let's go ahead and install all those components. So scroll to the bottom, actually somewhere around here, form, and we're going to quit the server. You guys know the drill. So quit the server, scroll down, and you want to copy this command and paste it into the terminal and let that install. Awesome. And now let's go back to our component and say bun run dev, and we can go back to our local host. All right, awesome. And inside this, first thing we're going to do is go back to the settings page and quickly import the form component so it doesn't scream at me anymore. And let's go back in here, and now this error should actually get resolved. All right, so I'm just going to create a state here. So I'm going to say use client up top. And in here, I'm just going to say use state and use state snippet. And we're going to call this is loading. Okay. And we also want to change this here. We're going to say use state. And in here, we're going to just provide false. Okay. Awesome. And let's go ahead and also import this from React. Next, we're going to say const form equal to use form. So go ahead and import use form from React Hook Forms. And if you don't know where this is installed from, guys, basically when we install the form component from Shadcn UI, because it uses React Hook Forms and Zod and all that kind of stuff, it does it for us. Okay, so it installs these dependencies for us. So now Z actually comes from Zod. So let's go ahead and import Zod as well. Okay, and this is a type that we're going to get to in just a second, but we're also going to have the mode, which is set to on change. The resolver is going to be Zod resolver, and I'm just going to go ahead and import that Zod resolver as well. There we go, Zod resolver from hookforms/resolvers- /Zod. Okay, and the name is going to be just a string for now, but we're going to change this when we connect it to a database, right? So since we're building just the UI for now, this should be good. So let's just put this and hard code these values. Okay, and let's go ahead, scroll to the libs folder. We're going to create a types.typescript file, and all we're going to do is say const edit user profile schema equal to Z from Zod. I'm going to import that .object. We're going to invoke it and pass an email, which is Z.string, which is a type of email. We're going to say required in here. And then for this, name is going to be Z.string, minimum of 1, and this is going to say required as well. So go back and quickly import this, and that should resolve this problem. Nice, great job. Now let's move on to creating the form. So the first thing we want to do is we want to import form, and this form comes from UI form, okay? And inside this, we're going to use the spread operator for all the form props and pass that into this. And this is also going to need the native forms with the class name of flex-call gap -6, okay? And inside this, we also need an on submit. So I'm going to say on submit, and I'm going to just pass in a function for now, and we'll get back to this in just a second, okay? So in here, inside this form, we're going to create the form field like this. And this form field is going to have the following props. It's going to say disabled is equal to is loading, control equal to form.control, and name is equal to name, okay? And it says this needs something in here. It needs a render prop, okay? So let's go ahead and build out that render prop. So the render prop is basically like this. Render equal to a callback function that provides us the values that we need. So let's destructure field from that, and we're going to import this form item and say form item with a label, and inside that form control with the input field from UI input, and then the form message all the way at the bottom. That's literally it. And this field that we're getting from here while destructuring, we're just going to pass that in here, okay, into the input component. So take this up as a challenge. I just taught you how to create a form item, a form element. So go ahead and create another form field for the email field, okay? So pause this video and then give that a shot. And if you don't know how to do it, I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. All right. Awesome. Hopefully you came up with this. If not, this is exactly what you need to do. So you're going to say disabled equal is loading, control is form.control, name is email, render, the same render prop is going to have this field in here, which is going to have the form item with the form label, form control, and a form message. And this input is going to have placeholder equal email, but we're also going to pass in something in here. I think there is email. Yep. Type equal email. Okay. We get some added functionality from native functionality. So let's go ahead and put that as well. But we're going to set this to disabled. Why? Because the user should not be able to just change their input, just like that. So this actually would probably be up here. So I'm going to say is disabled or true, okay, which is probably all the time. So we could probably just set this to true like this. Okay, awesome. And now finally, all the way at the bottom, we're going to create a button for the form. So I'm going to say button, and I'm going to import button from UI button with the type submit, class name of self start, BG blue. We don't actually need this. We can remove that, and maybe we can say BG white. That's fine. And text should be primary. Okay, I don't think it's text primary, so I'm just going to remove that. All right, there we go. That kind of solved the problem. And I don't like this, so I'm just going to set this to black like this, and the text on hover is going to be white. Okay, so it kind of switches the color. And maybe you can also set hover, and you can say border dash 1 pixel or 1 like this. Okay, all right, so here's what I'm going to do. I don't like this. I like this purple color, but I know for some reason I do not have that saved. So let me just go into the sidebar real quick, and I'm just going to grab that color from there, okay? There we go. That's the color. I'm just going to grab this color. You can also set it as a variable if you'd like, but I'm just going to grab it for now and then just put it in here, okay? So I'm going to say background equal white, okay, like this. But when we hover, background is going to change to the following, just like this. And this way we don't need the border, because the border is going to create some weird, it's going to kind of move because it's going to create a 1 pixel border. Nice. Now this loader 2, we're just going to import this from Lucid React, and it's just going to bring this up. And if you want to see what that looks like, I'm just going to say true in here. Let's just see what that looks like. There you go. Looks amazing, right? So we're going to say loader, and we're going to say saving right next to it. What's going on here? Okay, because we cannot have multiple components. So I'm just going to create a React fragment, pull it into that, and say saving just like this. If it needs to be, all right, there you go, perfect. And let's change this back to what it had before, which is loading. Nice, great job, guys. All right, so now is a good time to set up Prisma, because we're going to need some profile information, user information, and stuff like that. So let's just go ahead and set that up. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to say bun I-d Prisma, okay, just like this, and go ahead and hit enter, and that's going to install that for us. And the next command is bunx Prisma init, and this is going to initialize all the stuff that we need. And I think we should actually see some stuff in here. So let's go ahead and look at that. All right, so if you go to your Prisma folder, you'll see a schema file, and that schema file is going to have the following. And this is what we need because we're going to be using PostgreSQL. All right, so now that we have our Prisma installed, let's go ahead and set up the database. So scroll to the description and you're going to find the important links section. Click on the database link, and that's going to take us exactly to this page where we can create our database. And we're going to be using NeonTech for this. And if you have to log in, go ahead, sign up, do all that kind of stuff, and it's going to redirect you to this page where you can create a project. So I'm just going to call this YouTube video like this, and then I'm going to hit create project, and this is going to spin it up for me. Now go ahead and copy this link, guys. This is important. Copy this link, go into your .env file, and we're going to search for database URL right there. You're going to paste it. And what you're going to see is that sometimes it has this weird blue thing. That's because it thinks it's another variable. So you can just wrap this in a string to help prevent that from causing errors. Okay. And then click I'll do this later right here. And boom, there we go. We're done with setting up our database. Now go back into your schema file, and this is where we're going to create our models, which is basically like the structure for our data, right? So the first thing we're going to create is model user. So go ahead and say model user, and inside here create an ID, which is of type int, and we're going to say add ID, and then we're going to say add default, and we're going to set this to auto increments like this. And then after that, we're going to get clerk ID, and we're going to paste that in here. And if you don't know what this is, we'll get to it in just a second. Just bear with me. And then after that, we're going to get the name and email, and the email is also going to be unique. So we're going to say name is string, which is optional, and the email is a string, and we're going to say unique in here. And then finally, we'll say profile image, and then set that to a string, which is optional as well. And then the next couple structures that we need to get is also the created at and updated at. So let's put that in here with the date time set to default now, and updated date time set to the updated at. Nice. Now let's just see if everything is working. So we're going to open this. We're going to do bunx Prisma generate and hit enter. Awesome. So it looked like it created something for us. And now we can do, okay. So the reason why this is happening is we did not complete our Prisma setup. So let's go ahead and do that. So you're going to go back into your folder structure, source, libs, and inside here, you're going to create a file called db.typescript. And inside the db.typescript file, you're going to do the following. So you're going to say import Prisma client from Prisma client. You're going to declare a global variable like this, variable Prisma, and you say it's going to be of type Prisma client or undefined. And then we're going to say if global.prisma, global this.prisma exists, then we're just going to use this. If not, we're going to create a new client. This way, whenever that hot reload is basically not going to keep creating new clients every time. And then if the environment.node environment is production, then we're going to say global this.prisma equal db. And now let's go ahead and do the same command. So I'm just going to say bunx generate. All right, nice. And we're going to say bunx Prisma db push, and let's see what that does. Okay, awesome. So it looked like it actually pushed something to our database. So I'm just going to refresh here and see what we see here. All right, and if you scroll to the tables column, you're going to see users in here with the exact variables that we just created. How amazing is this? All right, guys, so now that we have all that set up, we need to also kind of finish up the schema, right? We do have a lot of things to add in here. So here's what I want you to do. You're going to go grab everything from the schema file in GitHub. Okay, so go to GitHub. Remember, you have it open. Go to GitHub, copy everything inside the schema file, paste it in here, and I'm going to walk you through what we just created. Okay, so this is what it is. We just have the same user model, and we have a clerk ID in here. We have name, email, and profile image. Okay, and then we have the created. We have something called created and updated, and then we have the local Google ID. Okay, and we have Google resource ID. So these credentials, all these credentials in here, these are needed when we need to basically create connections to all these different APIs. Okay, there's a bunch of really cool things in this one single video only, and I promise you this is something that is gonna take you a lot of time if you have to research. Like, I struggled to get all of these, to get the Google API to work. It was just crazy. So I went and did all the research so that you guys could quickly follow through. So just follow with me, okay? And then we have the Discord webhook, Notion, Slack, connections, which is all the connections we have, and workflows. Okay, so let's scroll down. So this is basically a modal for the local Google credential. Then we have the Discord webhook. It just has a bunch of stuff in here, the webhook ID, all this kind of things, right? And then at the bottom here, we have Slack, and Slack just needs something very similar like this. So every API, guys, needs a bunch of strings, okay? It needs a bunch of keys and values, IDs. We're just storing those, okay? Nothing crazy. So just type these down, pause the video, type it down if you didn't copy and paste. Same thing for Notion too. We're also going to learn how to connect Notion, right? So Notion needs the following stuff. So we're just going to put that in there too. And then we have connections. Okay, so these are all the connections. And once they're connected, we're storing all of them in here. And then we have workflows. And here's where, all the magic happens. Basically, we're able to connect all of the templates, strings and things like that. And we can essentially use that inside the workflow automations. Okay, so this is all you really need to make this work. And great job. Let's move on now. So the next thing you want to do, open your terminal. You want to say bunx Prisma generate like this, and you want to hit enter, and that's going to, spin up all the migration schemas for you. And then all we have to do is say bunx Prisma db push. Okay, nice. Now that should push that to the database. Okay, so it says there might be some loss in values, but since we don't have any data, we can go ahead and hit yes. It says yes. All right, there we go. Now, just to confirm, let's go back to our database page, refresh this, and there you go. Now we have all the migrations successfully moved to our database. And I'm no longer going to use this, guys. I'm going to close this because I don't want to see that anymore. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to open another terminal. Do this with me, okay? And you're going to say bunx Prisma Studio like this, and that's going to spin up Prisma Studio for you, and it's basically in localhost 5000. Okay, let me open this. And there you go. It just shows everything. Okay, all the databases, all the models that you created, everything is in here. So now you don't have to go to Neon Tech anymore. You could control the entire database directly from Prisma. How awesome is that? So now let's go back to our setting page. Let's see where we left off. Okay, we left at the profile form. So what we're going to do here is we're going to create profile pictures. Okay, so I'm going to say profile picture like this, and inside this profile picture, I'm going to say on delete equal to some function like this. Okay, or here, let's just do this first. So let's first create this component itself. So open your file, and inside this, we're going to create a folder called components like this. And inside that, you want to create the profile picture component that we're just talking about. So I'm going to say profile picture.tsx, and in here we're going to paste all that stuff. So I'm going to also use our snippet, and I'm going to call this profile picture like this. And let's go ahead and also import this component. So go ahead and remove whatever's in here, and we're going to return a div with the class name flex and flex-column. Okay, and inside this we're going to have a paragraph tag with the following class names, and we're going to set it to text-lg, text-white. And inside this, you want to say profile picture like this. And also don't forget to say bun run dev, and I'm going to do that in another terminal right here like that. And let's go back to the browser. All right, awesome. So we see profile picture in here, and that's exactly what we want to see. Now after this paragraph tag, we're going to create another div with the following class names: flex height of 30 vertical height, flex column, item center, and justify center. And inside this, all we're doing here is we're checking if the user has an image. And if they have an image, we're going to return the image itself. But if they don't have one, then we have to give them the ability to upload one, right? And we're going to use another tool to actually make this possible. So go ahead, scroll to the description, and you're going to find the important links, and you're going to search for the file uploader link. So click on that link, and it's going to take you exactly to this specific page. Go ahead, sign up if you need to, and then it will take you back to this page. We are going to be using Uploadcare to make this possible. It's a new tool that, I've never heard about it before, so I'm going to give it a shot and see how it works. So if this is your first time building using Uploadcare, you'd have to create a project, and it's just going to ask you for some basic stuff. Just fill in the info, and then it's going to take you to this specific page, okay? Once you're in here, go ahead and click on Get Started, and that's going to give you the entire guide to set up Uploadcare in your project. So go ahead and click on the Nextjs tab, and that's going to give you the NPM package that we need to install. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy everything in here, open my terminal, quit it, and say bun add, paste that, and then hit enter. Awesome. So it looks like Uploadcare was successfully installed, and let's see what else it's telling us to do. It's saying insert the Uploadcare component into your page. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create another component in here called Uploadcare button like this, and I'm going to create this component inside our folder. So inside components, you want to create a file, and you're going to call it uploadcarebutton.tsx. Okay, let me open this so you guys can see much more clearly. Okay, it doesn't show you more than that, so I'll shrink this a little bit. There you go, just like that. And I'm going to use the TypeScript snippet and call this uploadcare button like this. And in here, we're going to have a bunch of props. So the first prop we need is on upload, which is for now we're just going to set it to any. And let's go back and import this component like this. And let's let's go back to this Uploadcare button, and up top, we're going to change this to a client component because they're telling us that you need to change it to a client component. So I put that up top. See, this is good because you can see how to read documentation. Nobody actually shows you this. So in here, guys, inside this, since this is a client component now, just go right above this component itself, and we're going to say LR. And this LR here comes from this Uploadcare block. So let me go ahead and import that as well. And we need to basically kind of register the block. So it's saying that you need to register here. So I'm going to register the block right above the component. And then all we need is all this code. So let's go ahead and do the other logic that we need. So we're going to say const router equal use router, and that comes from navigation. And then we also need something called CTX provider ref, okay, which is the button ref. So let's go ahead and create that too. All right, so you see they're actually giving it down here. So let me copy this and I'll paste it in here. Okay, so it's telling us that we need to use ref, and the type of is the Uploadcare provider, the prototype, and Uploadcare provider. So this is not TypeScript supported, so we just have to create that for ourselves. So how this works, guys, is that it has a event called file upload success. Okay, we're gonna have a use effect, and we're just gonna create an event listener that's gonna wait for this event. And when this event occurs, the on upload function is simply just going to get info. And then we're gonna refresh. So we're gonna use router.refresh. We're gonna refresh the page so that the user can see the most up-to-date information. So right after this, create a use effect, and I'm just going to invoke this and pass in an empty dependency array. And inside this, we're going to say const handle upload, which is equal to an async function like this. Inside this, we're going to get access to event. So I'm going to say event is going to be of type any. And in here, const file equal await on upload, which is the function that the prop that we're getting. And to get that, we also have to destructure this from here. So let's go ahead and destructure that. So on upload, invoke it, pass in e.detail.cdn URL, okay? And after this, we're going to say if the file exists, then we're going to say router.refresh and just invoke it. Now, after this, you want to basically call the provider. So we're going to say ctx ref, the provider ref.current.add event listener file upload success. And when that happens, we're just going to pass in the callback function, which is this specific function. So let's remove this stuff in here. And also, I'm going to say bun run dev so we can see what's going on. Okay. And we're going to have this error because there is no ref attached to the element. So we just need to do that in just a second. So if you read the docs, it literally tells you what to do. This is something called web components. I don't know if you guys have ever heard about it, but this is how you can basically do that. So we're going to create this component right here. All right, guys, so when you try to paste that, you will notice there'll be some sort of error, right? So let me show you what that looks like. It will show up like this on your end as well, okay? And I want you to try to guess. Why is this happening? Why am I seeing this error that says a property does not exist on this type? So go ahead, pause this video and just try to make a guess. Why is this happening? All right, awesome. Well, hopefully you'll manage to guess correctly. But yeah, it's very straightforward. This is technically JSX is thinking this is an element. This is a type, right? And it doesn't actually exist. There is nothing called LR config. So how do we create that? Well, we need to go into our TypeScript config and we need to essentially add those types in there to kind of ignore that issue. So let's go down here and after path, just put a comma and paste this in here, which is types uploadcare /blocks/types/JSX. And I'm also, okay, we already have that running. So let me refresh this. Nice. And now if you go back to that code, you'll no longer see that error. Awesome. All right. And now we have our component pretty much set up. So let's go back to the profile picture and let's see if we need to wire up something in here. Okay. So I went back to settings page.tsx and there is a bunch of stuff that we need to still complete from here. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay. So inside the profile picture, the first thing I want to pass in is an on delete function, the user image if they have any, and then the on upload so that we can pass it down into the components. So let's go ahead and do that. So on delete this, and this as well. And I was going to throw the error saying that we don't need this really. So that's because we didn't mention it inside the props. Okay. So let's go into the component and we're just going to pass in those props, user image, string, on delete is any, which is basically a function, and on upload is also any. Okay. And now we need to destructure this from here. So let's go ahead and destructure that. All right. Nice. And inside this, first thing we need is router. So we're going to say const router equal use router. We're going to import that and invoke it. And then we're going to say const on remove profile image. So what happens when the user deletes the image? Okay, so we're going to say on remove profile image, which is an async function. And we're going to say const response equal await that function that was passed in. And if the response exists, then go ahead and refresh the page. And now since we have this pretty much set up, we can do the other half, which is showing an image. So I'm going to create this in here and I'm going to say user image. If this exists, then we're going to do something. If not, we're going to do something else. So grab this Uploadcare button and you're going to pass it into this component as the else block. And in here, we're going to create a React fragment and then a div inside that React fragment. It's going to have the following class name, relative, height of full, width of 2 divided by 12. And inside this div, we can create the image, and the image comes from next image. And let's go ahead and pass in the following properties. So we're going to say source is the user image, alt user image. We're going to say fill. And right below this div, we're going to have a button component. And that button is going to have an onClick prop with the on remove profile image function and also a class name of BG transparent text white 70 hover BG transparent hover text white. And we're going to import this X lucid React icon. Okay, so now when we go back, we can actually pass in all these values. So first, let's go to the remove profile image. So I'm going to scroll up here. So I have a work in progress flag, which is wire up profile picture and user image prop. So we can remove this now, and we'll get to that in just a second. So let's go ahead and say remove profile image is an async function that's going to have use server, because it's server action. And in here, we're going to say const response equal await db.user.update, where the clerk ID is auth user ID, and the data is profile image right here. And I'm going to import this db from our file, and the auth user basically comes in from all the way up top. But you're going to notice something. We haven't set this up. So that's exactly what we're going to do now, which is setting up Clerk. All right, so go ahead, scroll to the description, and under the important links section, you're going to find the Clerk authentication link that we need. Click on that link and it's going to take you to this page where you can create your application. And if you don't see this, go ahead, log in, and then come back to this dashboard page. So what is Clerk? Well, Clerk is a user management platform and sort of like the driving source for this entire application. They make it so seamless to create authentication and authorization for your user. And if you were to do all this stuff from scratch, you would literally have to have a dedicated team just for authentication, guys. And Clerk's process is so smooth, and for that reason only, the entire world literally opts for Clerk. And with that being said, the sponsor of today's video is Clerk. So thank you so much. And I just want to let everybody know, I really appreciate your support. Thank you guys so much for all the kind words. I got so many DMs about the content and all this stuff. So thank you guys so much. All right. So let's get started. Let me show you why this is one of the best tools out there for user management and how they make it so flawless, so perfect to integrate into any web application. So let's get started. So the first thing you want to do is you want to create an application, and I'm just going to call this fuzzy production. Okay, and let's turn off email and only keep on the Google authentication. And now click on the create application button, and that will spin up your dashboard. So open up your .env file, and we need to paste these variables into our .env. So I just copied my public key and the client secret. So I'm going to look for it, and I'm just going to replace that. Okay, right here. So go ahead, remove this and paste whatever you just copied, and you're pretty much set. And go ahead and click on continue to docs. So I'm going to quit the terminal so that I can actually do this side by side. And their documentation is really straightforward. So we are pretty much safe. So copy this right here, guys. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy only this part and say bun, add, paste this in there. And then that's going to install the package for us. And after that, I'm just going to scroll down here and look at the provider. And it looks like what they're telling us to do is essentially wrap our layout page inside this Clerk provider. So that's what we're going to do right away. So I'm going to shrink this so you guys can see clearly. And you want to go into your folder structure, and I'm going to go into the root layout page. Okay, not the page, the root layout. And we're going to wrap every single thing in here inside that Clerk provider. So I'm going to say Clerk provider is publishable key, and we're going to say process.env.next public Clerk publishable key. And then everything inside this is just going to go right in here. Okay, so it looks like they wrapped the entire thing. So let's just do that too. Why not, right? So I'm going to move this outside the HTML tag, and great. So now it looks alike. So we also need to import all these providers, right? So let's go to the top and we're going to import Clerk provider from Clerk/Nextjs. And now Clerk also tells us that we need to have a middleware file. So let's open up our document structure. I'm just going to close everything, open up source, and inside the source folder, we're going to basically create that middleware.typescript file. So if you remember the last video, we did a lot of research and we did so many examples of how you can use the power of the middleware file to do anything you want, like creating custom subdomains, all that kind of fun stuff. So if you haven't watched that video, I really suggest you watch, because that is the most viral video I have ever created on this channel. So go ahead, take a look at that, okay? So let's go ahead and say middleware.typescript, and inside this file, we're going to paste whatever Clerk is going to tell us right here. So I'm going to copy this, paste it in here, and then after this, I also want to have a config for providing the matchers, okay? So you can get this from the GitHub. I don't see this. Okay, I see it right at the bottom. So you guys can copy this too, no problem. And now for our application to work, we need to provide a bunch of public routes, correct? So that's what we're going to do. So please just follow through. If this doesn't make sense, that's okay, because we haven't created these pages yet, but just do what I'm doing, okay? So public routes, we're going to set the default route /API/Clerk webhook /API/drive activity /notifications, okay? So this is the first auth, the public route, the couple public routes that we need. And then the next one is ignore routes. So let's go ahead and build that out too. That is the API auth callback Discord, API auth callback Notion, and for Slack as well. And then API flow and API cron wait. Now, if you don't know all these things, it's fine. That's not the point. The point is we just need to set things up, and then eventually as we build, you'll realize what's actually happening, okay? So just follow through with me. I got you guys. So now that we have all of this, let's just go ahead and take a look at our homepage and see if we can access this user button, okay? So let's go in here. I'm going to go into the app folder. Okay, I see a weird error in here, so let's see if we can solve this. Okay, that's because we didn't do anything in here, right? So I'm just going to leave that for now and just say bun run dev. And I'm just going to comment this out for now so that we don't have that error, and then we'll get back to that in just a second, okay? So what is this saying? Okay, so basically what happened is, since we were accessing the settings file, it's giving us a 404 because it cannot find all these details in here, okay? So because of that, what we're going to do is we need to actually set up the authentication. So let's go to the root localhost file. So I'm going to click on this link right here, and that's going to open up inside right here as well. Nice, and there you go. We have access to everything. So in the Navbar, I'm going to essentially try to load that user profile. So I'm just going to go into global Navbar, and I'm going to provide that component. Maybe I'll just put it in here. What is it called? User button, right? All right, user button. And let's just see what happens. I'm going to refresh the page, and cool, we don't see the user button. And I want you to guess, why do we not see it? Well, it's pretty straightforward. We have not authenticated the user yet, and that's why we don't see that, okay? But this is not throwing any errors. That means everything is good. So we are good to go. So let's move on. All right. So now that's done, you want to go back into your Clerk dashboard, and please follow through with me and don't make any spelling mistake, because nobody can save you if you make a mistake here. Okay. So go into user authentications, open this, go to social connections, and you're going to see a bunch of stuff in here. Make sure everything is turned off except for Google. Okay. Click on the gear icon, and you're going to use these custom credentials. Okay. In Google for us to actually access all this stuff. All right. So inside here, guys, at the bottom, we're going to provide a bunch of scopes. So scroll down to the description. Guys, all the important things are going to be in the description. So scroll to the description, and you're going to find all these scopes. Make sure you copy each scope and paste it in here, okay? And make sure some of them are already not there. So since I already have the user info and user info email and user info profile, I'm going to just skip over those, but I'm going to add this. So I'm going to add the drive activity read only and hit add. And then we also need the drive metadata. And finally, we need the drive read only. So paste that in there and hit add, okay? So make sure, please cross-check this. Make sure you have all of these scopes, or else you're not going to be able to communicate with Google Drive and all that kind of stuff, okay? So just follow through with me and you'll be fine. So the next thing we want to do is we want to get access to the client ID, and we also want to get access to the client secret, okay, for our new application. All right, so go ahead, scroll to the description, and you're going to find a link to open up the Google Developer Console, okay? You can also look up developer console like this, and make sure you click on the console.developer.google, so the exact same page. That's why I put a link down below to go click on that, okay? So it's going to take you to this specific page, and here we're going to simply create a new project. So go ahead and call this fuzzy, whatever you want, okay? I'm just going to call it fuzzy production like this, and make sure it has no organization, and go ahead and create it, okay? And once you hit create project, it's going to spin that up, and you should see your project in a second. So let's just give that a moment. Okay, so it says select project. So I'm going to go ahead and just click on select project real quick. Okay, so it took me to the Google Cloud Platform, and this is where we can actually get access to all our API keys and stuff like that. So go ahead and click on API and services. Don't open this, just click on this one, and it's going to spin up all the stuff that you need. So the first thing we're going to need is we have to enable APIs and services. So go ahead, click on that, and then you're going to scroll down here and click on OAuth consent screen, and then click on external and hit create. Next, just go ahead and fill up this information. So I'm just going to say app name fuzzy-production like this, and just put a email in here. And then you want to scroll down, and I think you have to provide another developer contact information. So go ahead and put that as well. And once you're done, just hit save, and that should pretty much take you to this page where you can create the OAuth screen scopes and stuff like that, okay? So just keep hitting save and continue again until you come to this page, and then hit back to dashboard, and that's going to take you to this specific page right here. Once this is done, you want to go back to the credentials, and you're going to see this. However, we need to create new credentials, right? Remember, Clerk is requiring those credentials. So let's go ahead and hit create credentials and say OAuth client ID. And then go ahead and select a web application app type. And for the web app name right here, just go ahead and put whatever you want. I'm just going to call it the same fuzzy production. Sorry, production like this. Okay. And then now we need to pass in these URIs. So where do we get this from? Please follow through. Go back to Clerk, the Clerk dashboard right here. And you're going to find this authorized redirect URI. Copy this, go back here, and you're going to add URI in here, paste it, but you're going to remove everything because this is just the origin. So remove everything from here. Okay. And next you want to add another one, and we're just going to add HTTPS for now /localhost 3000. Okay. And once this is done, down here, you want to also hit another URI, which is the specific one that was given by Clerk. So go ahead and just paste that down below, and you should be good to go basically. So once you've done this, please make sure you look at the spellings or anything, whatever you typed. You want to scroll down and hit create. And once that's done, it's going to take you to a page where you get access to your client ID, client secret, all this kind of stuff. Do not share all this information, guys. This is private stuff, private info, but I'm sharing it because I will be deleting it soon, okay? But do not share all this info with anybody. So go ahead, copy the client ID, go back to your Clerk dashboard, and paste the client ID right in there. And then you also need the client secret. So I'm just going to copy that one as well. And I'm simply going to paste that in here. Okay. And now you can hit save. So great job. You have done the setup process and it's completed. So now we have one more thing to do. So just go ahead and please follow through, and we'll complete that in a second. So just a quick heads up, guys, you don't have to do all this stuff every time you set up Clerk. The only reason why we had to do this Google setup here is because we needed to get access to the Drive API, okay? And Clerk makes it very easy to do this, or else if you're gonna do it from scratch, it's very complex and you have to do a lot of things, okay? So that's why we need to do all this setup. And we're also gonna be experimenting with some newer stuff that we didn't do in the last video, which is using webhooks inside Clerk, okay? And why do we need this webhook? Well, let me just give you a quick backstory. Well, we need webhooks because whenever a user is authenticated, there are two ways of doing that, of saving their information in the database. The first version is the moment the user signs up, you actually capture the info and then you push it to the database, okay? But there's another better way to do this, which is through webhooks. And webhooks basically send an event to a specific endpoint that you provided. And all Clerk does is it calls that endpoint and sends you all the info. And because your webhook is inside your application, you can do all the process that you need to do based on that webhook trigger, okay? That's why we need to do all this setup. And we also have to set up one more thing, which is the auth sign in and sign up pages, and we're pretty much set, okay? So just keep this in mind for any project when you need to set up Clerk. All you have to do is exactly what you see inside the continue to documentation. So all of this, which we already did, and the final step is actually to create the sign in and sign up pages. So you can click on this and it's going to show you just have a sign up page and a sign in page, and that's it. And then in here inside your .env.local, you would have to provide these values in here so it knows where to go to. And that's seriously it. Like, that's it for Clerk. So I don't want you to think that this is how you would have to set it up every single time. Okay. So I'm just giving you guys a heads up. This is the process only because we need to access so many APIs, and that's why we're going this route. Okay, hope that makes sense. So now we're going to be using the webhook. So how do we do this? Well, keep this in mind. If you try to access a localhost address, Clerk is not going to know all that stuff, right? So how do you call an endpoint through a webhook? It's not possible. Well, there is something called Ngrok. Okay, you guys can look it up. So Ngrok is a tool that allows you to communicate between your local development and an actual hosted link. Okay, it's an actual hosted URL and it will give it to you, and then you can use Ngrok to call endpoints in your local host. All right, so this is the tool we're going to be using. So scroll to the description and click on that link, and it's going to take you to the page that we need to set up all the stuff. All right, so if you clicked on the link in the description, it's going to take you to the exact page that we need to set up Ngrok. Okay, it might have changed in the future, and if it does, just look up Ngrok and Clerk webhooks and it's going to pull up for you. Okay, so the first thing it tells us to do right here is it's telling us to download the Ngrok agent. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this, and also if it's saying if you haven't signed up, go ahead and do that. So I'm going to click on this to download the agent for Mac. So pause this video, download this, and come right back to it. All right, so hopefully you went ahead and installed the Ngrok agent. The next process is we need to go to get our auth token, and that's inside here. So go ahead, click this link. It's going to take you to your dashboard. You can scroll down and you can do the same thing here if you'd like, but I'm just going to copy this link because it's telling me to paste the OAuth token. Oh, sorry, the auth token. So once you paste it in your console, go ahead and hit enter, and it's going to show you a message like this saying auth token saved to configuration file. Okay, and right after that, at the bottom here, it's going to give you this to set up your domain and things like that. So copy this link. Don't just hit enter yet. What you're going to do is you're going to paste it, and it's going to give you this HTTP thing in here. You're going to keep it the same. However, you're going to change this link to HTTPS, and you're going to change this to 3000. And once you're done, hit enter, and it should show you a new link for Ngrok. And this is what it looks like. So it shows you a new hosted link, and it points that to your local host. All right. So I just wanted to give you guys a quick heads up that we will be using this tool, and you are going to need this when you want to work with, webhooks and external APIs that need to be hosted and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, great job. And let's move on now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run that Ngrok command, and I'm going to get my forwarding link. Okay, do this with me. Copy this entire link because you're going to need to set it inside Clerk. Okay, so copy that link, and you want to go to your Clerk dashboard right here. You want to go to webhooks, and you want to add a new endpoint, and it's going to give you this page. Go ahead and paste that entire link in there, but don't just hit enter because we need to do some setup. Okay, so after this, you want to put /API/Clerk-webhook like this. Okay, and once you completed this process, you want to scroll down to the message filtering, and if you don't see that, just open it, and you want to scroll to the bottom, and you want to click on user created and user updated. Okay, and go ahead and hit create, and that will basically kind of listen to this webhook and send all information to this Ngrok endpoint. Okay, now you want to go back into your folder structure, shrink everything so it's easier to open up, and inside your app folder, you're going to create another folder, another route group called auth. Okay, and inside auth, you're going to create a folder called sign-up, and another folder inside the auth also called sign-in. And this is basically needed for Clerk authentication. Okay, if you read the documentation, remember I showed you it's just one simple page. We need to put this in so that it can know where to go log in the user. So right now, if you try to log in, if you hit dashboard, it's going to throw the 404 because it doesn't know, what's happening in here. It cannot find the path. Okay, and how does it know this path? If you go to your env, I already have it copy pasted, but you see it says sign in and sign up, right? So this is the Clerk sign in and sign up URL, and then this is the redirect after you're done successfully signing in right here. Okay, so let's go back into the sign in component, and we are going to create another component in here and we're going to put these brackets like this, and you're going to put double brackets, and you're going to say sign in dash in, sorry. And inside this, you want to create a page.tsx. And this is the component that you need for signing in, okay? And in here, I'm just going to say TypeScript RAFCE. So you see it's already accessing the page, but it just doesn't know what to do. So there you go, boom. So this is where the sign-in process happens. So all you want to do in here, actually, I'm just going to remove this and just say sign in from Clerk Nextjs. And that's about it, okay? And let's do the same thing for sign up. So go ahead, pause this video, take it up as a challenge, and try to create the sign up flow, the exact same thing that we did for sign in. Read the documentation, use the appropriate components to create the sign up page. And once you're done, let's continue. All right, welcome back. Hopefully you got the answer. If not, this is exactly what you need to do. So create another group in here, okay, like this, with this double square brackets, and you're going to say dot dot spread operator basically, and you're going to say sign up, sign dash up, and you're going to say page.tsx. And if you don't know what this is called, guys, this is called a catch all segments route, okay? So basically it's like saying, hey, all the routes that come into this, pass it through this exact path. So it's catching all the dynamic URLs and it's passing it into this, okay? That's basically what this is. So if you have no idea, go to the Nextjs documentation and read everything. I also gave a quick explanation in the last video. And if you ever have any questions, I and the team, we are all ready to answer your questions in the Discord. And if you're a part of the school community, you can directly text me. You can ask me whatever you want, and I'll be more than happy to assist you with your problems. Okay, I'll even send you a Loom video if you send me a message on school so that I can, better help you fix your problems. Okay, and this is all you have to do inside the sign up component. You're just gonna export a default component called page, and you're gonna just say sign up. Okay. Now, one thing you'll notice is this, it looks really bad, right? It's all the way in the corner. How do we fix this? So I want you to think, I already taught you how to do that, but go ahead, make a guess. How can you create a wrapper, sort of like a container that can hold common styles for all the pages that are inside a route group? So go ahead, pause this video, make a guess, and if you get it right, awesome. And if you don't, I'll show you exactly what to do. Okay, hopefully you got it right. And if not, this is exactly what you're supposed to do. Okay, so you're going to create a layout.tsx file. And if you don't know what a layout.tsx file is, you can read up the documentation, but I'll be more than happy to help you. So give me a second, I'm going to explain. So layout.tsx file is essentially a wrapper. It just wraps all the components to create a layout. That's it. Very simple English, right? Nothing crazy. So it's going to wrap up the sign up component, wrap the sign in component, and each layout is native to a group. Okay. So for the main, this layout will wrap all the pages in here in that layout. So it's kind of like directly, relevant to the closest parent, right? Think about it that way. So yeah, so that's why we have this layout page, and all you have to do is, capture the children and pass all the children in here. And you want to say flex, item center, justify center, height screen, and width full. And that's why this block is right in the center of the page. It looks so much better, right? So now if you try to access localhost 3000, you won't have any issues, right? The reason is because we mentioned that this route has to be a public route inside our environment variables, right? So if you hit the dashboard button, now it's going to ask you to basically sign up and, create an account and things like that. But we're not going to sign up right now because we need to create the webhook. Our webhook is not set up. So let's go ahead and build out that webhook. So open up the folder structure and you want to create another folder inside the source folder, okay? And that folder is called API. And inside API, you can create a Clerk dash webhook folder like this. This basically acts as a path. And if you remember, we added this to the Ngrok URL inside the Clerk dashboard, right? That's the exact same thing that we're doing in here because we are basically telling Ngrok, hey, call this specific endpoint once the user account has been created. Now I'm just going to do this once, but you guys get the idea, okay? Because Ngrok has like a limited, it's kind of rate limited, so we can only do it few number of times. So that's why I'm just going to do it once, and then I don't need to do it anymore, okay? So inside this Clerk webhook, go ahead and create a route. And how do you do that? Well, if you haven't read the docs, this is exactly how to create a route in Nextjs, okay? So you want to say route.typescript, and inside this, we're going to do all the logic. So the first thing we need is we need to get the next response from next server, and then we also need DB. So let me import DB as well. Then go ahead and export an async function like this. And that async function is going to be a post method, okay? And this is going to give us the request. So I'm going to say request is going to be of the request. And inside this, I'm going to set a try catch, okay? And the try catch, I'm first going to get the body. So body equal to await request.json and invoke that. And then I'm going to destructure some values that come back from the body.data, okay? So in here, what do I need? Well, I need the ID, I need the email addresses, okay? So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this so I don't make any spelling errors, and you can do the same as well. So there you go. This is all the variables and all the values that we need. And then I'm just going to say const email equal to email underscore addresses at 0 because it gives us multiple .email address, okay? Finally, I'm also just going to console, whatever we get so I see it. And let's go ahead and save the user now, okay? So we're going to say await upsert. We're going to invoke this and we're going to say where the clerk ID is equal to the ID we just received. And we're going to update the following info. We're going to say email. We're going to say name is going to be first name. And the profile image is going to be the image URL. Nice. And then we also need to provide the create clause, right? So we're going to say clerk ID is going to be ID. Email is going to be email. Name is going to be the first name, or we're just going to pass in an empty string so it doesn't scream at me. And then we also need the profile image. So I'm going to also pass in the image URL or an empty string. Nice. And once this is done, we're just going to say return new next response user updated in the database successfully. And we're going to just send a status of 200. And if an error happened, let's go ahead and console that. Let's print out the error. And we also need to return this, we also need to return a next response of with status of 500. Okay, so now that this is completed, let's just hope for the best. And I'm also going to put a little emoji here so it's clear to me that, the endpoint was called, just like that, so it looks better. And let's go ahead and give this a shot. Let's see if it works. So I'm going to click on continue with Google and I'm going to sign in, okay? All right, so I just tried to log in, but it sent me this error saying access blocked, basically the account is not been added as a testing account, okay? So I'm going to show you how to solve this problem. I'm going to basically give myself access to this account. So you want to go back to your Google Cloud platform and you want to click on the OAuth consent screen. And when you scroll down, it's going to show you test users in here, okay? And actually before that, I also want to show you something. So if you go back into credentials and go into fuzzy production, under this down here, you're going to notice that we didn't add the localhost 3000. So go ahead and add that. Don't forget HTTPS and don't put the trailing backslash, okay? So once that's done, let's go back to the OAuth screen. And then in here, there's so many pop-ups. In here, we're going to add a test user and I'm just going to paste that email and I'm just going to hit save. Okay, awesome. And there you go. Now we have added this user as a tester. So let's go back and try to access that one more time. So now when you try to log in, it's going to say Google hasn't verified this app. Just go ahead and hit continue. And let's hope everything worked. All right, so I'm just going to hit continue one more time. And now it's going to ask, hey, I need access to Google Drive files, all the metadata, and activity. You see how awesome this is, and Clerk made this possible. So I'm just going to go ahead and check all of these and hit continue. And there we go. We have successfully logged into the application. Now, I want to see if we're actually logged in here, so I'm just going to put, the user button to see if everything's working. So let me try to go back into the info bar, which is under components, info bar, and go to index.typescript, tsx, And at the end of the guide, after this tooltip right here, I'm going to say user button like this. And if I'm logged in successfully, there you go. We see the user button and you can access everything right from here. And if I sign out, it should take me to the login page or sign in page, and you can try to log in one more time. All right, guys, so very silly error on my end, but I want you to think like a developer. So when I tried to log in and create an account for the user, I saw a 404 in my terminal right here. So I want you to think, what does this mean? Why can't API/clerks-webhook be accessed? So clearly everything worked, everything is perfect, but something happened where Ngrok could not find the endpoint, right? That's why it said 404. So I want you to guess, see if you can find the solution take it up as a challenge. And if you can't, just come right back to this video and I'm going to teach you exactly how to fix that problem. All right, so welcome back. If you also had the same error when you were building with me, first you need to go back to Clerk. Okay, let's just do that right away. So go back to Clerk. In here under the manage users, you'll see the user that you just used to create an account with. Delete that user. Okay, and you're going to go back. Let's just go back to this to the browser. So the problem was 404. What does this actually mean? Remember, we said 404 means page not found. So that page doesn't even exist. Forget about this part, okay? Because I fixed it and that's why it returned a 200, okay? But this means that the endpoint doesn't exist. But how can that happen? Remember, we created the folder. We created the folder, API folder, Clerk, webhook, and route.typescript, and clearly there are no errors. Well, the problem was we had the API folder in the source folder, in the root of the source folder. And the API folder has to be inside the app folder, okay? So that was the problem, and it took me a while, and sometimes this happens, okay? It's part of the game. You want to be a web developer, you have to suffer, okay? That's just how it goes. So let's try one more time. I'm just going to quit this and say run dev one more time. And I think with the new update, you can actually clear using Command K on Mac, okay? So let's go back here, and I'm going to hit continue and sign up with Google. It's going to sign up, and then if you open this, if the webhook was successful, you should see the console message. Awesome, that worked perfectly. And also in Ngrok, okay, so we're seeing some internal errors, but I think that's probably coming from because the fact that we deleted the user and stuff like that, right? As you can see here, it's saying something, error updating database. Yeah, that's because the user is already in the database. That's the problem, okay? All right, and now just to verify that the user was created and our webhook actually worked, if you go back to Prisma Studio and click on the user table, you should see your user right in here. Awesome. Great job, guys. So now we can go back to our settings page and actually proceed from there. Okay, so let's go to that. So you basically want to open the page, go to settings, and go to this page right here. So now all we need to do is pretty much complete this. So I'm going to uncomment this right here, and we're going to have all these errors. Don't worry about it. We're going to solve it, okay? So the first thing we need to do is to remove profile image. So let's go up here, and I know we did build that first, but I just removed it so we can rebuild it. So we're going to say remove profile image is use service to server action, const response await db.user.update, where this is, this, and we're just basically setting their profile image to empty, okay? But the issue is we need auth user. Where does auth user come from? Well, very simple. It comes from Clerk. So now we can say const auth user equal to await current user from Clerk Nextjs, and go ahead and invoke that, okay? And that should basically, okay, so this has to be an async component, and that should solve that problem. Okay, nice. And auth user.id, it's saying is potentially null. So what we need to do is we need to make sure the user exists. So we're going to say if this does not exist, then return null. Okay. Now what's the other function? So the next one we need is user image. So it's saying user does not exist. So where do we get this user from? We're just going to create the user right away. So what we're going to do here is after this, we're going to say const user equal await db.user.findUnique, where Clerk ID is equal to the auth user ID. Okay, so Clerk ID like this. Awesome. And finally, we need the upload profile image function, and that should be very simple too. So that is this. Basically, we're saying upload profile image. It's an async function as well. And we're going to say use server const response awaits db.user.update, where our Clerk ID is of such, and then we're going to say data is profile image, and we're going to just put the image that came back from that component. Okay, so now I see an error here. That's because we're using use router inside a client component. So let's go ahead and do that too. So go into profile picture component, and up top you want to just set this to use clients. Okay, sorry, I forgot to do that in the beginning. All right, now we may not see the image, and the reason is because we actually have to set that configuration in nextconfig, okay? So let's go ahead and do that. So what you want to do is you want to open up your document structure, scroll to the bottom, and you want to go to nextconfig, this file right here. And in here, we're going to say images, we're going to say remote patterns equal to this HTTPS host name is going to be image.clerk.com, okay? And now we'll need to restart the server, I believe. So let me just go ahead and quit this and say run dev, and let's refresh the page. Okay, so something seems to be wrong. our Uploadcare button is actually not showing up. So let me fix this error, guys, and I'll show you what we need to do, okay? Okay, so the reason why this wasn't working, I think, is because clearly we don't have the variables attached, okay? And as you can see here, we're passing those variables, but we don't have anything in there. All right, guys, so I think there's something wrong, and there's something wrong with the package name and stuff that I put in here. It's fine anyways, we don't really need this, okay? The only reason why we need this is if something changes, it's easier to just change the package stuff directly in here so that it updates, but it's fine, okay? This is what we're gonna do. So I'll show you how I debugged the problem. So I looked into Uploadcare, and it's very straightforward. They gave you the exact thing. I don't even have to do anything. I just copied it and replaced this. And there was a public key, okay? Previously, we had the wrong public key in there. So I'm just gonna remove this and paste this in here. And now if we go back to our local host, we should actually see that component right there. So let's just give that a second. Okay, so it's showing package version. Here's what I'm gonna do. Instead of using this link, I think there's a link here without the package version. Okay, right here. So let's copy this one. I'm just gonna replace this with that. And now if we go back and refresh, there we go, awesome. And if you click on this, dude, this is so nice. I actually love the UI that Uploadcare has. And you can just drag and drop images and files, and you can upload, and you can do a bunch of really cool stuff. You can connect your Google Drive, images. I don't even know. I still have to, research this. Maybe in the future, we'll probably make another tutorial, in-depth tutorial on this. So if you like it, give this video a thumbs up. And hopefully I'll make a video on Uploadcare the next time, okay? And one more thing you need to do as well is if you go into your next config file, you have to add this protocol and hostname in here as well for Uploadcare, okay? So don't forget to do that. I know I removed it the last time, but yeah, just post this in here and we should be good to go. Okay, awesome. So now let's continue. So let's go back into the page right in here, okay, under settings. And if you notice, we actually have this passed in here, right? So if we go into profile picture, we're passing in everything. We have the on upload, everything in here, but we're not passing that to our Uploadcare button. So let's go ahead and pass that. So all we have to do is essentially just copy this here, and we're just gonna pass in that prop in here, and we're gonna pass in the on upload function. And now inside the Uploadcare button itself, we are setting an add event listener, right? So basically when that event fires, we should be able to see this work. So let's just go ahead and give this a shot. I'm just gonna upload a picture in here like this. Let's put this one. Okay, so something seems to be wrong. Let's see what the issue is. So on upload is not a function. On upload is undefined. All right, so looks like I just made some errors somewhere. So let me just fix that, all right, guys? Okay, so a couple things happened. So I did fix the issue where, let me take this out, it looks awful. But yeah, I did fix the issue for the error, but that brought up another error. So I'm just gonna quickly walk you through what happened, okay? So first of all, the on upload was not a function, so we had to pass in a function, right? So I quickly, did all this stuff in here and like this, okay? We created this function here and I just passed that function in there. So if you don't know what this stuff is, you can go to the GitHub and take a look at it, okay? But yeah, I passed in this function in here, but we were already passing it in here. But what was happening? In this component, Uploadcare button, on upload was not being passed from the props. So I just took that, passed it in here, and that's pretty much it. Now this component is also accepting that. So I just changed this from any. That's how I kind of debugged. Because we were putting any, it caused a lot of issues. So now you know why you're supposed to never use any ever. But just for, simplicity's sake, I just did it to get the project done. But this is what you need to do, okay? So just probably put a function like this and you can return whatever you want. And like this. So in here, it's going to fire that, okay? So that's the first thing. Now, the second thing is after I solved that problem, I still had the weird issue. And it was giving me an issue like this saying, I think, is it this one? No, not this error. It was basically telling me that the information does not exist, okay? It was telling me the user does not exist in the database. But clearly, I went to my Prisma Studio and I can see the user in here. And I was so confused for a good hour or so. And it turns out that when I was creating the user using the webhook through Ngrok, what happened was because we had that issue, right, where I put the folder outside, it created the user when I fixed it with the wrong user ID. And because I was going back and forth and showing you guys different, how to fix the issue, I actually ended up having the older Clerk ID in here. So that's what happened. So what I had to do was just copy the correct ID and replace it for now. But I don't think you guys will face this problem. If you faced it, it was because when the user was created, the webhook was, for me, it basically used the older version because I was using multiple versions, right? Multiple accounts. I was re-signing up the user every time. So it used the old ID, and that's why it was not working. So it should work now for you. And now if we go ahead and try to upload an image, so I'm just gonna, click on, let's see if I can click on something else here. Let's just put this one, or let's just put this, it looks nicer. It's gonna upload. Amazing. And you will see your image. Now this looks absolutely horrifying, but I'm going to leave that up as a challenge for you to go ahead and fix up the UI. Okay. So because we have a bunch of really important things to look into. So I'm just going to remove this for now and make it easier for you. So you guys can go ahead and make that look nice if you have time. Okay. All right. So now let's go ahead and wire up the save user settings as well. So if you see here, I think you wouldn't have this, right? You probably don't have anything passed in here. So how do we do that? Well, first you just have to say user equal user and on update equal to update user info. Okay, this is a function here that we're just passing down. Now inside this profile form, there's also two props we need to pass in, user and on update, and then go ahead and destructure those values from here. Okay, and then after this form, also let's change this. So we're going to say user.name and user.email. Okay, and in the handle submits, you're going to create a function here called handle submit. Very straightforward. It's an async function that has values as a prop, and we're going to basically say z.infer type of edit user profile schema. We're going to say set is loading to true, awaits on update, and this is coming from the prop. Okay, and then we're going to say set is loading to false. And then I'm also doing a reset here. So create a use effect, say form.reset, name is user.name, email is user.email. We're putting user here as the dependency. Okay, and in here, go ahead and update this on submit right here, change this. Okay, and now another thing I noticed is that you're supposed to have the field above everything else. I don't know why, but I think that's maybe because of the disabled prop. I'm not sure, but just put the field above everything else. Okay, and there used to be a disabled prop on this. I think you can also pass it into the component itself. So I'm going to take this and pass it down right in here like this, or let's just put it in here. Actually, I think that should be fine. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So now one more thing we need to change is if you go back to the settings page in here, for some weird reason, I don't know why sometimes this auth user fails. Okay, and if you have that weird error, I think just refresh the server. I don't know what's going on, but sometimes it works here and then it doesn't. For some reason it says this is null, but I think that's because I was probably not refreshed or something. So yeah, just if you have that error, just reach out in the Discord, guys, or reach out in the community. I'll help you out. Okay, so yeah, so now if you try to save, there we go. Awesome, the information is saved. Now we're going to build out the connections page. So inside your folder structure, you should probably have the connections folder in there. Okay, so go ahead and say page.tsx, and inside this, we're just going to return a component. And this probably won't make sense right now, but we're just going to also get the search params. So just say search params, and we're going to basically destructure, and we're just going to say key, string, or undefined. Okay, now I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to set the following class name. So I'm going to say relative flex dash column and gap dash 4. And after this, I'm going to create the connections like heading. So h1, actually, this is bad. Let's remove this span. It should not be in a span. So let me go into connections and see what it looks like. All right, awesome. So h1 sticky top 0 z10, flex item center justify between border bottom, background 50, padding 6, text 4xl, backdrop blur of large. Okay, nice. And in here, we're just going to say connections. This is basically the title. And after this h1 tag, go ahead and create another div, and we're going to say relative flex column and gap dash 4. Inside this div, create a section tag with the following class name. We're going to say flex column gap 4, padding of 6, text muted foreground. And inside this, we're just going to put something. Okay, so I'm just going to say connect all your apps directly from here. This actually looks so good. I don't know why. All right, great. All right, so we're simply just going to loop across all our connections, and we're going to render something. So you want to go into libs folder constants, and I think we already copied that. All right, awesome. You just have to uncomment this. Okay, and let's also import this connections or connection. Okay, I think let's do this. So let's go into types, and I'm just going to create something in here. So I'm going to say export type connection is title is going to be connection type, and the connection type is actually up here. So let me create this right here too. Connection type, which is Google Drive, Notion, Slack, or Discord. Okay, and this connection provider props, it may not make sense right now, but don't worry about it. Just go to GitHub and you want to go into source providers and connections provider. We haven't built this yet, but we just need this type. So I'm just going to copy this type right here. Okay, and I'm going to paste it inside the connections-provider.tsx. Okay, so inside your providers file, go ahead and say connections-provider.tsx, and inside that, just go ahead and paste that. All right, now we can import this from that file. And now we'll also need to bring in the connection. So I'm just going to simply say connection from types. So now all we need to do really is just loop over all these connections, and we just need to render something on the screen. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So right after this, I'm going to say connections.map, and I'm going to loop over this, and we're going to get the connection itself. And for each of them, kind of return a custom component called connection card. And this connection card is first going to have a key. So let's just pass that in first. And it's going to have a bunch of other stuff. Okay, so let's go ahead and build that out. So inside this connections folder, please follow through. Okay, don't make any mistake. You're going to say underscore components. So this is basically all the components that we're going to have under the connections section. And inside this, we're going to create the connections card. Let's also quickly return a component in here, and I'm going to call it connection card like this. And if we go back to our page, all we have to do now is simply import this component, and we should be good to go. All right, there you go. It's returning the cards just as expected. Now let's go ahead and complete this. So you want to go into this component, and we just need a couple props. We're going to have type, which is going to have connection types. So let's go ahead and import that as well. And we're going to say icon is going to be string, title is connection types, description is string, callback is just a function that doesn't return anything, and connected is an object, and it's going to extend this. Okay, I don't actually know why we need this, but it's fine. We'll just keep this for now. And I'm also going to go ahead and destructure all of these props from this right here. Now go ahead, replace this div, and we're going to create the following. So we're going to say card, which comes from our components UI card. So you can create that if you'd like. I already put all the imports, so I don't have to care about it while I'm building, but just go ahead and import each at a time. Okay. And inside this, we're just going to say flex with full item center and justify between. And next we're going to create a card header, which is going to have flex, flex column, and gap of 4. And inside the card header, we're going to say div, flex, flex row, and gap of 2. And we're going to create an image from next image. And we're going to say source is icon, alt is title, height is 30, width is 30, and class name is object contain. And after this, we're going to create another div, and this div is going to have a card title inside it and the card description below it right here. So now as you can see, there's nothing in here. So we need to pass that. So let's go back to our component and let's pass in the props. So I'm going to say title because that's all we rendered for now. And I'm also going to say description. And after description, you can also have the icon, the type, and connected. Okay, this is the only thing that we're going to skip for now. So I'm going to put a work in progress flag right up top. So I'm going to say work in progress, and I'm going to say connections to be completed. And now after this header, we're going to have another div. So I'm going to create a div right here, and it's going to have flex, flex column, item center, gap 2, and padding of 4. Okay, and inside this, we are basically going to see if the user has already connected their applications, and if they have, we're going to just return a button saying connected. If not, we're going to return another button that says connect. So this is actually a link. So let's go ahead and put that in here. So we're going to say connected type. So if this is true, then we're going to return this, which is connected. So what I'll do here, guys, we don't actually need this really. So I'll keep this as a div here. Doesn't have to be a link, right? And I think, yeah, this should be good. And then in here, we're going to have this link here that allows the user to connect to that specific app. So go ahead and import this link from next link. And you're going to see this error. That's fine. We're going to get to it. Don't worry about it. So to kind of hide this error for now, I'm just going to highlight this and kind of hide all this stuff. Okay, so go ahead and do this with me so that you too don't have these errors. And there you go. As you can see, we have the connect button pretty much set and ready. All right, awesome guys. So now that we have our connections done, let's move on to creating the workflows, which is the best part of this entire application and probably the reason why you guys are here.
Web Prodigies.
Web Prodigies.
Web Prodigy.
Thank you so much, Web Prodigies. I closed a $1,000 deal after getting the sales training.
They won't stop teaching you until you see success in yourself.
Before, I never really had someone to guide me.
My life was completely changed.
Introduced me to the world of freelancing.
In just 2 weeks, it transformed my life. I had a clear picture in my mind, the next step I'm going to take.
After the mentorship, I'm kind of motivated.
I have this new boost confidence that I can do it.
Web Prodigies helped me close the deal.
This mentorship, as it is very, very practical, person can start implementing it right away and can see results.
If people work hard, they will see progress in months.
made me go from zero to $5,000 mindset, $10,000 mindset.
Live the desired life that I thought about.
The tricks that you've taught us, the things that you've told us.
Someone who has experience in the field.
If you didn't have a mentor, you won't have a career roadmap.
People can see the results in like 2 or 3 weeks.
You need to change your mindset.
I will be cracking soon $5,000.
Something that you cannot get in textbooks. It's so good.
Cheat codes to money making. So
And the money they put in, they can literally cover in 2 or 3 weeks.
The Prodigies can take you from zero to everything that you have thought of.
They teach us the way.
Web Prodigies have given me a very good insight into freelancing.
It is parent, like how he teaches and how he tells things. Just join the program. It will transform your life too.
So if you're wondering what is Prodigies University, well, it's a platform that we created that helps completely transform people's reality. And I say this confidently because I am the living proof of this entire program. The type of education in that community is something that you have never seen. And the complete truth is that real skill sets exist beyond code. Our goal is that you enter Prodigies University and exit as the best version of yourself. Quality mentorship that teaches you from someone who's actively doing the things that I teach. And we have created systems in there where anyone in the world can make $1,000. The first biggest win. When I got my first $1,000 doing my own work, it was the most precious $1,000 I've ever seen in my life. And I want you guys to experience that as well. So this community is only for people who think beyond code. And the business model that I'm going to be teaching in there is the single best business model in the world, which is how to become a creator. How to become a creator of your own reality and not follow other people. And I'm going to guide you through the entire process. We are going to help you become the best version of yourself. We're going to show you how you can take anything and monetize it today. We're going to show you how to also create a system inside that model that gets you leads constantly every single day, literally as you sleep. And it does exist. It is possible. You can create a system. Now, it's the best model in the world, but it's also the most difficult model in the world. And that's why you will never have a single competitor. Nobody can beat you because you are the best version out there. It's very difficult to beat someone who is the best version of themselves, right? And that's exactly what we teach in there, which is how to make you a prodigy. You have to become the best. And you also get unlimited courses. Any course we ever release, you will get it in there. You are going to learn skills beyond code. That means everything you need to truly succeed in your field. How to communicate, how to sell before you actually do the work. We're going to show you every single thing. We'll show you how to build a team, how to scale that team, business models, blueprints, every single thing that you need so that you can learn from the best in the world. So if you are ready to become the best version of yourself, look in the description, click on that link, join today, and I'll see you in the community. All right, so go ahead and open up your folder structure, go into workflows, and you want to create a page.tsx, okay? And this is sort of going to be like the default route when you click on workflows. That's what we want to see. So I'm just going to say RAFCE, and I'm going to change this to workflows. And this is a very simple component. We're just going to have a div here with flex column, gap 4, and relative. And we're going to have the H1 tag. So let's go ahead and say H1, text for Excel sticky, top 0, Z of 10. Z, if you don't know what Z is Z index, okay? Because I know in CSS it's Z index. So Z of 10, padding 6, background 50, background blur, LG, flex item center, border B, which is bottom, and justify between. And go ahead and say workflows, just like this. And after this, we're going to create a bunch of components, but let's just see if we can access it. So we click on workflows. All right, awesome. Now the first component we're going to have in here is called workflow button, okay? And the workflow button is going to be created under this workflow folder. So go ahead and say underscore components like this. And inside this, go ahead and create the workflow button. And inside this folder, I'm just going to create this, and I'm just going to say workflow button just like this, okay? So this is going to be a client component, and that's why we're creating this in the first place. I'm just going to say use client up top. Nice. And the first thing we need here is we're going to create a modal, okay? So let's go ahead. Actually, let's wait for that. Let's not create the modal yet. Let's just set the button. So in here, we're just going to remove this, and we're going to say button just like this. And inside this, I'm going to say plus, which is from Lucid React. and I'm going to give the button a size of icon, which I think is a newer addition to the button properties. But anyway, and then on click is going to be the following. So on click is going to be a handle click, which is going to have something in here. So I'm just going to mute this real quick. And in here, I'm just going to pass in the handle click. So why do we have this button here? Well, it's very simple. When the user clicks this button, we simply open a modal, okay? And we're actually going to be using the drawer component from Shadcn UI, but we want to have the ability to show a modal of some sort on the screen for the user to enter information for what they're about to create, okay? Now, usually how we would do this is we could literally hard code everything in here, right? We could just say create a state like use state, and we could store open and show, something like that, or hide, right? And we can do that right in here. But what if I want to use this in another component? Let's say I had another component inside this, and that's the editor, for example. Of course, it's not going to be here, but I'm just giving an example, okay? But let's just say we had an editor in here, and that editor also needed access to this modal, right? This modal state. What we can do is we can pass that state in here like this, right? But what if there was a component inside this that also needed it? It's going to cause some problems, right? So what we need to essentially do is create some sort of global state management where we can extract the state that is local to this component and make it global to the entire project or to a specific area inside your project. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So for a better visual understanding, because I know some people understand through graphs and things like that. So let's just take a look at what this looks like. So this is a component right here, and this component is called component A. Okay, component A has a child component inside it called component B. And now the problem here is we want to store a state that's in here called open state, which is set to false by default. And we want to use this value inside this component as well. So I want to basically have this in here. Very simple. All I'd have to do is pass this component as a prop into this component, and I can use that state directly in here. Okay. If there was another component inside this, again, I would need to pass this value if I want to access it inside this component again. So I would have to pass it from here as a prop into this. And what if you had 100 components? What are you going to do? Are you going to pass it as a state into each and every component? No, it's going to be very redundant. And in the enterprise world, you will pretty much pass out. Okay. So we definitely don't want that to happen. So what we do is we use a architectural principle called state management. So we extract the data from the component and we make it global to the entire application. And that way we create a data layer of some sort. And then we can access the data layer and get values or whatever we are storing in that data layer. We can extract it and use it in any component at any time we want. And even better, if we want to change the value of that state, let's say we had a state called, the state here is basically open right now, right? So we're going to store the state in the data layer. To change this data layer state, all we would have to do is send an action from the component directly to our data layer saying, hey, data layer, can you please update this state? And all it's going to do is it's going to go in there and change it for us. Okay. So in the enterprise world, we use something called Redux. This is very, very common, guys. You will see this. If you don't know what Redux is, you will not get a job, period. Okay. I'm serious. If you don't know what Redux is, you basically don't know React in the enterprise world. All right. So Redux is a library that allows us to do this. And there's a bunch of others too. There's Zoostand. I mean, there's so many, right? But Redux is very common and a lot of companies use this along with something called Thunks. If you haven't heard of Thunks as well, sorry. Okay. No job for you. Okay. So Thunks basically is a way to handle asynchronous actions. It doesn't matter. The point is, this is what we use in the enterprise world. But Redux now has gotten to a point where people don't even know what's happening under the hood. People don't know how Redux works or what it's actually doing because they have done such a great job with the API and all the logic of the application is hidden under the hood so that you don't have to worry about everything, right? And I just kind of want to show you, it is basically the React Context API, nothing else, all right? But the way they did it is really nice, very well laid out, and that's why, you know, Redux is amazing. That's why it's used in enterprise projects. So we are going to be using the React Context API and the reducer to create exactly what Redux does, and we're going to show you what it looks like, and you can use that for your applications. So let's go back to our project and let's go into providers, and we're going to create a provider called modal provider. Okay. And inside this modal provider, first thing we need to do is we need to say use client up top. And then we need to also import a bunch of stuff. So I'm just going to import that. It's basically create context, use effects, and use state from React. Next, I'm going to create the modal provider props, okay? And it's basically children that takes in the React node. And let's also create a type here called modal data. And the modal data is just going to be empty for now. And there's one more. This is the context, okay? This is basically what we're trying to store. We're trying to store data, which is the modal data, and isOpen, which is a Boolean, setOpen, which is a setter, right? Which allows us to change the value. And this is all we need. And then we have setClose. Now that we have the context type, let's go ahead and create the context itself. So context is basically like, you can think about it as the state, right, of where everything is stored. This is basically what we get access to when we create that context. Now you want to go down here and you want to say const modal provider, and this is going to be react.fc, which takes in the modal provider props, and this is equal to an arrow function, of course. Okay, and inside this, we're simply going to pass in, and we're going to destructure the children components. And in here, we can return something like this. Okay, nice. So now this is basically a React component. So all we're doing is first, we're going to create a state. So I'm just going to say const isOpen and setOpen. So this is all we're trying to store all these values inside this context. And that's why it's called a context provider. Okay, I hope that makes sense. And now the next thing we need is data and set data to change that data, correct? And then finally, we need showing modal and set showing modal. And then we also need is mounted. This set and this showing modal is telling what modal am I showing, basically. That's why we need this, okay? Because you can use it for any type of modal, for any type of data, right? And now modals are really weird. There's a lot of hydration errors. So we need to make sure they're mounted before we can actually render out these modals, okay? So go ahead and type in this use effect. It's going to basically help solve that problem. And next is the setOpen function. So the setOpen function does the following. It's an async function that takes the modal and any data that you want. So the good thing is you can pass in some asynchronous data and it will do the job for you. It literally fetch the data here and put all the data that it gets from there into this data object. And then at the bottom here, we're also going to create the setClose function, which is going to set open to false, of course, and set data to empty. And finally, before we render the component, we want to make sure it is mounted. If it's not mounted, return null, okay? Because only if it's mounted are we going to render the children and the modal components, right? And then finally, we need to say modal context dot provider because we're providing the data to all the children components. So this is basically the data layer, guys. This is exactly what I was trying to explain here, right? And then we have the showing modal inside this as well. So that's why all of these children components will now have access to this modal provider. And all the way at the bottom, we're also going to create a hook. And this hook is going to give us access to, the stuff that we need. So I'm just going to say the following. I'm going to say use modal. And inside that, I'm going to create the context. I'm going to create it and I'm going to check if that context exists. If that context does not exist, then I'm just going to throw an error. But if it does exist, I'll return the context. Now, why do we need this? Sometimes we want to limit the data layer only to some components, right? And if you try to access the provider, you're not going to get any data. So if there's a new developer who just came to the project, they're trying to use this, they're not going to understand what the hell is going because they'll be like, wait, where's the context? Where's the data? They're going to be very confused. And this error can probably help them. So that's why we have that in here. Okay. And finally, we also have to export our modal provider. So let's just go ahead and do that right at the bottom. Now, if we go back to our workflow button component, we can basically say set open and set close. So give me these two things from use modal. There you go. So now we can actually access all the data in the data layers, right? How cool is this? But now we also need to complete it because we need to show the modal. So let's go ahead and build that out. And also just a quick side note, in the previous video, we built an entire modal provider, an entire data structure, architectural design for our editor. Okay, we built a no-code, actually not a no-code, sorry. It's kind of like a drag and drop website builder. We built a full awesome agency software that can help agency owners and yourself. Okay, so go watch that video if you haven't, because I promise you that is the best video on the internet for web development. Okay, you're gonna get a ton of value. The second you start the video, you're gonna get excited. Okay, I promise you. So all right, let's move on now. So the first thing we need here is this custom modal. So I'm gonna go ahead and create this custom modal inside our global folder. So go to your global folder in here, and we're going to say custom dash modal.tsx, and inside this we're going to create whatever we need. Also, just a quick side note, you can pretty much turn off Ngrok now. We don't need this anymore because it's rate limited. I don't want to waste, you know, if you probably need it in the future, we're going to struggle. So go ahead and shut down the terminal for Ngrok. Okay, so head over to Shadcn UI and you're going to look for the drawer component, which I think is going to be around here. There we go. And it's a really, really cool component. Check this out. How awesome is that, right? So this is what we're going to be building. Very straightforward. Go ahead, copy this command and quit the terminal and let's install it. Nice. So once that's done, I'm also going to copy this so it's easier for me, and I'm just going to paste it all the way up top so that we can use this component. So let's go ahead and say tsrefce, change this to custom modal like this, and we're going to also pass in some props in here. So just follow through with me, all right, guys? So we're going to need the title. We're going to need subheading, children, and default open, which is going to be Boolean, and children is react.react node. You guys know that. And I'm just going to go ahead and destructure all the props, okay? And then let's go ahead and access our modal. So we're going to say use modal. I'm going to import that as well. So we pretty much have access to everything, and that way we can use this state to open up the drawer. And also I'm going to have a handle close so that we can set close on that modal. And in here, I'm going to return a drawer component. So let's say drawer just like this, and the open is set to open and on close is set to on close. And then inside this, we have to return the drawer content, and then we're going to need the drawer header inside this component as well. And the drawer header is going to have the title and the description. The title is going to be called title right here, and with class name of text center, and the drawer description is text center, flex column, item center, gap of 4, height of 96, and overflow scroll. And after this header, go ahead and say drawer footer, flex column, gap 4, background, PG background, border top of 1 pixel, and border top of muted. Okay, and we're going to say drawer close. This is the button that allows us to close a drawer essentially, and it's a button. So let's import the button from UI button like this. We're going to have variant, which is ghost, class name with full, and on click is the handle close that we just created. Okay, now let's go ahead and say close right here. Awesome. And let's also spin up our server. So I'm going to say bun run dev, and let's just refresh the browser. Okay, so let's now move back to our workflow component and let's import the custom modal. Great. And this custom modal is going to scream at you because it needs children props. Okay, so go ahead and uncomment this. And now this workflow form is going to scream at you again. So we have to create this workflow form as well. Okay, so let's go ahead, open this up. Let's go to our forms folder, which is inside the components. And we're going to say workflow-form.tsx. And let's say tsrefce, and I'm going to say workflow form for this. And this is going to have a prop right in here, 2 props actually, title and subtitle. Okay, and let's also go ahead and destructure it from here. So subtitle and title just like this. And now we're going to need to create the form, right, which comes from use form, and you guys know the drill. You've already done it a million times. So I'm just going to go ahead and import that like this. And now we need to create the workflow schema, and the workflow schema should be created inside the types file. So go into libs, types, and right after this, you can just paste it right here. And it is workflow form schema, which is z.object with name and description. Only 2 fields, nothing else crazy. Okay, and let's go back in here, and I'm going to simply import the schema and also import z from Zod, and we also need resolver, not revolver. Okay, we need resolver, so I'm going to import that one as well. And now we're going to have the isLoading state, which comes from the form itself, form.formState.isLoading, and router, which comes from use router from next navigation, so that we can, you know, kind of refresh the page whenever something happens. And now this error is going to show up, so let's go ahead and import it so it doesn't scream at us anymore. All right, perfect. Love that. And it looks like the workflow button is also screaming, so let's go back and change workflow button like this. Okay, so once you have this button here, if you try to click it, you'll notice it's not working. I'd like for you to kind of guess, okay? So pause this video, try to guess. We created the modal provider, and we also kind of wrapped the components in it, right? Like if you see this inside our modal provider in here, we said children, so whatever children we get, pass them down here, and the showing modal as well. But why can I not see this? Why is it not working? So go ahead, try to guess, and if you get the answer, awesome. If not, I'll show you exactly what the answer is. Okay, so hopefully you got the answer. If not, this is exactly why we're having this problem. So we created the modal provider, but did we actually use it? Nope, we didn't use the modal provider. So go back to your source app and inside the layout page. And above this children component, you're basically going to put this into it and wrap all the children inside it. So now all the components actually have access to the modal provider, and also import it, of course. And that should basically fix your error. And all right, there we go. So now if we click this, there we go, guys. Awesome stuff. So let's close this. It works. Open, close. This actually looks so satisfying. So going back to our component, so let's move on now, okay? So we need to create a card component, and let's go ahead and do that. So I'm just going to remove this, and I'm going to say card, just like this, which is going to have width of full, max width of 650 pixels, border none. And inside this card, we're going to say if title exists and subtitle exist, then we're going to return a card header with the title and card description with a subtitle inside it, okay? And then after this, we need the card content. So I'm going to pass that in here. And I would like for you, again, to take this up as a challenge. I already taught you how to build a form, and if you don't know how to build forms, please go back, watch the form part, learn how forms work, take this up as a challenge. You need to struggle sometimes, okay? Trust me. This is the best way for you to learn. When you take action and you actually try to do things again and again, you're going to understand. And then you can copy paste if you'd like to. But now pause this video, give it a shot, try to build out the form. And if you don't know how to do it, I'm going to show you in just a second. Welcome back. Hopefully you got the answer. If not, this is exactly what you need to do. So go ahead and create the form just like this. And inside this, we're going to pass in the form component, okay? And inside this, you also have to pass in the onSubmit. So let's say onSubmit equal form.handleSubmit, invoke it, and we need to pass in a submit handler, okay? So I'm going to create a very simple submit handler. Actually, I'm just going to create a function in here for now. I'm just going to say const handle submit equal to an arrow function, and I'm just going to pass that in here, okay? And this form is also going to have a class name of flex column, gap of 4, text left. And inside this form, we can now pass in our form field. So our form fields are basically the same thing. It's a form field with form item inside it, the label, control, and the message. This message is basically the error message, okay? So our form field is going to have the disabled prop, which is going to be is loading, control, which is form.control, name is name, right? Name of the workflow, the render function right here with field, and the field is what we have to use in here with the spread operator. And let me also, okay, sorry, this has to be down in here. This is correct. So I'm going to import the input component. And there we go. And then we have the form label with the name and the control with the input with the spread operator with field inside this and a placeholder with name. Okay, awesome. And the same thing for the description. Nothing else. Literally copy paste, change the name here, change the name here, and you are set. So let's just see what this looks like. Looks amazing. I love it. And finally, we're going to need a button, right? We need to submit this form. So I'm going to create a button down here. So inside the form, go ahead and say button like this. And also don't forget to import it. So I'm going to import it from UI button. The class name is margin top of 4. Disabled prop is loading, type is submit, and is loading. So if it is loading, then we're going to return a loader like this, okay? And maybe we can say saving right next to this, but this might need to be a React fragment. And let's move this in here. And I'm just going to call this save settings just like this. So now if we click on this, there you go. A really, really nice modal. And you can also control this, guys. I think this is a really nice component. I don't know why people never thought about it. I mean, maybe people did, but I haven't seen this on any other library. So great job, Shadcn. All right, great job so far, guys. So we just finished building the workflow button and the drawer. So let's go ahead and render out some workflows, right? So inside your components folder, create an index.tsx, and we're just going to change. Okay, let me fix that. And we're going to say tsrafce and change this to workflows as well. And now we're going to return a div here, just like this. And inside this div, we're going to return a section tag. And inside the section tag is where we're going to have all the components render out, okay? So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another component in here. Where is this? Okay, right in here. And we're going to call this workflow.tsx, okay? This workflow is just a card, very simple card, nothing crazy. So go ahead and say tsrafce again and change this to workflow, not workflows, just workflow. And this workflow is going to get the following props. So let's get the name, description, ID, Boolean, okay? And also let's destructure it from here. And now let's remove whatever's here and let's return a card component. And this card component comes from Shadcn's the UI folder. So I'm just going to paste all the imports so I don't have to go crazy with it. And I can just keep building through this, okay? And inside the card, we're going to have the card header. Let's go ahead and say card header with flex column and gap of 4. And this card header, what is this? Well, it's basically all the images, okay? It's all the images that are related to the nodes that are being used inside our workflow, okay? But let's go ahead and build that out. So it's a very simple component. I'm just gonna say link. It's a link component, okay? Because we wanna have the ability to navigate to some place, right? When this comes in. So, and also we need the ID in here. So I'm just gonna remove this and say ID like this. Awesome. And this image is the image component, right? So let's go ahead and import that from next image. And this right here is no longer going to be props. It's going to be name and description. So let's just look over this. So we have a link up top with a div, which has flex row, and gap of 2. And we have 3 images just to show you what this looks like, okay? And there's a little bit of a challenge in this, and I'll show you that at the end. But right now, I'm just going to say challenge. Okay, just like this, so that when you guys get this code, you can actually use you can read this, refer to it, and see where your challenge is. So I'm going to go back now in here, and I'm going to render out to one of the workflows. So I'm just going to say workflow, oops, not that, workflow like this, and let's just render this out. And it's going to need a couple props. So I'm just going to pass it. I'm just going to say creating a test workflow, for example. And the ID right now, I'm just going to put a random number. The name is going to be automation workflow. Publish is going to be false, for example. And now let's go back and also import the workflows that we just created. And if you don't know which page we're on, we're actually on the page.tsx. Guys, if you don't know which page I'm on, you can look at this up top. This is the drop down that shows everything in here, right? Oops. Okay, never mind that. So you can just refer to all the breadcrumbs up top here, so it's easier for you to understand. Okay. So let's see. We're seeing some errors in here. Not sure what that is, but we will solve that in just a second. Okay, so there's some naming convention issue here. So I'm going to go back to the page.tsx under the workflows, and I'm just going to change this one here to page, okay, just to make it easier to understand like this. And now we can import workflows from our components folder. All right, awesome. And it looks like there's another issue. Not sure what this is, but let's see how we can fix it. All right, awesome. And let's go into our workflow component because we still have to complete this. We only have this section done, and let's complete it from here. So after the header, we're going to have a div with the class name of flex column, item center, and a gap of 2, padding of 4. Okay, and we're going to have a label in here, and this label is going to look like this. Okay, so let's go ahead and import the label from our components UI label. We're going to say HTML4 airplane mode. Okay, or I mean, actually, I think I copied this. We'll keep it at airplane mode. Sounds cool. Okay, and we're going to create a switch component. So after this label here, let's also create a switch component, and we might have to import the switch component, but we'll get to that in a second. But in here, I'm just going to say on for now. This way users can, toggle it to be published or to be turned off, right? And let's go ahead and fix this as well. So go into Shadcn UI, open the navigation bar, and you're going to scroll to where you find switch. And now you guys know the drill. I'm just going to quit this terminal, copy this command, and I'm going to paste this in here and hit enter, and that's going to install our package. And then I'm going to also copy this import statement in the meantime, and then also I think that's pretty much it. We should be good. So let's run bun run dev, and that should kind of spin up our server. Okay, nice. You're going to see these 2 errors, and the reason is because clearly we're not passing any data. So I'm just going to turn this off for now so that we can see how beautiful our stuff looks. All right, awesome. There you go. Okay, and basically we're just going to toggle this on and off when the user changes it. That's pretty much it. Okay, so I'm going to go up top, and I'm also going to put a work in progress flag saying wire up DB. Nice. So now if you go back here to our workflow index, sorry, it's not index, the page.tsx, and let's say if you had multiple workflows, this is what it would look like, right? Looks awesome. Maybe the gap is a little too much. Let me see if I can fix that. Okay, so go back into the workflow component, and I'm just going to remove, I'm just going to maybe change this to 2. Let's see what that does. All right, that looks better. However, all right, guys, so I just changed this one under the workflows. I just made it margin 2. Okay, and inside this, I also removed, there was something in here. I think it was like a gap. Yeah, I just removed that gap of 2. And then inside the workflow, I think this is fine. Yeah, this should be good, just to make it look a little nicer. Right now it's a little better. Before this, it was horrifying. Okay, so here's your next challenge. Inside the workflow, this is basically a link. So when you click on this, it's going to take you to a page, but the page shows 404 error. Okay, so I just want to show you what we're trying to accomplish. We want the URL to look like this: workflows/editor/a dynamic ID. If you have watched the previous videos, I have taught you guys every single thing, and we're literally doing the same thing again, right? So go ahead, pause this video, and let's put your skills to the test. Try to build a route structure that allows us to render this specific URL in the browser. Okay, pause this video and give it a shot, and if you don't know how to do it, I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. All right, awesome. So what you need to do is inside the workflows folder, you want to create an editor folder, right? Like this. And this basically creates another route. So we have workflows/editor. Now inside this, we need a dynamic ID. Well, how can you do this? If you guys remember when we were doing auth, I explained what a dynamic path is, right? And this is actually called catch all routes, but a dynamic path is basically, think about it like an ID that can be passed in that can dynamically change, right? And based on that ID, you want to render different elements on the page or some different data on the page. So to create that, all you have to do inside here is create another dynamic path. So I'm just going to create a folder in here. We're going to call this editor ID like this. And inside this editor route, not inside the editor ID, this editor route, we're going to create a page, a file, okay? And this file is called page.tsx. And I'm actually going to leave this part as a challenge for you because I have done this 5 million times in all the other videos. And if you're coming here to for the first time, it's fine. Even if you skip this challenge, it's okay. But all you're going to do in this editor page is if the user ever tried to access an editor page. So let's say they were on workflows like this, and they try to access the editor page, which is like this, but they do not have an ID. Then all you're going to do is you're going to look in the database for any workflow that they have, and you're going to create a workflow for them. And you're going to create that specific workflow and then send them to that editor ID. It's a very, very simple process, nothing crazy. And if they don't have anything, I mean, you can also change the behavior, right? It's up to you. Maybe you'd want to send them back to the workflow page to probably create one. Or you could probably send them back here and then trigger the states in here so it's automatically prompting them to enter their information for the information for the workflow. That's another way you can do it. Okay, so just giving you, a good challenge where you guys can work through things. It's pointless me going through all the same stuff again and again. So watch the videos because every video you get 100 times better at the things you do. Okay. And now inside this editor ID right in here, we're going to create a page.tsx. And this page.tsx, dude, I can't speak, is going to have all the components that we need for our editor, basically. Okay, so let's go ahead and build that out. So I'm just going to say tsrafce like this, and I'm going to call this page with a capital P. And inside here, I'm going to remove this and say class name height of full. Now we're going to do a bunch of new things here. Okay, so just please pay close attention. So we're going to create two different providers. Okay, for one, we're going to be using a library because I want to show you what it looks like to also create global state management using a library itself. And the other one, we're going to be using the standard steps that we did in all the projects so far, okay? Which is we're going to create a really nice editor to handle all the states across the entire application, okay? So let's go ahead and do that. So what you want to do in here is you want to say editor provider, just like this, editor provider, and we're going to create this provider in just a second. So scroll down, go into your providers folder, and you want to create a new file in here called editor-provider.tsx. And inside this, we're going to create the provider we need. So first, I'm going to change this to a use client component, and I'm going to import the following stuff, okay? So we're going to have dispatch, create context, use effect, and use reducer. So this is what I was talking about in the diagram right here, right? We're going to be creating this data layer, but much more complex data layer using the same principles that we used in the previous one, okay? So first thing we're going to do is we're going to say type editor node is equal to editor node type. And this editor node type is going to come from another folder. So let's go ahead and create that. So you want to go in here, go into libs, into types, and you're going to call this editor node type is going to be ID string, type, position, because we have to know where the node is placed on the screen, right? And then we're going to have the data, which is all the type of data that we can possibly have. And now what I'm going to do here for this is I'm going to create another type up top called editor canvas card type. And for that, I'm going to provide title, description, completed, current, metadata, and type. Okay. And this is going to need one more type. And this type is going to look like the following. So for now I have this. I think some things are not being used in here, but it's fine. Just put all of this in here. Maybe we might create bonus add-ons for this. I'm not sure. But yeah, just put all of this: email conditions, AI, Slack, Google Drive, Notion, custom webhook, Google Calendar, all this kind of stuff. And now let's go back to our provider and let's import this new type that we just created. And now we're going to create the editor type itself. So the editor is going to have all the elements and all the edges. Okay. This is not going to make sense right now, but I'll show you in just a second. And then we're going to have the selected node, which means what is selected. And depending on that, we can show the settings. Okay. And finally, we're also going to have a history stack. So we can also undo and redo. And I might actually leave this as a challenge. I'm not sure, because the last video we went across all this stuff. I taught you how to create history stacks and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to say history stack right here, and then we're going to have the editor state itself. Okay. And now we need to create some initial states for our editor, right? So the initial state is going to say editor state at editor, and basically this, okay, this stuff right here. And we're going to say elements is going to be empty in the beginning. The selected node is just going to be empty again. So data is going to be all, you know, completed, all false, all the default data. And same thing for this part as well. And the edges, of course, are going to be empty, right? And now we need to say initial, we have to basically create initial states for everything. So the initial state for the history stack is going to be history with the initial editor state, and then the current index, which is 0, because when we start, we want to have nothing in there, right? And same thing in this initial state right here. So I'm going to say editor state like this. Okay, great job. And now we're going to create this reducer. So some people had some confusion. They didn't actually understand how the reducer worked under the hood. And let me see if I can try to explain it right here. Okay. So think about it this way, guys. What does the term reducer mean? Well, it reduces something, right? It changes something. So if it's changing something, that means all we have to do is call this reducer, and the reducer is going to change our state. Think about it that way. Okay, I think that's the simplest way to explain it. So how it works under the hood is this is our reducer, right? This is our reducer right here. This reducer gets access to the state that we have, and it also gets access to the action that we want to create to reduce our state. Okay, now what is an action? Think about it this way. Let's use a real life scenario. So the state is basically your day. It's today for you. Okay, today is a state, and in today you're gonna have a bunch of actions that you're gonna perform, which is maybe cook, I don't know, do you do the dishes, something like that, right? So these are actions that you can send to your brain, okay, and your brain's gonna be like, okay, I need to do this stuff, and it's gonna literally change and reduce, or I can say change is the best word, but it's gonna change the state, and your state here means your day itself. Okay, so this is I guess a very real life example, probably not the best example, but it can probably help you understand even clearly. So the action that you're gonna send to to your brain, telling it to do a certain step, is what do you want it to do? And you also have to send it some other data that you want, right? Because sometimes you might want to send some extra data to tell yourself to perform a specific action and then change your day, right? So what is it? Maybe, I don't know, clean, for example. And the data, maybe you could say something like, don't forget to use what I just bought. Okay, as just an example. So you see how you can pass some data into this reducer, and the reducer will change the state. So this is basically what is happening. So all we're doing is we're creating a switch statement that checks for all the different states that are coming in, all the different actions that are coming in, and based on the action we are performing, we are reducing our state to what we want it to look like. That's pretty much it. Okay, so if this looks huge, just don't get confused. It's just a function that changes our state. That's it. okay? If you're wondering how this reducer gets access to the state and how it gets access to, the actions that we want to perform, well, we're using something called a dispatch function, that is a dispatch method, which is provided by React. So under the hood, React does all these things, okay? So we're not making that work. It's just React is doing the magic. We are just feeding it the information we want, okay? So you're going to come in here and you're going to say const editor reducer equal to an arrow function. And this is going to have two parameters, which is the state itself, editor state, and we're just going to give it the initial state when we start, okay? So let's think about it like your day has just begun and you have absolutely nothing to do, okay? Think about it that way. And then you have the action. What are the actions? Well, we have a bunch of actions that we would like to perform, right? So I usually like to put all the actions in a separate type so that we can keep track of all the different events we have. So let's go into the type folder, type file, and down here, I'm going to create the editor actions, which is, these are the following I have: load data, update the nodes, redo, undo, and select an element. And now we also need this specific type, and this type is going to be editor node is equal to the editor node type. So this is basically what the elements can look like, but it's an array of all of them, okay? So this is the data that we're passing, and this is the action, the type of the action. And this entire thing is the action itself. I hope this makes sense. So now let's go back and let's import these actions. And now we can use it in here. So I'm going to say editor state. Why am I doing this here? Because my editor reducer should return an editor state at all times. If it doesn't, then I want this reducer to throw an error or TypeScript to say, hey man, what's going on? Okay. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create my default state so that I don't have an issue here. So I want you to think, what should I return as the default state in here? Inside the reducer, what do I have to return in here? Great. If you thought that we have to return the initial state, good job. Okay. So I'm just going to create a switch statement up here so that way we can look at all the cases, and based on the cases, we can return what we need to. And I'm going to return a default state. And inside the switch, I'm going to say action.type, just like this. Okay. So essentially what we're saying in here is, hey, if there's no actions that we provided that were not of the type that we can handle, by default, just send this right in here, okay? And the state in here is the editor state, is a type editor state, which in the beginning will be initial state. So that's why we're getting no more errors thrown here, because the initial state is always going to be of this type. Next, we're going to create the redo functionality. So case redo, okay, is if the state.history.current index is less than the state.history.history.length minus 1, then all we're doing is we're saying, okay, so we have something in there so we can actually undo some stuff. I'm sorry, we can redo something, right? And we're saying const next index equal state.history.current index plus 1. So we're saying what the next current state should look like is this specific one, okay? And we're just saying next editor state is equal to everything in state.history.history at that specific index that we want. And then we're going to say const redo state. So this is the entire state again, okay? We're redoing the entire state and giving a new state. So we're saying everything in state, the editor is going to be this, but the history is going to be state.history, but the current index is going to point to the next index here, okay? And then all we're going to do here is just return that redo state. Great job. And worst case scenario, we're just going to return the state right here so that it doesn't panic. Well, not really worst case scenario. It's that if this doesn't pass, right? That means we don't have anything. Then we're just going to return the state itself. The next one is the undo functionality. If the state.history.current index is greater than 0, awesome. Then we can go ahead and, that means we have some history in there, so we can undo some stuff. So all we're going to do is we're going to say previous index is what we have minus 1. And we're going to also get the previous state, which is everything inside our history. Remember, the history stack keeps track of all the editors. Every single version, it is storing it, okay? And guys, if you want to see a full visual representation, it's in the last video, okay? And all we did here is we said previous index like this, and then we created the new state now, and we're just returning that state. Next, we have the load data. Very straightforward. All it's going to do is it's going to return everything in state, but the editor is going to be everything that's already in editor, but the new elements is going to be what we pass in from the action.payload.elements, or we'll just pass in the initial editor state.elements. And the edges are going to be whatever's passed in from the payload as well, the action, sorry. And finally, the selected element. So when we click on an element, right, we're going to fire this action, and we're going to say, hey, set the selected node to whatever I gave you inside that action body. So in here, all we're doing is we're passing something in here saying, hey, select this one. And then we're saying, this is what you need to select. And that is this right here. So we're just assigning that to this property. Awesome. So that's it for our reducer. And down here, we're going to say export type editor context data, because remember, we have to create a context provider and wrap our entire application in this, right? So that's what we're trying to do here. So we're going to say devices. Actually, we don't actually need devices, or do we? I don't think we need devices, and neither do we need this one. So I'm just going to remove this. I think I just got this from the last solution. That's why. But yeah, we're going to do that. And then after that, we're going to create the editor context data, which is going to have the state, which is editor state, dispatch, which is a dispatch function with the dispatch type of the editor actions. Okay, so if you see here, it's going to show this specific type, right? And then the state is going to have initial data, and dispatch is going to be a function because you need to invoke it. And now we're going to create our providers. The provider is going to accept children, right? Because we have to wrap our application inside that provider. And then this is our provider, editor provider equal to props. And this is what the props, right? The props are this basically right here. And then we're going to say const state, and dispatch comes from use reducer. And use reducer is a React hook that gives you access to these two things. Okay. So this is some under the hood functionality. You don't have to care about anything. All you have to care about is you can use this reducer to create whatever we just did right now. Okay, so it's like a state basically to hold a state, and you just have to pass in the editor reducer and what its initial state should be, and React does everything under the hood of creating that, you know, state management system and then passing it down into the child components if you have wrapped your application within this provider. And finally, I'm going to create a hook like we did before to throw an error if anything happens. And let's also return and export default the editor provider itself. Great job. So now that we have this, let's go back to our editor page.tsx, and I'm just going to import this component right here. And it's going to scream at me because it's saying, hey, I need something in here, so please pass all the data. Okay, so I'm just going to say div for now. All right, now inside this, we're going to create one more provider. And I think I'm going to use the same methods that we did here. So let me just go ahead and create that. Maybe we'll use the library for the other one. Okay, so this one is called connections provider, like this. And let's go ahead, open your folder structure, go to providers, and we're going to create that connections provider. And it looks like I already have something in here. So yep, so it looks like we created a type here, I remember. Okay, so after this type, we're going to scroll up top and we're going to say use client up here. And then I'm also going to import all the, the create context, use context, and use save from React. And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create the initial value. So go to GitHub and copy these initial values. Okay, it's just for Google, for Discord, for all these nodes. We're going to have a bunch of, default values inside them, right? So that's exactly what we are creating here, okay? And then after this, I'm also going to create another type here called connection with child props, okay? Finally, scroll to the bottom and let's create our context. So I'm just going to say connection context and just going to put, the initial values in there. And then I'm going to create the provider. So I'm going to say const provider. I'm destructuring it from this context right here. It's the same thing, guys. Previously we did context.provider. Now we're just going to destructure it from that, okay? And now let's go ahead and create our context connections provider, okay? So we're going to say connections provider is going to get children from here, and it's going to be with this exact, it's of type this, right? Which we just created up top. And we're going to create a bunch of states. So we're going to have Discord, Google, Notion, Slack, and another is loading template right here, and the workflow template and set workflow templates, okay? So basically this is how we can connect, different applications. And this is a different area. So it's not the connections page, it's inside the workflow, and you'll probably see in a second, okay? But we're going to have all these states in here to just keep track of that. And I think the reason why we would like to do something like this is, first, I want to show you how you can have multiple providers to kind of couple up the logic separately. So we're not trying to tightly couple everything together and, make just one huge state provider. And usually you might want to do that, that's fine. But I'm just showing you how you can create multiple providers and kind of, separate all the logic into its own place, okay? And then in here, we're just going to create an object called values, and we're going to pass all of this data into this. And then in the provider, the value that we're going to pass is going to be this. Okay, so instead of saying Discord, set and Discord and creating this huge state, we're just passing it directly into this, and you can destructure it from here. And then finally, we're just creating a hook at the bottom that we can use called use nodes connection, and that will return the node connection that we need. Now I'm going to go back to our page inside the editor, and all I'm going to do is import this provider right now, and we should be good to go. However, it does scream for a child component, so I'm just going to pass a React fragment. So to build our workflow editor, we're going to be using React Flow. React Flow is a node-based editor that allows you to create interactive diagrams. So check this out. You could literally drag these nodes anywhere. You can delete connectors, and you can reconnect elements, and you can also interact with them. As you can see, you could change these values and the output also changes. How amazing is this? So go to the description and there'll be a link. Click on that link and it's going to take you exactly to this page, which is going to show us how to set up React Flow. So go ahead and quit your terminal. So I'm just going to quit like this, and I'm going to copy this command, and I'm going to say bun add and paste this right. I don't know why it does that. Let me quit this one more time. All right, and go ahead and say bun add, and you want to paste that, and it's going to install the package that we need. Now we're going to go back into our page, the editor ID page, and we're going to say editor canvas, and we're going to create this component in just a second. So open your folder structure, and inside this component, editor ID component, you're going to create another folder called components like this. And inside that, go ahead and say editor-canvas.tsx, and I'm just going to say tsrafce, and change this to editor canvas like this. All right, and React Flow is telling us that we also need to import this. So go ahead and copy this, scroll to the top, and you want to paste it right below this, and we should be good there. Finally, I'm just going to create two variables here, two types. Basically, initial node, which is just going to be of the editor node type, and let's import that. And it's going to be an array. And then we're going to say initial nodes, and we're just going to pass in what the initial node would look like, which is an array again, and it's an array of these objects. And now let's go ahead and get our editor state. So we're going to say const dispatch and state equal to use editor. So this is basically how you can access the provider that we just created. Finally, I'm going to create a memoized state for all the node types, and this is how you can do it. You can just say use memo, which is going to return an arrow function. An arrow function is going to return a value, sorry. And we're just going to have we're going to have an empty dependency array with the action pointed to this. So let me go ahead and create this as well. Okay, so what is this? First, let me explain that before I show you what I'm going to build. So the node types is for each type that we have, what component do we want to return, right? So there's right now, this is basically like a wrapper component that handles all components. So technically speaking, we don't need this, but I'm just going to put it in here because if you ever wanted to change this, then you're going to have problems, right? So right now, this is what we need for the action. We're going to have this specific type, and the same thing for all of them because the component's going to handle the logic of determining which one is a trigger and which one is an action, okay? So to create this, I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to go into my editor components, and I'm going to say editor-canvas-card-single.tsx, and then say tsrafce, and I'm just going to paste what I copied. I'm also going to destructure all the data that I get from here. So data is going to be editor card type, and I'm going to import that as well. And now in here, again, I'm going to need to access the editor. So I'm going to basically say use editor like this so I get access to the dispatch. And then finally, we're going to use this use node ID, okay? And let me import this from React Flow. This node ID is going to give me the node ID that's being rendered at the moment, okay? And then I'm going to create the logo, which is another use memo here. So let me import use memo. And this one is another canvas helper icon. So let's go ahead and create that as well. So you want to open your navigation, and inside the components, go ahead and say editor-canvas-card-icon-helper.tsx. And inside this, I'm just going to say tsrafce and paste what I just copied. So what is this? Well, it's very simple. For every action, every trigger, we're going to have a different icon, right? So I'm just going to create a wrapper to hold all the icons in there. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it in here. And it's very straightforward stuff, nothing crazy. It's just for each, we're just having a switch statement, and you can pass in a type. And for each type, like email, we're returning this email. Even though we're not working on this, guys, we're just having it in here. I actually don't have so much time to build all of this, but This is going to give you a good idea of how you can actually implement this, and then you can change it as per your needs. Okay, so mail, get branch, you know, AI, Slack, all this kind of stuff in here. And now let's go ahead and import this component, and there you go. Nice, awesome. Finally, in the return block here, I'm going to change this, and I'm going to create a React fragment. And inside the fragment, I'm going to say if data.type is not equal to trigger and data.type is not equal to Google Drive, then we're going to return this custom handle in here, okay? So why am I doing this? Well, this is how it works. So each node is going to have handles, and handles are basically what you saw there, right? In the first page, this is a handle. So for triggers, we don't want to have, you know, more handles, just one handle to connect from, right? So that's why here we're saying if it's not a trigger, then we're going to return the extra handle up top. And let's go ahead and create that one as well. So I'm just going to copy this, open this, and I'm going to say custom-handle.tsx, and I'm going to return this component here. And inside this, I'm going to have the following. So I'm going to say const selector equal to the following, which is s, and this is any. So node internals, s dot node internals, and the edges, okay? And then I'm also going to have some props in here. So we're going to say handle props, and it's going to extend this with style set to CSS properties. And let's import CSS properties. It's a type here. And the handle props also comes from React Flow. So let's go ahead and import that as well. And inside the custom handle, I'm going to say state equal use editor. Node internals and edges comes from the use store. And now we're not, this use store, let me see where it comes from. Okay, so this use store comes from our React Flow as well. So they have also created some sort of state management under the hood to maintain all this, you know, app states. Okay, so that's why we're doing that. But I don't actually think we're going to need it. All right, let's remove it for now. If we need it, we'll come back to it. Okay, so no big deal. So in here, we need to now create the handle. So I'm going to remove this and say handle like this, and this handle comes from React Flow, and it's going to use the spread operator, and we're going to pass in all the props that we have into this component. And now let me explain what I'm going to be doing in here. So essentially we want to check if the edges have, so each handle can only have one connector, okay? We don't want to have multiple connectors coming from and to it. Only for the if statements, we might be having that, even though I don't really see a use case right now, but I'm just creating it so you guys can see how to use it, right? Basically, we want to have the ability to connect only one element per handle, all right? However, for some nodes like this one, you see they can take multiple in here, correct? So that's what we're trying to do. So for example, if I try to delete this node and connect this node in here, you see it's not going to accept. So source to target is very important. You cannot just connect it to anything and everything, okay? So that's what we're trying to do in here. So let's go ahead and write out the logic for this. So we're going to say is valid connection, which is a prop on the handle. All it has to do is return a Boolean, okay? So we're going to say first, get the source from handle in the state. So we're saying state.edges.editor.edges.filter, where that edge is equal to the source, okay? This one. And we're going to get the length of that. And then we're going to get the source node itself. And we're going to say with a node ID is equal to e.source. And then we're going to say the target. So target from handle inside the state. So we're going to get that specific target as well. And all we're doing is we're checking if the target from handle state is equal to 1. And if that's the case, we're going to return false. And if source, the node itself, is a condition, then we're going to return true. Because for conditions, we need to kind of have multiple, right? And then from source from handle in state, if it's less than 1, then we're going to return true. That means, yes, you can connect it, okay? And finally, we're going to return false if all of this fails. And then let's also give some styling here. So I'm just going to say class name, actually outside this. So class name equal important -2 bottom at 2, then important height of 4, important width of 4, and dark background neutral of 800. So now that we have our custom handle, let's go ahead and import it. So right in here, I'm just going to import it just like that. Awesome. So our custom handle is set, and this one has to be set on top. So this comes from React Flow. So let's import that too. And the position of this handle is going to be on the top of our node. Okay, and I just refreshed the browser. It's saying this component is not defined. So let me go ahead and import all of this first. So I'm going to go to our editor canvas. I'm going to import this. I'm going to go one step behind, and I'm going to import the editor canvas itself. Okay, so first thing is the editor canvas has to be a client component. So that's why I think we're seeing errors here. So let's go ahead and fill up all this stuff so we can solve all these errors too. All right. well, that was the solution. Nice. And I'm going to go back into the card and complete the card itself. So after this handle, I'm going to just return a card right here. And this card comes from UI card. You guys know that. And we're going to have an on click in here. And we're going to stop propagation. The reason is because if we click on that card, it's going to pass all the way up to DOM, and we don't want that. So I'm going to stop propagation, and I'm going to say const value state.editor.elements.find. Okay. We're going to find where the node is this specific one. And then if that value exists, we're going to dispatch an action into our reducer. Now you guys are actually seeing this in action, right? So we're dispatching a type of selected element, and we're sending the payload as this value. Okay. And if you don't know what this value looks like, it's the editor node type. And if you want to take a look at that, you can go ahead and take a look. But that's what we're setting inside. And then finally, just give this a class name of relative, max width of 400, dark border muted foreground of 70. And inside this, I'm going to create a header. And this header again comes from the same component folder. And inside the header, I'm going to create a div with the logo that is passed in. Okay. And the logo comes from here. And the logo is basically, you guys know what we just created, right? The helper function. So that's what we're going to pass. And we're also going to create another div after this. And we're going to create the title and description. So card title, very simple stuff with the data.title. I'm going to import this and the card description with a paragraph that shows the ID. So in a bold tag with the ID and a node ID in here, and another paragraph with the description inside that node itself. Now after this, I want to create a badge component. However, I need to import it. So it's a badge component like this with a variant of secondary, class absolute, right 2, top 2, and we're just going to put something in here. Okay. So let's go ahead and go to Shadcn UI. And you want to go into the sidebar, and you're going to look for the badge component right here. Now let's go ahead. You guys know the drill. Let's quit the terminal. Let's copy the command, paste it, and hit enter. And let's also copy the import statement, paste the import statement, and the component is pretty much set. So you want to say bun run dev. Nice. And then after this badge, I'm just going to create an absolute element that kind of shows up all the way on the top corner. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's create a div for this actually. Sorry. Yeah, a div, and we're going to import CLSX in here. We're going to say absolute left of 3, top of 4, and height 2, width 2, round full. We're going to have this color. Right now, I'm just doing some random logic. We can change this later. Okay. And finally, I'm going to pass my custom handle for the bottom handle so we can connect these nodes from the source. Okay. So put this in here, and you want to say just put an ID for it, like IDA or something. Okay, now I would actually prefer to see something on the page before we start to build even more. So let's go back to our canvas, so the editor canvas, and let's complete this to a point where we can actually see something on the page, okay? So I'm going to go down here to the editor canvas, and I'm going to return a new component called resizable panel group. And this resizable panel group, we're just going to create that in just a second. So this resizable panel group comes from a Shadcn component. So let's go ahead and get that component. Okay, so go to Shadcn, click on resizable, and we're going to go down here, copy this, quit the terminal, paste it, and hit enter. And I'm also going to copy the import statements. And inside this panel group, I'm going to create another resizable panel itself. And I'm going to say default size equal to 70, okay? And then go ahead and inside this, create another div inside this with flex height full, item center, and justify center as well. And then another div inside this, which says style. We're kind of hard coding this, okay? I'm going to say width of 100%, height of 100%, padding bottom of 70 pixels, and class of relative. So in here, what I would like to do usually is just show some sort of a loader. But since we don't have that right now, I'm just going to put a work in progress flag up top and say is workflow loading. Fix it, okay? Then let's go back down and let's complete the React Flow component. So inside this div, go ahead and say React Flow, exactly like this. It's going to have a class name of width 300 pixels, on drop, on drag over, nodes, on node change, edges, on edges change, on connect, on init, fit view, on click, and node types. Okay. And don't worry, I'm going to explain this in just a second, so I'll get to that. So let's fix this one by one. So the on drop, let's scroll up top in here, and I'm going to say on drop equal to use callback. And it's a function, right? It's a function here, and this function is going to return something. So inside first, we're just going to do we're going to do event.prevent default. And if you don't know how this works, guys, again, I've already done this in the previous video, so you can take a look at that. But basically what's happening here is we're having an event. Okay, there's an event that we're firing to store what data we're trying to transfer. Okay, so when you drag something from somewhere and you drop it on an area that is listening to that type of an event, that event that is fired, you can actually store data inside that. So we stored some data like this in here, and you'll see that when we get to it, but that's what we did in here. We stored that data, and then we are extracting that data from there, and then we're checking everything, and depending on that, we're firing whatever we need to, okay? So editor canvas card type, I'm just going to import that from this type, and I'm going to say event.datatransfer.get this specific type here, okay? And then we're going to check if the dropped element is valid. So if the element is not valid itself, then we're going to return. So we're not going to do anything. But if it's valid, then when we drag and drop an element into our editor, we want to actually show the specific element, right? So that's what we're trying to do. So we're going to say trigger already exists. So now what if they try to drag and drop a trigger on the page? If they try to drop a trigger, we can only have one trigger on the page, right? So that's why we're saying if trigger already exists, then toast. So how do we get this toast? Let's go back in here and let's import toast from Shadcn UI. So I'm going to go to the sidebar and I'm going to install something called Sonar at the bottom here, and go ahead, click on this button, quit the terminal, paste that. And I'm also going to copy this stuff right here. Okay, awesome. So now that we have this toast in here, there's also a provider of some sort that we need to use. So let's go all the way back to our root layout. So I'm going to shrink everything, go into source, app, go into layout, and in here we need to pass that specific toast. So I'm going to scroll up top and I'm going to import, I'm going to import toaster from, actually not this one. Okay, so it looks like, all right, it is the same thing. So I'm going to put that toaster in here, and I'm going to also render out the component down here. Now let's go back to our component. So all we did here is we said if the user tried to drop a trigger more than once, we're saying only one trigger can be added to an automation at the moment. Okay, and it makes sense. And finally, we're saying if there is no React Flow instance, and where we're getting this from, we're going to create this in just a second. So let's scroll up top and let's go ahead and create an instance for React Flow. So after this, go ahead and say const React Flow instance equal to set React Flow instance equal to use state, and this type is of React Flow instance. Okay, so let's import that type. Awesome. And then we also need one more thing, so I'm just going to do this right away. We're going to say path name, which comes from use path name. Okay, we're going to need it somewhere. Now at the bottom here, after we did this, so we're saying if there's no instance, then just return, don't do anything. But if it does exist, then we're going to get the position from that instance. So React Flow instance.screen to flow position. So where did they place it? I think that's what we're trying to get here, right? We're getting X and Y. And now we're going to need another library in here called v4, which I mean UUID basically. So let's go ahead and install that library. So I'm going to quit the terminal. I'm going to say bun add UUID and hit enter. All right, awesome. And then bun run dev. I'm going to shrink this and we are good to go. I'm just going to import this, and I think it might need some types. Let's see. Okay, let me scroll up top and say import v4 from UUID. Okay, so it needs some types. I'm just going to do this as well. I'm just going to say bun add and paste whatever it told me to do. Okay, and that should hopefully solve our problem. Okay, awesome. And it looks like it solved my problem. So this is all we're doing is we're creating a new node. So, okay, everything was successful now. There's only one trigger and they're not trying to create multiple triggers. And also, you know, we got all the position and all that stuff. So all we have to do now is save that in a node, right? So we're creating a node. We're saying with a specific ID, with the type they wanted, and at the position they wanted. And we're going to also pass in the data, which is like our metadata technically, right? So title, description, completed, current, and this metadata is in case we have something specific for the component, we can store that in here. And then finally, we're also going to pass the type itself in here. And then now we just need to set these nodes. So we're setting the nodes, and we need to put this TypeScript ignore, guys. Okay, so just put this in here and say set nodes to these nodes, and nds.concat, we're basically combining that, and we're passing the new node in there. And don't forget to put this as a dependency in here, or else you're going to have some weird errors. And it looks like we have to import this type as well. So let's go ahead and import that type. Nice. Now we finished the on drop. Okay. So let's go ahead and finish the on drag over. I think the on drag over is, there's nothing in specific there. It's just you need to do that for some weird reason. So you need to prevent default for this. So let's just scroll up here. There's nothing happening in here. It's just this, okay? What we're gonna do is we have to say on drag over is use callback, and it's a function here. It's a callback. And we're gonna say event.prevent default and event.data transfer, drop effect move. Okay, we just need to do this for the sake of it. It just acts weird if we don't do it. I mean, it doesn't even work. So just put this in here, okay? And I think the reason is because if we're trying to drag and drop events, we don't want it to keep firing upwards all the time, right? So that's why we're trying to prevent this from happening. Guys, and if nothing makes sense, it's fine. Just keep following through. Eventually, everything is going to make sense, okay? So just keep pushing through, because this is going to be an amazing application to have on your resume. Just keep working through this, and the community got you. If you're in the Discord, people will support you and help you. We have the best, like the best Discord community in web development. You can literally go take a look at it. Everyone in there is helping each other out, actively solving their problems, okay? So don't worry, if you ever come across any problems, community's got you, okay? So yeah, next one is on nodes change. So let's go ahead and provide that function too. And this is just a requirement for React Flow, guys. They want all these things to be passed in. So that's why we're passing it in, okay? So let's scroll up top, and maybe around here, we're gonna say on nodes change is gonna have a use callback, and the changes it's gonna get is this node change. It's an array. I'm just gonna import that type too. And then we're just gonna set the nodes and say apply node changes, okay? And this apply node change is going to take the changes and the nodes itself. Okay, so now we're going to need a couple states. So let's go up top, and I'm going to say const nodes and set nodes equal to use state initial nodes, and const edges set edges equal use state initial edge. So if you don't know what this edge basically means, guys, let's go back to React Flow. This is an edge right here, okay? So we need the edges to find out its target and its source. So that's why we need that, okay? And the node is basically this thing you see right here. And I'm going to create one more state right here, and this state is called is workflow loading, okay? So that way we know if something is loading, and then we can return our canvas. If not, we can return a loader basically. Awesome. And the next thing we need is on edges change. So let's go ahead and build that out too. Exact same thing. So whenever the edges change, we're going to set our local states. Let's go up top and all the way up here, and I'm just going to say on edges change, use callback. It's an edge change, but an array of them, and we're going to say set edges to this apply edges changes, and we're going to say edges and changes and pass in the edges itself. So pause the video and type, guys. If you have a problem, pause the video and type, or like I said, keep the GitHub ready, okay? Keep the GitHub ready as you're copy pasting. Just listen to me and work through it, okay? So the next one is on connect. So let's go ahead and build this on connect function. It's a very, very simple function. Again, this is just, requirements for React Flow to work, okay? So on connect is a use callback that gets function in here, a callback function, and it takes the edge, or it's of type connection. And I think this connection, let me see where it comes from. So this connection is from React Flow, okay? Maybe we should change that type's name, but it's fine. And then finally, we're just gonna add the edge when something connects. So when we're connecting this, React Flow needs a function to basically, make this possible. So that's why we're using that. And finally, we have this done, and we have the on click canvas. So when we click the canvas, what do we wanna do? Well, we're gonna essentially set the selected elements to null, to nothing, because we've selected something else apart from the node itself, right? So let's go ahead and build that. So scroll up top here, and maybe after this, you can just say handle click canvas is a function that dispatches an action with the selected element, but the payload is going to be the initial state. So technically you can just import the initial state and pass it, but I'm just building it out here. So element is an empty object, data is an empty object with all of these set to the default values, and same thing here. Now the next thing you need is controls. So if you paste this down here, controls like this, imported from React Flow, and it's going to say top left, and that's where the controls are. So like zooming and things like that. And then we're going to have a really cool mini map, and the mini map again comes from React Flow, and it has position bottom left. So in the bottom left, we're going to have that little map that we can look at, and the class name, which is going to say background, important BG background. It's zoomable and it's pannable. So I'm going to try to refresh and see if we see anything. Okay, there we go. We actually see something. And these are the controls, And this is the mini map that I was talking about, and you can move across it and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm going to do some more design stuff to this so it makes more sense in just a second. Finally, after this, we're going to say background, and this background comes from React Flow, and its variant is of type dots and gap of 2 and size of 1. And there you go, guys. We pretty much created our infinite canvas. And now after this resizable panel right down here, we're going to say resizable handle, okay? And this comes from Shadcn UI. And what is this resizable panel? Well, we have one panel here, which is our canvas. The other one is going to be a panel on the right side that allows us to grow, shrink, and what you can literally open the sidebar at any time and any length that you would like. So that's what we're trying to build here. So what we're going to do is let's try to first solve one of our work in progress flags. I know I had one here somewhere. There we go. Let's remove this because now we have the states, and let me go ahead and import that, and let's complete this process. So essentially what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to wrap all this logic that I have inside this div right here. I'm going to wrap all of this inside this logic. So I'm going to say if this is flow loading exists, if it's true, then I'm going to return something. Guys, copy this from GitHub, okay? It's just a SVG icon. Copy it from GitHub, and then it's going to make sense, okay? And after this React flow, I'm just going to close this too. All right, let me fix this. I think I just made some, errors here. Okay, actually, I think all I need to do is put this. Okay, there we go. So basically we're saying if it's loading, show a loading state. If not, so let me just say true. Let's see what that looks like. There you go. Just shows a really nice loading icon, right? And let's go back, and now it just shows this. And for the resizable panel at the bottom, here's what you're going to do. You're going to create this like this, and this is for our sidebar. So let's do the exact same steps. However, we need to create two more things, but I'm going to show you what that is. So we're going to say is workflow loading, paste the exact same SVG that we created, and we're going to say flow instance. Okay, and this flow instance comes from somewhere else. So let's go ahead and create this. So open up your document structure, and you want to say flow-instance.tsx, and I'm going to say tsrafce and change it to flow instance. And this is going to have the following props. It's going to have the children right here, and I'm going to destructure all of this right in here as well. And now I'm going to use use path name in here, and then we also need use state, and we also need use node connections, which comes from our provider, right? And now this is going to be a client component because we're using hooks. So I'm going to change this as well. And then I'm going to scroll down here, and I'm going to remove what's in here. And I'm going to say class name flex-call gap-2. And inside this, create another div with the class name of flex gap-3 p of 4. And finally, I'm going to create a button like this. And this button is going to have an on click equal to on flow automation. Sorry, this is flow. And disabled is going to be set to is flow, which we're going to get to in just a second. So is flow dot length like this. Okay. And this should be less than 1. So let me go ahead. So basically what we're saying is you cannot activate this entire workflow unless there is something in the flow. And go ahead and just say save in here. And now let's create this on-flow automation. So the on-flow automation is essentially just a callback. So let's go up here, and I'm going to say use callback, and we're going to say const flow await on create nodes. Now, where do we get this from? Let's go ahead and create that. It's a server action. So we're going to open up our folder structure, and inside this, outside the components, inside editor ID, create actions like this. And inside here, we're going to create workflow connections.tsx. And in here, first we need to change this to use server, and we're going to say on create node edges, async flow ID, nodes, edges, and flow path. This is what's needed. And then we're essentially just saying db.workflows.update, where we have this, flow ID, and we're going to say data with the nodes, edges, and the new flow path. And then finally, we're just going to return this saying flow saved. And let's go back and let's quickly import this from here. All right, nice. It also needs toast here, so let's go ahead and import the toast as well. And this toast comes from Sonar too, so I'm just going to paste that right here. And now we're going to have one more button right below this that says publish. So I'm going to say publish like this. And in the on click, we're going to basically, check to make sure that let's just do this again. Okay, so disabled is if the flow has less than 1, right, then we can publish it. So on click and we need to also pass this function in here, and we're just going to say publish in here. So let's go ahead and build out that onPublish workflow function. So it's onPublish workflow. It's a use callback again with it's an async callback in here that says const response equal await onFlow publish, which is going to be a server action, which we're just going to create in just a second. And we're going to pass in the path name dot split at this dot pop. Okay, and then we're going to say true. And then if there's a response, we're just going to say toast.message response. So let's go back into our server actions file. I'm just going to click here so it takes me in there. And I'm going to create my onFlow publish, which is basically an async function that takes in a workflow ID, which is a string, and a state, which is Boolean. Okay, and then we don't need to console this anymore, but you can keep that in case any error happens. And then we're going to say const publish equal await db.workflows.update, where this ID is a workflow ID and data is, this specific thing. And then if publish, so if it's published, then we're going to say workflow published. If not, we're just going to return unpublished. And let's go ahead and import this. Nice, great job. And finally, at the bottom here, we're going to just render out all the children components. And now we're seeing some errors. So let's go ahead and solve this problem because we didn't import the component. So let's import flow instance. Nice. And the flow instance needs the edges and the nodes. Okay. And now there's one more, which is a sidebar itself. So copy this. Let's go ahead and create our sidebar. So inside the components, we want to say editor-canvas-sidebar.tsx. We're going to paste this right in here and change this to editor canvas sidebar. And this sidebar is going to have the following props. So we're going to say editor node type. We're going to import that type that we already created. And I'm also going to destructure this from here. And in here, I'm going to get access to the use editor. So since this is use editor, let's change this to use client. And I'm going to go back and import this so it doesn't scream at me anymore. And finally, let's import the use editor back inside the editor canvas sidebar so we can see everything in here. All right, looks awesome. And for the states, cool. And then we're going to have the node connections, which comes from use node connections. And then I'm going to put a work in progress flag right here like this. And I'm going to say connect DB stuff. Okay, because we have to get to that in a second. We didn't do the connections yet, right? So let's do that, and I'll get to that when we are ready for it. But now we can remove this, or I can change this to an aside tag. Okay, change that to an aside tag, and we're going to use the tab list component, which comes from Shadcn UI. So go to Shadcn UI, open a sidebar. We're going to look for tab list, and let's install that component. Okay, so I'm going to copy the bun command, make that run. I'm going to go up top and import these as well. And now we can say bun run dev again. So inside this component, I'm going to say tabs like this. And I'm going to say default value is actions and the class name height of screen, overall overflow scroll, and padding bottom of 24. And inside the tabs, I'm going to have the tab list. And the tab list is the following, which is BG transparent with the two triggers, which is actions and settings. Now Shadcn UI is saying that we need to have the tab contents like this. So let's go ahead and create those tab contents too. Or maybe I might want to create, okay, here, let's go up here. I think we might need this. I'm not sure if we have it already. Separator. Okay, we already have it. So I'm just going to import that component. And after this, I'm going to pass in all the tab content. Okay, just like this. So the tab content is going to be actions. And for the actions, we're going to do the following. So just follow through with me. Okay, this is what we need to do. We're basically saying object.entries editor canvas default value card types. I'm going to import that, and that looks like this. Okay, all of these things. So we're going to loop over that. We're going to get the entries, and we're going to filter. Okay, we want the card type, and we're saying where nodes.length is true and the card.type is equal to trigger or the action. Okay, and we're going to loop over that, and we're just going to say dot map. We're going to return a card component, and for each card we're going to pass in the key. We're going to make sure it's draggable, because now if it's draggable, remember, we can transfer that event, right? And then we're going to give the following class name. So pause the video and type this class name. And then finally, we're going to say on drag start. And this is where the drag drop functionality actually happens. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up another folder, another file inside libs called editor utils.typescript like this. And I'm just going to paste this in here. Okay, and now I'm going to go ahead and import this like this, and this is on drag start event node type editor canvas card like this, and we're going to say event.datatransfer.setData. So this is what we're doing, guys. We're setting this specific type, and its value is stored as the node type itself. So this is how whenever we drop an event, we can get access to the node type itself, all the data. And this looks like this, okay? We get access to all that data, and that's how we can capture what elements, what node to add to all our nodes that we have, in our state provider. All right, so now let's go back to our component and let's import on drag start like this. And now we can also pass in these types. So there you go. We passed in the event when we started to drag this component, and that's how we get access to it when we drop this component, okay? And in here, I'm just going to change card header, import this flex row, item center, gap of 4, and it's going to have the icon as the header too. We already created this just to show something in the sidebar. And let me go in here and actually click on this and see what we have, okay? And at the bottom here, we're going to say card title, we're going to say card description, and we're just going to pass in all the values. There's nothing crazy here. It's basic stuff, okay? And as you can see, now we can shrink and grow the sidebar, and we can also see the publish and save buttons, okay? So let's move this like this. Why can't I shrink it? All right, there we go. Okay, so now if you try to drag and drop something, you should see a node on our canvas. Okay, interesting. So it looks like nothing is happening. Let me look at the console if there are any errors. Okay, no errors. What if so let's see if we can debug this live on camera, okay? So I'm gonna say console.log, and I'm gonna put, let's see, what can we put here? So first of all, if we are dropping something and nothing is happening, well, we need to go to the onDrop function, correct? So let's look in here. Let's see if we are actually setting the nodes down here. So I'm going to say console.log setting like this, and let's save that. And if I drag and drop, okay, awesome. So it is setting. So that means the nodes have been set in here. So what's happening? Let me try to see what's going on. So the only other way is maybe the nodes are not being sent into our component here, into React Flow. Okay, so it says state.editor.elements. So let's just take a quick look at this. So this should have something, right? So let's say use effect, and I'm going to basically delete this stuff in here, and I'm going to remove this, put this in here. I'm going to say console.log, and I'm just going to put this in here as well, okay? Like this. And let's open the console. And if we drag and drop, we should see something in here. If we don't see anything, there's an issue with the logic. There you go. Nothing is happening. Why is this happening? Well, we can probably find out. So the state is not updating. So if the state is supposed to update, of course it has to be inside here, inside onDrop. So I see this. If this happens, okay, no trigger. All right, we're returning. We're getting the position. We're creating the node, and we're setting it somewhere here. Okay, so that's fine. Let's go down here. Let's see what other functions do we have. Okay, so my only other guess is something is happening here, which is the on node changes, because there's on edges changes and there's on node changes. So let's scroll up all the way up top here. Where is that? On node changes, and let's console.log changing. Guys, this is how you're supposed to debug, okay? So I'm dragging something. Let's refresh this page real quick. Go to console, drag and drop. Nothing is happening in here. That's because it's a callback. Okay, so that means something is not changing. Apply node changes. What's going on here? So we put set nodes in here and set edges. All right, so clearly this will not really update. Okay, so this use callback will only invoke once because we're using the set nodes in here. So I understand that. Apply node changes. Guys, we never created this, did we? I know we created. Okay, so we did not build the functionality for this. There we go. Boom, we found out the answer. This is how you debug. This is how you find out, what's going on, what's happening. And let's go ahead and import this. So this apply node changes comes from React Flow. So I'm just going to paste that in here. And we also have apply edges changes. So I'm going to bring that in as well. Now, if I'm correct, this should work 100%. Let's refresh. I'm going to be very upset if it doesn't work. Okay, so something is happening again. I think I know why. We don't have a load data state. Let me see if we need to. We probably need to load some data in there, right? So I'm going to say use effect and say nodes and edges. Let's see what happens here. And I'm going to say dispatch, and I'm going to create a type of load data and pass in a payload with, let's just pass in the edges we have right now. And the elements are going to be then the nodes that we have. Okay, so this way we kind of reset all the states. Let's see. Let's refresh this. Okay, there we go. There we go, guys. So you see how it took us some time, but this is how you debug. So now you can drag and drop stuff onto the canvas and you can start working with that. How amazing is this? We're pretty much done. Like, how amazing is this, guys? The only thing left now is, you know, wiring up database and connections and all that kind of, I mean, we still do have some things, okay, like the settings page and stuff, but I'm just showing you. Let's see if our logic is also working for the conditions. So we have a trigger, and our trigger is going to be the Google Drive, okay? So we have a Google Drive trigger, and then let's see, what if we used an if condition? Also, we're not using this right now, okay? It's just for demonstration. Maybe in the future, or maybe as bonus ads, I can add it. But we have a condition here. So let's say in the settings, if we had some options to set some settings, and based on that, what if we pass it into some sort of AI engine, okay? We send it into AI, and then the response comes back into Slack. So if this worked correctly, I should be able to connect. Let's say we want to send this to Notion, right? I should be able to connect Notion to this condition, but I should not be able to connect Notion to an action block, okay? Awesome, there we go. And if I delete this and try to connect it to this, there you go, guys. You can't connect it to any action block. And even if it's deleted, yes, you can. The reason is because you can only have one edge per action, okay? But you can have multiple edges on some of the actions that we created, and one of the action is the condition statement, okay? Great job so far, guys. This looks amazing. And if you just take a screenshot of this and send it to your employer, tell them, hey, send me a 10K increment today, okay? All right, guys, let's move on now. All right, now go back into your editor canvas sidebar, and we're going to kind of, finish this up because we left at the settings. So let's go ahead and finish that. So right outside the tabs content, you're going to create another tabs content for the settings. And inside that, we're going to create a div that has the state.editor.elementsnode.data.title. So for example, if you click on an editor node, and if you go to settings, you will see that editor node reflect inside your settings tab. How awesome is that? Now we're going to need the help of the accordion component. So I'm going to go to Shadcn UI, and I'm simply going to install this component. So copy this, quit the terminal, paste that and hit enter. And then I'm also going to do bun run dev so we can go back, and I'm simply going to refresh the browser. So now let's go ahead and create the accordion. So after this div, guys, inside this, you're going to say accordion, and let's import accordion from our UI folder. And we're going to create the first accordion item, just like this. So the accordion item, we're going to import this one, the trigger, and the accordion content. Very straightforward. An accordion is going to, what's this error? How is it not defined? Okay, TypeScript is just panicking. All right, so for an accordion, you have the accordion item. This is just a provider, by the way, okay? But accordion item, and the accordion item has a trigger and the content. So let's refresh the page. Okay, so we're seeing some errors. Not sure what's going on, so let's go to the console and let's see what's happening. Interesting, guys. So nothing is showing up in the browser, and it's saying 404 not found. Something might be wrong. Not sure what it is. All right, give me a second, guys. Let me see what this is. It's really weird. Okay, so I was not sure what was going on, and I honestly have no idea. But what I did to solve it was I simply went up here and deleted this next folder. It's just going to have a bunch of cache in there. Delete that, and it should be back. Okay, so if you ever see that problem, that's the solution, apparently. Okay. All right, so inside this accordion item, I'm actually going to remove this details, and I'm going to say account in here. And inside the content for this accordion, I'm actually going to render something else inside this. So I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to say connections, and we can go ahead and import that from libs constants. So .map, and we're going to return a custom component, okay? So open your folder structure. We're going to create, you guys know the drill. We're going to create another file in here called render-connections-accordion.tsx. And in here, I'm just going to return a component like this. And this component is going to have the following props. It's going to have connection and state, and connection comes from our lib types, and the editor state also comes from our provider. So I'm just going to import that in here. And from this connection, I'm going to extract, or basically destructure, all these values and just store them as a variable like this. Next, go up top and change this to a use client component, and come back down here, and we want to get access to use node connections. Now, since this is screaming at me, I'm going to go back and I'm going to import this component. And now for these connections, we're actually going to use ZooStand. So I'm going to show you how you can create state management without the requirement of providers, which is really cool. And they basically say this is all you have to do. You don't need any sort of providers like what we did, but trust me, something is happening under the hood that's making this work the way it is. Okay, so I just want to show you how to use a library to also do state management. So go in here, I'm going to copy this, I'm going to open the terminal, close this and say bun add and run this command. And after that, I'm going to open my folder structure. I'm going to shrink everything, go into source, and in source under app, I'm going to create another file inside this. Actually, let's do it outside app. Sorry about that. So let's go outside app, and inside source, we're simply going to create store.tsx. And inside this store, we're going to import create from ZooStand, and then we're going to create an interface called option, okay? And we're going to provide these properties in there. And then we're also going to create a type for our fuzzy store, which is Google file, any set Google file, the Slack channels, set Slack channels, set selected Slack channel, and the set selected Slack channels as well, okay? And then finally, I'm just going to do this right here, which is to create the store itself. So use fuzzy store is equal to create. This is the type, and you have to invoke it again right here, and then say set, and then you have to just return an object inside this, okay? So now that our fuzzy store is created, let's go back and use this. So inside this, we're going to say const Slack channels, and we're going to get all these values from here, and we're just going to import this hook. And next say const connection data equal to node connection as any, and it's an array like this with connection key inside it. And then we need a variable called is connected, which is equal to always true, right? Which is a Boolean or undefined. And then or node connections of this type, right? And we're extending that, and we're just, oh, sorry, I'm not extending that. And this right here, and this value, which is connection data at that specific access token key. And finally in here, I'm just going to remove the connection card so that we can connect these elements in here. So now we have to just import this connection card like that, and boom, it's in here. Awesome. And then the title, great. And this connected, I think we haven't passed that. Okay. So let's turn that on. And it also looks like we need to do a bunch of stuff in here. So I'm just going to uncomment this and uncomment this as well. And finally, I'm going to go up top right here. I'm going to destructure this value from the prop. And I'm also going to import accordion content like this. And we're going to need this multiple selector. So let's go ahead and create the selector. So for multiple selector, I'm going to do the following. So I'm going to go to Shadcn. I'm going to click on command. All right. And then I'm going to open my folder structure, and I'm going to go into UI folder. I'm going to create another file called multiple-selector.tsx, and I'm going to paste everything in here. So if you don't know where to get this from, you have to go to GitHub, go to the multiple selector. It's a custom component, and copy this entire component in here. Okay. This is basically kind of like a mix of the command item and just a different title and things like that. Nothing else crazy, okay? So yeah, just go ahead, copy that entire component, and then let's continue. Okay, and there we go. We are done with this render connection. So now if we drag and drop Google Drive and we go to settings and you click this, okay, so it looked like I just had to refresh the page. And now if you take a look at this, it shows the correct cards for each and every item. Okay, so if we drag something like Discord, let's see what that does. Where is that? Discord right here. We click on it, and if we go back, there you go. All right, awesome. So yeah, you should be able to see all these components now show up correctly. And of course, if you click connect, it's not going to work. And the reason for now is because we don't have all the APIs. The API keys set up in our .environment variables, okay? So we'll get to that. Don't worry about it, guys. This is just to get the UI up and running, at least to some extent, where we can kind of connect everything, okay? There's a lot of stuff that's happening in here. So jumping into everything in the same order is going to be really weird. So no problem. Don't worry if this is not opening into the link you would expect it to. We're going to get to that in just a second, all right? Just follow through. It's all going to make sense in the end. So going back to our editor canvas sidebar, right after this accordion item, we're going to create one more accordion item. And I'm just going to go ahead and say expected output for this. And this component is another custom component that we're going to create in here. And it's called render-output- accordion.tsx, okay? And in here, we're just gonna return a component like this and change the name and also pass some props inside this type. And let's also go ahead and import all of these. And I'm also gonna destructure these values from the props right here. And now I'm gonna use that fuzzy store in here as well. So I'm gonna go ahead and import the fuzzy store, saying Google file, get Google file, selected Slack channels, and a set selected Slack channels. And I'm also gonna go back and import this so it doesn't scream at me anymore. And let's go back in here and continue from here, okay? So now we need one more component, okay? This is one more component, and this component is called content based on title. So based on the title, what component are we gonna show? And we're gonna pass in these. We're gonna pass in the node connection, the new state, the file, set file, selected Slack channels, and the set selected Slack channels as well, so we can change that, okay? So I'm gonna copy this and go ahead and create the content based on title.tsx. Really a bad name, but that's okay. We're just learning here, guys, okay? So just do it. We're just learning. Okay, please don't complain. Thanks. All right, and let's go ahead and pass in some props in here. The first one is a node connection, and I'm going to import this type as well. We need the editor state as well. We also need option, which is going to come from, let me think. I think we actually created this option somewhere else, right? Yeah, so here's what I'll do. I will bring that option in here too. Okay, and I'm just going to create it up top in here, and I'm going to say option like this. You can also move that option to a file if you'd like, to the types file, but I'm just going to keep it in here, okay? I'm going to destructure this and get all these props from the props, right? I'm just going to destructure all of them, and then I'm going to get our selected node from the editor. So let's go ahead and say selected node equal new state dot editor, and now we need the title. So I'm going to say const title equals selected node dot data dot title. Finally, we're going to need the node connection type, all right? So I'm just going to say const node connection type is of type any, and node connection at this node mapper dot title, okay? And this node mapper, we're going to get it from our libs types right here. Let's scroll down and let's just create this node mapper, okay? So we're basically just getting all of these values and mapping over them. That's pretty much it. Finally, if there is no connections, we're going to say return, you have not connected this element, okay? So that way it doesn't show. Let me see if we can actually see something in here. Okay, so we haven't imported all of that, so it's going to throw a bunch of errors. Well, we'll get to that in a second, no problem. Let's just complete this, okay? And then we're going to say is connected is equal to title, it's Google Drive. Then if no node dot is listening, is loading, right? Then we're going to return this. If so, it's basically a value, right? And in here, like a Boolean value. And if not, here we're going to return the truthy value of it. So node connection type at this specific thing. So we're saying title equal to Slack, then we're returning Slack access token. Title equal Discord, we're getting the webhook URL. And the title equal Notion, we're getting access token in here, okay? Yes, guys, this is a little more complex than the last project because you want to learn a complex project, this is how it goes, okay? So if none of this makes sense, like I said, it will all make sense in the end. When we have all the URLs working, that time you'll truly understand the flow of everything, okay? So just push through, it's all gonna make sense soon. Finally, I'm gonna change this to accordion content. So I'm gonna render a new accordion content in here. And let's also make sure to import that from the correct folder, just like that. And next, I'm going to create a card component, and inside that, I'm going to pass in the card header, okay? So if the title is equal to Discord, then I'm going to say card header, node connection type, webhook name, card description, node connection type dot guild name, okay? And yeah, that's pretty much it inside the description. And then I'm going to create a div right after this inside this card. And this div is going to have a paragraph inside this as well. And now finally, after this paragraph, I'm going to say if title is Discord or the title is Slack, then I'm going to return an input field, and it's a text input field. And all I'm doing is I'm setting this as the value. I'm saying the node connection type dot content. And in here, we're going to have an on change, okay, an on content change. So let's go ahead and create that as well. So we're going to go back into editor utils right in here, and we're going to say const on content change. We want these three values in here, and I'm just going to import all these types in here as well. And now it looks like we need this, okay, on Slack content and on Discord content. So let's go ahead and get these events. So the on Slack content looks like this, okay? So basically it is node connections.set Slack nodes, and we're getting, you know, the previous in here, right? So it's basically like a setter. Everything that's in there but the content is going to be set to this. And then finally, the Discord content as well, right in here, okay? We're just using these setters, guys. We're using these setters and we're changing them. That's pretty much it. So you can see this in here, right? We're just using these setters from here and we're just changing the node that we have in there, the Discord node. Now going back to our component, we should be able to import this and there shouldn't be any problems. Okay, nice. And after this, I'm going to say json.stringify file, okay? If it's not equal to an object like this and text is not equal to Google Drive, then I'm going to return another card in here with full, and the card content is going to be px of 2, padding y of 3, and then a div inside that with a class name flex column and gap of 4 with a card description. Oops. Okay, completed. Already went to the gym. And then we're going to have div in here with flex wrap, and gap of 2, okay? And then in here, we're going to have the Google file details. So basically, we're creating all these, helpers for each of this, okay? So let's go back to our Google file right here. So we're going to, we're going to create a new component in here, guys. So we're going to say google-file-details.tsx, and I'm going to return a component like this right in here. Okay, and this is going to need the following props. I'm just going to pass these props as well. And we're going to also destructure this. So let's go ahead and destructure. Oops, what happened here? All right, just like that. And let's also import all this, guys. So go ahead and import that, and that's going to solve that problem. And then finally, we're going to check. We're going to say if Google file is not empty. And again, we need to create this too. So up here on top, I'm just going to say const is Google file not empty equal to a callback function, and this callback function is going to take file, which is of type any, and it's going to return a boolean, right? Like this, okay? And since this is, it's going to throw a problem, an error here, so we're just going to say object.keys, invoke that, and we're going to take the file.length if it's greater than 0, and we're going to say file.kind not equal to empty, okay? And now after this, we're going to say const details, kind, name, and the MIME type. And then if title is Google Drive, then details.push, and we're going to push this ID to this details array, okay? And finally, down here, I'm just going to say div flex wrap and gap of 2. We're going to create a card in here. I'm going to import that and the card content as well. And then we're going to have a function here. We'll get to that in a second, but I'm also just going to have some simple description in here as well. So we're going to loop over all these details, okay, the kind, name, and all this kind of stuff. We're going to loop over that, and we're simply going to return something for that specific detail, okay? So what are we returning? We're going to go ahead and build that as well. So let's go to our editor utils, scroll down here, editor utils like this. And down here, we're simply going to paste this right here, okay? And what we're doing is we're just creating this template, okay? So it's kind of like a string template, right? That's what we're trying to do. So let's go ahead and say on template Slack, on add template Slack, and for Discord. So guys, it's kind of like the string that you would like to see in the channel, right? When you send a message, that's the template we're trying to create here. And the same thing for on add template for the Discord as well, okay? Because we want to send custom messages, right? Okay, so something went wrong. Sorry, guys. Okay, there we go. So on add template Discord, the exact same process here, node.connection, set Discord node previous, and we're basically going to get that state. And then we're going to set everything in there, and the content is going to be previous content plus the template that we want, okay? So let's go back now. And let's go ahead and import this add template. Nice. And there we go. We're done with this. So let's see where else we need to import this Google file details. Okay, right here. So I'm going to import this component now so it doesn't scream anymore. And I also have one more component, which is content based on title, which is inside the render output component. Okay, so let's import this and let's refresh. Okay, so there's a node mapper. Let me look for that, guys. Okay, so I had to just import node mapper on this file inside content based on title. This node mapper, I just had to import it, okay? We already imported it. We already created it inside, let's see, where is this? Okay, so so here, this is what you have to do, okay? Node mapper from libs types, that's it. Just import that in. That should solve that problem. So let me see, what do we see now? Okay, so it's saying not connected. All right, nice. So going back to our component here, which is the content based on title component, we have to still continue this, right? So after this card, we're going to check for Google Drive now. So after this, hit enter. We're going to say if title is equal to Google Drive, then we need to create another component for this. So let's go ahead and build that component out as well. So open the Navbar and we're just going to say google-drive-files.tsx. And I'm just going to return a component for it. So what is this? Basically, it is a listener, okay? We are going to have the ability for the user to listen to some sort of folder or something in here, okay? So that's what we're trying to create. And if they are listening, it's just going to say listening to something. And if it's not, it's going to ask them. It's going to say create listener. That's basically what it is, okay? So let's go ahead and bring those in as well. So I'm going to first create the loading state like this and import the use state, and also change this to a use client component. And I'm going to go back and import this component so it doesn't scream. And let's go back here. And I don't think we actually need anything here. So I'm just going to remove this. Let's see if it works. Yeah, I don't think we need anything for now. And if we do, we'll always get back to it, okay? So we're going to have another state called isListening, and we're going to create a function in here. And what is this function? Well, it's called request Google access, okay? We're basically getting the drive activity. And for this, we're going to need Axios. But first, let's import Toast in here so it's easy for us to complete this. So let's go ahead and import Axios. So I'm going to say bun add Axios like this, and we're pretty much done. Now, if you go up here, you can actually import Axios from Axios, and that should solve that problem. And if you don't know what Axios is, it basically allows you to create API calls, okay? And yeah, that's it for this function. So once we can, so with the help of this function, we're going to be able to request access to the activity, to listen to drive activity. And then we're going to have an on listener here, okay? And this on listener is going to await get Google listener. So we're going to listen to Google right here. So let's go into actions. This is a server action. So in here, and we're going to create, let me see, maybe this is not the best place. So inside workflows, we can have a folder in here and call this action. And inside this, we'll create workflow-connections.tsx, okay? And I'm just going to return a component here like this. Actually, we don't have to. Sorry, guys. This is an action. Sorry about that. We're just going to say use server up top, and then we're going to paste the server in here, okay? It's a server action. And for this server action, we're going to need auth, and auth here comes from Nextjs, okay? So let's go ahead and import auth right up top. There we go. Nice. Let's also import db from here. And all we're trying to do is look into the database and get the user's Google listener, if they even created something. Okay, that's basically what we're doing here. And we're checking. See, we're checking if they do have one. If they, like for example, if they do have one, then we're going to set it true to true. That means we are listening to their Google Drive activity. Okay, so go ahead and import this right here. And now we can scroll down, and we can also use a use effect down here. So I'm just going to say use effect like this. And inside this, I'm going to say on listener, and we're going to invoke this function so we can get access to that data. Okay. So finally, let's go down here, and we're going to say div like this. We're going to have flex column, gap 3, padding bottom of 6. And then we're going to check in here, guys. We're going to check if they're listening, and depending on that, we're going to return a component. Okay. So if this looks like a huge copy paste, don't worry about it. I'm going to explain in just a second. So basically what we're doing in here is we're checking if we are listening to, them. If we're listening, then we're going to return this card saying listening. So that means the user's already done this process and they're actively listening to a folder. Okay. If not, then we're going to return a button, very simple. And that button is going to give them the ability to create a listener. Simple stuff. Okay. Nothing crazy. So let's go up here. I'm going to import this button and import all these card components and things like this. Okay, nice. So if it's loading, then we're going to return this component here. And if not, then we're going to return this create listener. And let's say, if that's the case, in here, we're also using an if statement, right? It's just sort of like an if block. And we're checking if this is the case. And if this is the case, then and only then are we returning a property on this button to respond to the on click. Okay, you could do some other functionality in here too, like just creating a function and ignoring it, but this just looked easier, and it looks fancy too. Okay, so yeah. Okay, and one more thing we have to do in here, guys, is after we're done listening, we also have to set this to false in here, right? Let me see. So request Google access right in here. We're trying to get drive activity, and you see right here, we also have to set this to false, or it's just going to keep spinning. So for example, if you click this, you see an error has to show, right? So that's why we need to put that in there. So yeah, because the error showed, it just jumped out, but usually it will actually show this fault. So this is a good practice to put that here too. And let's see what else we have. Okay, it looks like we have created the Google Drive files. So let's go back now. And of course, guys, this will not work until we have our connections page set. Okay, so we'll jump into that. Just give me a second. Let's sort of get the UI because there's a lot of settings for each and every component, right? So let's go ahead and finish that first, and then we'll come back to the rest. Okay, so now we're going to have another button right below here, and this is called action button. Okay, and we need to create this action button, of course. So go ahead, open your folder structure, and under the components, we're going to say action-button.tsx, and I'm simply going to return a component like this, and I'm going to say action button. Okay, and this action button is going to take the following props. We need the current service, the node connections, channels, and set channels. Okay, and let's also import this option like this, and also one more thing right here. So let's go ahead and import that as well, and I'm going to get all these from the props. All right, so here's what we're gonna do, guys. Before we proceed with this, I think it would be better to sort of get the connections sorted. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Let's go back here and simply import this so it doesn't scream, and let's make sure everything is clean right here, no errors, and let's move on to the connections page. So yeah, so I see this work in progress. I'm just gonna go ahead and remove this, and now we can actually continue. So that work in progress flag actually helped me find this out. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna get a bunch of search params that comes in here. Okay, when we usually connect, we're using this as a redirect in some sort, right? So we're gonna get a bunch of search params, so we need to destructure all of that and store it as a variable. So please go to GitHub and copy this because this is gonna be huge. I do not want to spend time writing all of this, okay? It's a waste of your time. So copy and paste. Now, what's the next thing? So first thing we're going to do is we're going to get the current user inside this connections page. So let me also try to go to the connections page itself, which is in here. Okay, and we're going to see a bunch of errors. That's fine. That's because it cannot find this. So I'm just going to hide this here, and I'm going to import current user. Okay, cool. And we also need to change this to an async component, and we're going to import use the current user again. So that should fix this problem here. Okay, so what is it saying? It's saying syntax error. Okay, so there's some weird syntax error here, so I'm just gonna remove this entirely, okay? Okay, nice. Finally, what we're trying to do here is we're gonna get all the connections and see if all the data exist. That way we can determine whether to show a button, you know, that can basically say, hey, connect this, or connect your Discord, connect Notion, things like that. So what does that look like? This is what it looks like, okay? Don't worry about it. Or if it's too confusing, just follow through. So on user connections, we have 3 different calls in here. Okay, so we're going to say on Discord connect, and let's go ahead and create this. So inside connections, you're going to have actions, create Discord / connections connection.tsx, and in here we're going to do you know, whatever we need. So this is a pretty big function, so just go ahead and copy it. You want to say use server up here, and in here we're going to do the following. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to destructure, we're going to get all these values from the parameters, which is the channel ID, the webhook name, webhook URL, the ID, the guild name, and the guild ID, okay? And then we're going to check if the webhook ID params are set. So if this webhook ID exists, all right, only then are we going to go into the db.discord webhook, and we're going to find first for that exact connection, okay? And we're going to include its connections, and we're going to select where the type is true, okay, where the type exists. And then we're going to say if that does not exist, so if there's no webhook, and here I'm just going to, you know, create this right here, okay? And we're going to pass in for that specific user ID basically. And finally, if the webhook exists, we're going to return that, okay? So we're going to check here saying find unique for that specific webhook ID. And then if that exists here, then we're just going to store that in webhook channel. If there's no webhook channel, we're just going to say something went wrong, okay? Well, we're not going to say something went wrong. We're basically going to create it because we cannot find it, okay? So that's basically what we're doing here. So nothing to actually return here. We're just checking if the webhook exists or doesn't, and if it does, we're going to create one. So going back to our component, we can finally import the on Discord connect. Now for the on Notion connect, let's go back in here. And for actions, we're going to say notion-connections.tsx. And in here, we're going to do the following. So same exact process, except just a little different, right? So let's go ahead and say use server up top. And in here, I'm just going to do the following. So I'm going to say on Notion Connect, and I'm going to get the access token, workspace ID, workspace icon, workspace name, database ID, and the ID itself. And this is the server action in here, so that's why we have this in here. I don't think you actually need this, but if we're calling it in a client, actually, I think this shouldn't be a problem. All right, let's just see. So if access token exists, then Notion connected. So we're saying await DB. Let's import DB from here. Okay, Notion.find first. So we're going to find that access token. We're going to get that. Okay, we're going to get all the information and get the connections. And then if it does not exist, we're going to just create one. Okay, and let's go back and quickly import the on Notion Connect as well. And the final one is on Slack Connect. So for this one, what we're going to do is pretty much the same thing. So let's go back into that file, or let's create another file in here called this slack-connection.tsx, and we're going to paste this in here and change this to use server up top. And I'm also going to import DB right here, and we're going to also get all these values in here, which is the app ID, auth user ID. We need the authenticated user token, the Slack access token, the bot user ID, team user, and the user ID itself. And this is going to return a promise. So I'm just going to put that in here too. And if there's no access token, just return. And we're going to say slack.find first, where the Slack access token is this specific token. If we find that, we're going to include all its connections. Okay. And we're going to check this. Does it exist? If not, just create the Slack token. So we're just going to create this connection basically. Okay. Now going back, we can actually import this on Slack Connect as well. And here we're going to say const connections. We're just going to create this here saying it's an empty object. And the user info is going to be get user data. So where do we get this from? Well, we're going to create it, and we can create that right here. So I'm just going to open this, and inside actions, we're going to say get user.tsx. And in here, we're just going to paste this and change this to a use server file as well, and import the DB. So let's go back to our component and let's import this get user data. So that should solve that problem. So we're going to get the user info with all the connections right here. So we're going to say use info.connections. So sorry, user info.connections. And we're going to map over their connections, and we're going to say connections at connection type equal true. And then we're just going to return this. Okay, we're going to return this here. And then Google Drive connections will always be true. Keep this in mind. The reason is because we are using Clerk to actually help with this functionality. Okay, and then yeah, as you can see here, through login, we're getting access. So we're going to return all the connections, but we're just going to set Google Drive by default to true. Okay, and after this, we also want to say connections equal to await on user connections. And that's this function basically stuff. And we need to create this connection card. So go in here, and inside this connection, you're going to find components. We have a connection card in here. Why am I not able to import this? Let's see. Not the issue. The issue is connected is not being passed in. And I remember we actually turned that off, right? So let's go ahead and pass that in as well. And let's go in here and let's see what we have. Okay, so it looks like we connected this. All right, nice. So this works here. And as you can see, we have all the cards showing up, and Google Drive by default is already connected because we're using Clerk. Now keep in mind again, when you try to connect this, it'll not go to any page. Why? Well, the reason is because in here, we don't have our environment variable set. However, for you, I'm going to put a .example file, .env.example, and I'm going to have all the variables in there. And all you have to do is just change the client IDs and things like that. Okay, guys? So your .env will be fully updated. Mine is outdated. So I'm going to go ahead and import all those. So don't worry about it. I'm going to help you do it. Okay? So now that we have our connections, well, it's not really set up, but it's pretty much there now, right? So for example, if you look at your .env file, in your .env, you should have these redirect URLs in here, okay? It's going to say client ID in here, and all we have to do is when we create the apps inside these applications like Discord, Notion, and Slack, we're going to copy that here, and we're going to get those client IDs and paste it directly in here, okay? So for example, if I click on Discord right now, it's actually going to take me to Discord because I have these links here. So you see, it's going to take me to the OAuth page, and it's going to ask me to sign in and all that kind of stuff. And let's see what happens for Notion. I think it's pretty much the same thing. Yeah, as you can see, it's asking me to sign in, and pretty much the same thing for Slack too. There we go. So let's go back into our Flow instance because we still have to continue this. So inside your editor canvas, you're going to find the Flow instance, right? If you click on that Flow instance, it's going to take you here because we still have to complete this. So let's go ahead and finish that up. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a function here called, let's just put it right here. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a onAutomate flow right here, which is an arrow function. And this arrow function is going to be an async function right here. So I'm going to say async function. And this is going to say first const flows equal to an empty array. And we're just going to put any in here. And then we're going to say const connected edges equal to edges.map. We're going to loop over all of them. And for each edge, what we're going to do is we're going to return the edge.target. Okay, just like this. And after this, we're going to say const, we're just going to say connected edges.map. For each of these, we want to get the target, right? And we're going to basically return something in here. We're going to say nodes.map like this. And for each of these, we're going to basically get the node itself. Sorry, not in here, the node in here. And inside this, we're going to say if the node.id equal to target, then what do we want to do? Well, we want to say flows.push the node.type. Okay. And after this right here, we're going to say set is flow. And we're going to set the flows that we just created. Now you want to scroll down here and you want to say use effects, invoke that, and we're going to just pass a empty dependency for now. Actually, let's pass in the flow, the edges that we created. So I'm going to say edges like this, and inside this we're going to say onAutomate flow and invoke it like this. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is instead of map, guys, I'm just going to do for each. So because we're not really returning anything, right? So there's no need for that. So I'm just going to do for each right here. Okay. And now I'm going to go back into the editor canvas sidebar, and we still have to fix this up. So I'm just going to remove this part in here. And what I'm going to do after this is I'm going to get the fuzzy store. So I'm going to say const Google file. So let's first say equal to use fuzzy store, and then invoke this so we can get all the stuff we need. And then I also need set Slack channels like this, and that's pretty much it. And then what we're going to do here is after this, we're going to create a use effect. We're going to invoke this use effect, and we're going to pass an empty dependency for this. Actually, let's just pass in the state that we get from the editor. And based on that, we're saying if state exists, then we want to do something. Something's wrong here. Let me just fix this up real quick. All right, so we're going to say if state exists, then we're going to essentially say on connections. So we're going to invoke that in here, and we're going to import this. Actually, we need to create this, sorry. So go back to your editor utils right at the bottom here. Okay. And we're going to create this on connections function. Okay. So the on connections function is going to basically look like this. So it's going to need the node connections, the editor state, and a Google file. So I'm just going to import this as well. Nice. And if the editors.editor.selected node data is a Discord node, then we're going to say connections.await get Discord connection URL. Okay. And then if the connection exists, then we're simply going to say node connections.set Discord node. And we're just basically putting the data inside that, okay? So let's go ahead and build this as well, the get Discord connection URL. And that comes from the actions inside connections. So let's go back to connections, which is in here, right here, and we have actions. So go into Discord connections. And at the bottom, we're going to say get Discord connection URL, async function, and then basically we're getting the user. And then we're going into the database and getting the Discord webhook for the first one, which matches this condition where the user ID is equal to the user ID that's signed in. And we're just going to get, all this specific data that we need. Okay, so let's go back and let's import that Discord URL that we need in here, and that should solve that problem. And the next one is if the editor state data title, the selected node is Notion, then we're going to await and we're going to make a very similar call called get Notion connection. And after we get the connection, if it does exist, then we're going to say node connections dot set Notion node, and we're going to pass in all the data that is needed. Okay. And if the Notion connection dot Notion node dot database ID is equal to nothing, then we're going to say get Notion database. Okay, so I'm sorry, is not equal to anything, right here. So this means is not equal to an empty string. That means we have a database ID. Then we're going to go ahead and pull all the data from there. So let's go ahead and first build the get Notion connection. So again, you know the drill. Go back into your folder, go to connections and go to Notion connection. And at the bottom, you're going to say the following. So you're going to say get Notion connection, await the user, and then we're going to go into the database and pull out the data for that user, okay? For that Notion connection, which matches that user. And if the connection exists, we're going to return that connection. And let's go ahead and import this from that action folder. Nice. And then inside this, we also have the get Notion database. Okay, so the get Notion database is going to be inside the Notion connection itself. So you can go in here, and what you want to do is you want to say the following. So you want to say get Notion database, and you're going to create this client. And now for this, you're going to need Notion's API. Okay, so here's what you're going to do. You're going to install the Notion API. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to quit the terminal. I'm going to say bun add at Notion HQ/client like this, and go ahead and hit enter, and there we go, it installs it successfully. And now we can go ahead and import this client, and this client should actually come from our new imported Notion. So I'm just going to say client from Notion HQ/client, and that should solve that problem. All right, awesome. Now let's go back into our editor utils file, and we're going to simply import these actions that we just created. Nice, good job. And finally, we have the get Slack connection, the exact same thing. So let's go ahead and build this out as well. So let's go ahead, open up the folder structure, and let's go into Slack connections, scroll down, and you're just going to say get Slack connection equal to async function, and we're going to get the current user, and we're just going to go into the database and find for Slack first where the user ID is like this, and we're just going to return this if it's true, and if not, we're going to return nothing. Okay. And now we can go back to our editor utils file, and let's simply import this function in here. Awesome, great job. Now I'm going to go back into our editor canvas sidebar, and I need to import this on connections in here. So I'm going to go ahead and import that so we don't have any problems there. Okay, nice. Okay, now it looks like we have another work in progress flag, which is under connections components. So the connection card. Okay, so let's go into our connection card. And inside the connections card, we're going to remove this work in progress flag, so because we're already at this part. Okay, it looks like we already created the connection. So I think we just forgot to remove that work in progress flag. So let's go ahead and remove that. And let's move on to see what else we missed. So we have one more in here, which is called wire up DB. Let's see what we missed in here. So under this workflow in here, I'm just going to remove this, and this is inside the workflows, workflow.tsx, okay? And in here, we're going to say const on publish flow, just like this, and we're going to say it's an async function, and we're going to say async await on flow publish. We're going to pass in the props.id and this right here, which says false. And then if the response exists, we're just going to return a toast. So let's go ahead and import the toast as well. Nice. And for this on flow publish, guys, we're going to open our workflow inside the actions workflow connections, and we're going to create that in here. And this function is pretty straightforward. So onFlow publish basically says, it's taking in the workflow ID and the state first, right? And we're saying we're going to update this workflow basically. So we're saying where the workflow is like this, we're just going to change that publish. All right. And if publish is successful, workflow published. If not, workflow unpublished. That's pretty much it. And let's go back and simply import this. All right, and this is asking for the ID when in reality I already have the ID here. So I'm just going to remove this, and that should solve that problem. Finally, let's scroll to the bottom, okay? And you see we have something in here, right? We have to kind of wire this up with the correct logic. So I'm going to refactor this code to say the following. So all we're going to do is we're going to say a new label and HTML4, the airplane mode. Okay, let's keep it like that. Looks funny. And then the class is text muted foreground. If it's published, then we're going to say on. If not, we're going to say off. And then in the switch in here, we're going to pass in that published, whether it's default checked or not. Okay. And let's see what else we have. Okay, and now we also have the profile form. So you see this work in progress flag is really important because when we're building such an application, especially for me on a video, it's kind of hard to keep track of everything, right? So it's good, even you should make this a practice, and it's going to help you kind of navigate through the project. So let's go ahead and fill this up. So this is the profile form, and let's go ahead and complete it. All right, so after this handle submit, we have on update in here. Okay. So it looks like we completed this as well. I think so. So great. I think we just had to remove that. So awesome. Let's go ahead and remove that, and we are good to go. Okay, now we're going to go back to our Navbar in here, into this Navbar, and we're just going to do the following. So I see we had one more work in progress flag in here, and it says user authentication. So I'm just going to remove this from here, or maybe we do need something in here. Let me think, guys. Just give me 1 second. Okay, let's go to this one first. Let's go to our Navbar. So go to your Navbar, and you see this in here, right? We need to refactor this to consider the user's login state. So if I put this here, it's going to throw an error because we don't have the user saved. Okay, so very straightforward stuff. We're just going to go up top and just get the current user, and we're just going to import the current user from Clerk next, and we're set. That's it. And finally, I'm also going to refactor this one to say if the user exists, then return the user button. And after sign out URL, we're just going to send them to the default path, and that's pretty much it. Okay, so if you do bun run dev and let's refresh the browser, you should see the user's button right there. Awesome. Looks great. Okay, and this looks like an error here, so I'm just going to remove this. I don't know why I have that inside the mode toggle. That doesn't make any sense. And finally, we have something called remove fault image. Okay, so we put a fake image right there, right? A default image. So we just have to remove that when we're done, okay? All right, great. Now that I have that out of the way, let me move on because I know I have a couple more things to do to get all the connections up and running. So let's move straight right into it. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into the editor's sidebar, okay? And I see we have this in here. We're getting the connections. However, we have one more thing to do. Okay, so let's go ahead and say use effect like this, invoke it, and pass in a callback function with an empty dependency. And for now, we can actually pass in the node connection in here. And we're going to say if the node connections dot slack node dot slack access token exist, then we're going to fetch bot slack channels. We're going to invoke this. So let's go ahead and build out this function too. So I'm going to go into the editor utils, and inside the editor utils, we're going to simply say fetch bot slack channels. It's an async function that needs a token, and it's going to also give us a function in here. And I'm going to import the option, which comes from this one right here. And then I'm simply going to say list. So await list all the bot tokens. We're going to get all the bot channels and all the tokens for them, right? And then we're going to go across those, get all the channels, and then we're going to set all the Slack channels using this state right here, okay? So for Slack connection related stuff, let's go back up and go into this connections. And right here, we're going to say export const function list bot channels, and we're simply going to import this from here. And we're going to say const URL is https slack. Please copy this exactly like what's written on here. Okay, don't make any mistakes. So https, or just copy it from the Discord. Okay, slack.com/api/conversations.list. And for new URL search params, we're going to get this in here. We're going to create a new URL search param, type of public channel, private channel, and limit 200. And then we're going to say try catch await axios.get. So we're making a GET request to this URL endpoint, and we're passing the headers, okay, which is the authorization bearer token. And for this bearer token, we're going to get the Slack access token from that API call, right? I'm sorry, from the function that's actually calling this, and we're just going to pass that in there. If the data is not okay, throw an error. And if the data.channels.length is empty, just send an empty array. Now, if we do have something, we're going to go through all the channels. We're going to filter for the channel where a channel is a member, where they're members of that channel, and we're going to map over that and return label, the channel name, and the value. And if not, we'll just throw an error at the bottom. Now let's go back to that file and let's simply import this list bot channels. Awesome. Now if we go back in here, we can also import this inside it's inside the editor canvas sidebar. Okay, so let's see if we can import this. Okay, something seems to be wrong. Let me fix this. Okay, so nothing is wrong. It just says I need to pass in the parameters and I haven't done that. So the first one is going to be the node connection dot slack node dot slack access token and the set slack channels, which is basically this right here, okay, from the use fuzzy store. All right, so now we're going to go into our action button, okay? And if you don't know where that is, it's inside the content based on title. So the content to show based on title, essentially, okay? If you click on this button, you'll notice we still didn't complete it, right? Because this is where we're going to have some stuff in here and things like that. So let's go ahead and proceed with this component now. So first thing we're going to say is const path name equal to use path name, and let's invoke that. And then next we're going to create something down here, okay? And this is basically the buttons to show, like what type of button, saving the templates for the messages and things like that, okay? So I'm going to remove this and we're going to say const render action button like this, which is going to be equal to an arrow function. And inside this, we're going to create a switch statement, okay? And the key is going to be something called the current service, which comes from our props. And the value, first value is going to be Discord. The next one is going to be Notion. And I'm also going to put break here. And finally, we're going to have Slack. And now all we're doing in here is for each of these, we're rendering a different type of an action button. Okay, that's basically what we're trying to do at the bottom here. So in the case of Discord, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say return. Let's also remove this break and let's put this in here. Okay, so return a button, which comes from components button, and we're going to say text message. Okay, and then finally we're going to have one more that says save template. And now let's create this function. So you want to scroll up top all the way to this component here, and we're going to say const on send Discord notification is a use callback hook. Okay, and we're going to say async function in here, and we're going to await for post content to webhook. We're going to invoke this and we're going to pass in this stuff in here. Okay, and we're going to wait for that response. And if the response is successful, then we're going to say node connections dot set Discord node, and we're just going to pass in the content and all this kind of stuff. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this post content to webhook. And to make this, you have to go into your actions, which is in here. Sorry, not in here. It's actually in here, and you want to go into, sorry, actually guys, this is inside connections. So connections, actions, and go into Discord connections. Okay, you want to scroll to the bottom and you're going to say const post content to webhook is an async function that takes in the content and the URL. And all we're going to do is just say we're going to say if the content is only if the content is not equal to this, then we're going to say await axios.post to this URL and put all the content in there. If posted, so if we got some results, success, we're just going to return a success message or a failed request or, you know, string empty or something like this. So let's go back now and let's quickly import this function. Nice. Now the next one we need is on create local node template. So for this, again, I'm going to scroll up top and I'm going to do the following. So I'm going to say on create local node template is use callback, async callback function inside it. If current service is equal to Discord, then we're going to say on create node template like this. And let's go ahead and build this out right away. Now what you're going to do is you're going to go into your actions folder under workflows and click on this workflow connection. Okay, and now I'm going to go back, and down here I'm just going to do the following. So I'm going to say, I know this is a little big, but I'm just going to go across each and every single thing. Okay, so here's what we need. We need the content, the type, workflow ID, channels, access token, and the Notion database ID. Okay, so we're saying if it is Discord, also these are optional, right? It's not for all of them. This just works for, we're just creating node template for, you know, all of them, right? So that's why it's generic basically. So if the type is Discord, then we're going to say db.workflows. We're going to find that workflow. We're going to basically update the Discord template in here. Okay, and if we got a response, we'll just send the response back. Next, we're going to say Slack. So for Slack, we're going to update the same thing. We're going to update Slack. We're going to say Slack template, put the content, and Slack access token. We're going to put the access token as well. Next, if we got a response from this, we're going to say channel list equal to, we're going to go into workflows. We're going to find unique where we find this specific workflow ID, and we're going to also select all the Slack channels. And then if the channel list came back, so we found something, then you're going to remove all duplicates before you insert something. Okay, so you're going to say non-duplicated equal to class list.channels.filter, where the channel is not equal to these channels at index number 0.value. Okay, we're just filtering them out. And then we're going to map over this, and we're saying for each await db.workflows.update, and we're just updating the Slack channels, and we're pushing passing this channel into that Slack channel. Okay, so we're essentially like adding more Slack channels in there. And finally, we're just going to say Slack templates saved. And at the bottom here, we're saying channels.map for each, workflows.update for that specific workflow ID. And we're just saying Slack channels.push the channel again right here. Okay, and then again, we're just saying Slack templates saved at the bottom here. And let's go down here real quick. And for Notion, this is what we're doing. We're saying go into the database, find where this workflow ID is like this, and then we're gonna update this to the following. Awesome. Now we can go back and import this just like this, and everything should be solved. I see an issue here with path name, so I'm just gonna change this path name to lowercase. And it also looks like we need this toast, so I'm gonna go ahead and import the toast. And same thing here, guys. So we're gonna on create the node template. On creation of it, we're saying node connection.discord node.content. We're just passing these into it, okay? And then path name.split.pop, and same thing. We're passing the current service in here. And for Slack, we're doing the same thing here. We're saying await on the creation of the node template, and we're passing all the information that was required because it's Slack, okay? And if we got a response, we're just showing it on the screen. And same thing for Notion. We're doing the exact same process. We're just passing in newer parameters. All right, awesome. Now let's scroll down here, and we need to also invoke this. So I'm gonna go ahead and return null here, like this, return null. And after this entire function, guys, I have to invoke this, right? So I'm just gonna invoke and return this just like this. Now I also need to create the case for Notion, so I'm just going to do case Notion button, and it's the same thing. However, for this, we're going to have another function, so let's go ahead and create that right away. Let's scroll up top, maybe around here, and we're going to say on store Notion content. Okay, oops, sorry. So what we're doing is on create new page in database. So once this is created, then we are basically, we're getting the data from that, the response. If the response exists, we're basically setting the Notion node to everything that's in there, whoever, previous data, but we're changing the content to the following. So to do this, we're going to go into Notion connection right here. And at the bottom, we're just going to do this. We're going to paste this right here. And this is on create new page in database, which is an async function. We're going to get the database ID, access token, and the content as a params. So we're basically creating a new client here, okay, with the auth access token. And then we're saying notion.pages.create, okay. And for the parent, we're setting the type as database ID, and the database ID, we're just passing it in here. So whatever the database ID they gave, right, that's what we're passing in here. And then for the properties, now this is something you need to keep in mind. You technically don't even need these, okay? So we could just remove it actually, but these properties have to be in line with the database. So maybe this is something that you can change, improve in the future. Maybe you dynamically create some properties and dynamically pull them, right? But for now, I'm just giving you guys an idea of how to actually make this work. So this is basically, imagine you have a database with only a name property, right? So that's what we're doing here, and that's about it, okay? And we're just returning the response if everything is good. So go back and let's import this. All right, awesome. Now if you go back down, I think there's one more we need to do for Slack. Okay, for Slack, very straightforward, pretty much the same thing. So for Slack, what we're gonna do is when you click this button, right, we're going to do one more function right here. And that function, let's just scroll up to create it. We're going to create it right above here, actually. Okay. And we're going to say on store Slack content, use callback, and post message to Slack. Okay, so this server action comes from the Slack connection. So let's go in there, right in here, Slack connections. And in here at the bottom, I'm just going to say the following. So I'm going to say post message to Slack, and it's just a wrapper function. Okay, this way we can post it to multiple Slack channels if we have multiple stored in our database. So we're going to say Slack access token. This is what we need to make this possible. So we're going to capture that info, and then we're going to say if there's no content, just say content is empty. And if there are no channels, we're just going to say channels not selected. So these two things are important to kind of filter out. And then for each of the Slack channels, we're going to map over each of them. We're going to find the channel value. And for each of the channel values, we're basically going to post a message in the Slack channel with the Slack. And we need to pass in some info, right, to actually send those. So these are the information that we need, which is the Slack access token, channel, and content. Okay, I'm going to just scroll up here and create this. And this is going to look like this. Basically, const post message in Slack channel. We need that info. So I'm just going to capture that through the parameters. And then we're going to try this right here. So we're going to say axios.post to the specific URL with the channel, with what channel they want to send to, and the text content. And we also need the Slack access token. So we're going to send that as well in the authorization bearer token. And content type is going to be application/JSON with character set of UTF-8, okay? And then if this was worked, we're just going to say worked. We're just going to say message posted successfully to this channel ID. We're just console logging it so we can see if anything happened, and same thing here if an error took place. All right, so this is set. So let's go back and just quickly import this. Guys, I hope you're doing this with me. Just copy paste, and if you ever get confused, we're there. We got you. Just reach out in the Discord, reach out in the community, and also bring it up in the mentorship calls in the school community. Like, I'll be more than happy to help you in there, okay? All right, so now I think we are done with these with the action button. So let's just see what it looks like. Okay, so of course we need to first connect Slack to even see something, right? Or it's going to say nothing is connected. So we need to do that. So how do we do it? Well, there's a bunch of things we need to do. So let's jump straight right into it.
The Prodigies.
What Prodigies?
With Prodigy.
Thank you so much, Web Prodigies.
I closed a $1,000 deal after getting the sales training.
They won't stop teaching you until you see success in yourself.
Before, I never really had someone to guide me.
My life was completely changed.
Introduced me to the world of freelancing.
In just 2 weeks, it transformed my life.
I had a clear picture in my mind, the next step I'm going to take.
After the mentorship, I'm kind of motivated.
I have this new boost confidence that I can do it.
Web Prodigies helped me close a deal.
This mentorship, as it is very, very practical, person can start implementing it right away and can see results.
If people work hard, they will see progress in months.
Made me go from $0 to $5,000 mindset, $10,000 mindset.
Live the desired life that I thought about.
The tricks that you have taught us, the things that you have told us.
Someone who has experience in the field.
If you didn't have a mentor, you won't have a career roadmap.
People can see the results in like 2 or 3 weeks.
You need to change your mindset.
I will be cracking soon $5,000.
Something that you cannot get in textbooks. It's so good.
Cheat codes to money making. So,
And the money they put in, they can literally cover in 2 or 3 weeks.
The Prodigies can take you from zero to everything that you've thought of.
They teach us the way.
Web Prodigies have given me a very good insight into freelancing.
It is parent, like how he teaches and how he tells things. Just join the program. It will transform your life too.
So if you're wondering what is Prodigies University, well, it's a platform that we created that helps completely transform people's reality. And I say this confidently because I am the living proof of this entire program. The type of education in that community is something that you have never seen. And the complete truth is that real skill sets exist beyond code. Our goal is that you enter Prodigies University and exit as the best version of yourself. Quality mentorship that teaches you from someone who's actively doing the things that I teach. And we have created systems in there where anyone in the world can make $1,000. The first biggest win. When I got my first $1,000 doing my own work, it was the most precious $1,000 I've ever seen in my life. And I want you guys to experience that as well. So this community is only for people who think beyond code. And the business model that I'm going to be teaching in there is the single best business model in the world, which is how to become a creator. How to become a creator of your own reality and not follow other people. And I'm going to guide you through the entire process. We are going to help you become the best version of yourself. We're going to show you how you can take anything and monetize it today. We're going to show you how to also create a system inside that model that gets you leads constantly every single day, literally as you sleep. And it does exist. It is possible. You can create a system. Now, it's the best model in the world, but it's also the most difficult model in the world. And that's why you will never have a single competitor. Nobody can beat you because you are the best version out there. It's very difficult to beat someone who is the best version of themselves, right? And that's exactly what we teach in there, which is how to make you a prodigy. You have to become the best. And you also get unlimited courses. Any course we ever release, you will get it in there. You are going to learn skills beyond code. That means everything you need to truly succeed in your field. How to communicate, how to sell before you actually do the work. We're going to show you every single thing. We'll show you how to build a team, how to scale that team, business models, blueprints, every single thing that you need so that you can learn from the best in the world. So if you are ready to become the best version of yourself, look in the description, click on that link, join today, and I'll see you in the community. All right, so at the moment, if you try to connect any of these, it will not really work. And the first most important thing is these authentication endpoints are going to send a redirect back to our application. And we have to be ready, waiting to accept the authorization request from the user. Okay, so how do we do that? This is exactly how to do it. So inside the API folder, go ahead and create an auth folder. And in the auth, you want to create a callback folder like this. And the callback folder is going to have a Discord route, Notion route, and Slack route. And you can create a route.typescript for each of them as well. And inside this folder, this is exactly what we're going to do. We're going to set up a get endpoint to listen to the authentication, request, and then we're going to do the necessary processes. So this is exactly what we need to do. First thing is we're creating a get endpoint just like this right in here. And then we need to extract the code that comes from the search params. Okay, so extracted the code. And in here, all I'm doing is I'm saying data equal to URL, and I imported URL like this from .url search params. So I'm getting all the data that came in, and then I'm saying data.append the client ID, okay? And we're getting this from our environment variables. So make sure you have these in your environment variables, okay? And if you don't worry about it. We're gonna get to this. Actually, sorry, you will not have these values yet because we did not create the apps. And then finally, we're also gonna append the code itself right here. And now we need to send an Axios post request to this specific endpoint like this with all the data that we just got. Okay, so once we send this with the headers, which is content type application x www form URL encoded, we're going to get an output. And that output.data is what determines what we need to do with it. Okay, so const access equal output.data.access token. We need this access token to do whatever we need to do with Discord. Okay, super important. So we need this to come back. So what we're going to do here is we're going to say const user guilds equal await axios.get and Discord API users at me guilds like this. And then we're going to pass in a bearer token with that API token, access token that we just received. And once that's done, we're going to get the user guild, which is userguilds.data.filter for that guild, where guild.id equal output.data.webhook.guildid. Finally, we're going to redirect the user to this endpoint. So if you remember, we had this huge, destructured object where we had the webhook ID, webhook name, guild name, all that kind of stuff. That's why we have this. We're extracting it from the search param. So remember I told you as time goes, you're going to understand more. This is exactly what I meant by that, okay? And if this failed for some reason, then we're simply going to send the user back to the connections page. All right, awesome. Now Discord is over. Let's move on to Notion. So Notion, again, create route.typescript. And in here, all we're going to do is the following. So same thing, a get endpoint. We're going to extract the code. And then we're going to say const encoded equal buffer.from. And we're going to say process.environment.notion client ID. Of course, we don't have this again because we haven't created the application in Notion yet, okay? But after that, we're also going to put the Notion secret, and we're just converting it to base64, okay? So if the code exists, so we got a code from the URL, then we're going to create a request to api.notion.com auth/token, v1 auth /token, and we're going to send a post method with the following details right here. Okay, the headers, content type of application JSON with the bearer token passed in here, and then also the Notion version. So we just passed this one and it actually works. So you can pass this version, and then you have to say data, which is JSON.stringify, and you need to pass the grant type, the code, and the redirect URI. And this redirect URI is inside your env, okay? So this env also needs to be populated, guys. Remember on the redirect URI right here, it has this, okay, so this is the redirect URI. Okay, so it's not the auth URL. All right, we're safe, no problem. But for the auth URL, don't forget, you have to put the client ID inside it, okay? Just giving you a heads up. And then if any response came from this, then we're gonna say const notion equal new client auth, and then response .data.access token. This is what we need, very important. And then we're going to get the database pages by saying notion.search, okay, filter value with the databases and properties object, and we're going to sort with direction ascending and timestamp last edited time. And down here, we're going to say database ID equal databases, database pages, result.result.length, if that exists, then we're going to get the first result.id, or we're just going to return an empty string, okay? And then finally, we're going to send the user back to the connections page with all that data that was required as a search param. And then in the connections page, we're just going to extract all of that, and then we're going to, store that in the database and do whatever we need to do with that, okay? And then if all else fails, we're just going to redirect the connections page. So now let's move on to Slack. So I'm going to do the same thing, route.typescript, and in here, we're going to create another get endpoint. So first we're going to extract the code. Like I said, same thing, we're going to extract the code in here, and then we're going to check if the code parameter was actually provided. So if it's not provided, we're going to return a status of 400, okay? And then we're going to make a quick try catch. We're going to send a post request to Slack's OAuth endpoint to exchange the code for an access, okay? We need this here. So how do we do that? Well, this is how we do it. We send an API request to slack.com/API/OAuth version2.access, and we got to send the post request in here. And we also have to send these specific headers, which is application/xwww form URL encoded. And in the body, we have to pass in the following stuff. And of course, we don't have this at the moment because we haven't created the app itself, okay? So we'll come back to that later. And then finally down here, data await response.json. And then here, we're going to check if any response came back. So if the response data is okay, then if it's not okay, then we're going to throw an error. And if it is okay, then we're going to say API ID, which is extracting these values right here, get the user token, access token, bot user ID, team ID, and team name. And then finally, we're going to send the user back to the connections page with all that data inside this URL. And finally, if any error happened, we're going to return a next response of an internal server error with the status of 500. Okay, I hope all of this makes sense. And if nothing does, guys, we got you. Don't worry, just show up in the community, show up in the school community, ask questions, be a part, be an active member, and we'll be more than happy to help you out. Okay, for that, you need to be there. Okay, so join, look in the description. You're going to find a bunch of links. Go join and take action, and maybe we can help you out with a bunch of stuff, okay? All right, so now that we're done with this process, now we need to go ahead and create the apps for Notion, for Discord, for Slack, and get all these client IDs, and that way we can store them in our .env variables, and we can actually start, testing and seeing if everything's working together, okay? So let's move on to that part now. All right, guys, so go back to Developer Console, and if you don't know how to, go to that page, scroll to the description. I have put all the important links in the description, okay? Click on the Google Console link. It's going to take you to, I think it's going to take you to this page, probably, right? So try to sign in. Well, not this one. I think, let's see, probably this page, okay? So to get to the page we need to get the credentials, you can go to API services. It's going to take you here. Click on credentials, click on the app we just created, and then here you're going to find the client ID. So I'm just going to copy this client ID. I'm going to open my files, go to .env, and I'm going to search for the Google client ID, okay? And I already pasted it, but all you have to do is paste that link in here, okay? Whatever you just copied. And then the next one you need is the Google client secret, okay? So let's go ahead and get that secret too, and that should be right here. There we go. So copy this client secret as well, and just paste it in this place right here. Okay, now for Notion, Notion's actually really weird with the documentation. So search for this exact term, okay? Notion integration. I'll put the link again in the description, but I want you to also know how to find it. So look for this exact term, and then don't click on integrations. You need to click on build your first integration, okay? And it's going to give you a bunch of stuff here, and even I need to look through this because I think I lost track. So give me a second. Let me look through this and find the right link. Okay, so I'm also going to go and create a Notion account. So if you haven't done this, pause the video, go create your Notion account, and then come back here, okay? I think we might need that as well, so I'm just going to go create that. Okay, so I already created my Notion account. I think this is the link where it says create your integration. In Notion, the first step to building an integration is to create a new integration, all right? So a new integration, Notion integration database. So click this, and then it's saying enter the name. And if you're using the completed sample app with the comment, all right, well, let's just go through it, okay? Let's go through it. So let's click this, go ahead and log in, and then I think it's going to route us to a different page. So weird. Okay, super weird. Like I told you, right, the Notion documentation is kind of all over the place. So if you see here, we have, let's just go back to that page, okay? So the look up Notion integration and then go to build your first Notion integration. And if you scroll down, it's going to say create your integration in Notion. Now, if you click this link, you'd expect it to, ask for your integration stuff, but it takes me to, well, before this, it was taking me to the OAuth flow. All right. And I wasn't able to get out of that. It just kept sending me back and forth through the auth flow. And if that does happen for you too, here's a solution. Go into settings, and inside settings, you're going to see my connections. And then finally, you're going to find develop or manage integrations. All right. Click on this, and then it's going to take you to that integration page. All right. Awesome. So let's go ahead and try to create one. So I'm just going to say type internal. That's fine. Name, I'm just going to say fuzzy production. And no need to upload an image, that's fine. And we'll just go ahead and submit this. And there you go. So it gave me an integration secret, only works with this Notion workspace. Okay, so you need to change it. If you have a different integration for a different workspace, of course, you have to change that. So I'm just going to show this, copy this, and I'm going to search for that variable. I'm just going to store that in there. Okay, so you want to put this ID inside this right here. Okay, Notion API secret. Put it in there. Maybe the name should probably be changed, but that's fine. You guys can understand. Okay, so just place that in there. And then I'm going to click on capabilities, and I'm just going to check everything, guys. I just want to check everything for now. No user information, read user's information without email. Okay, so I think let's just do no user info for now, and let's go ahead and just save the capabilities and then click on distribution. And we'll have to make this public, so go ahead and do that. And then I think it's going to give you a bunch of stuff. So let's see what this does. Okay, so it looks like you have to make all your integrations public. I totally forgot about this, but however, we're just going to push through, and here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to say fuzzy test. Okay, and for the website, I think they just want to see something, so I'm just gonna put this in here, which is localhost 3000/ that's it. Okay, just like this. Tagline, we can skip that. For this, I'm just going to put privacy policy like this. Terms of use, same thing. So just say terms of use. Okay. And for support email, I'm just going to put the testing email I have. And then for redirect URI, I'm going to say this here. So let's go in here. I'm going to copy this link from the redirect URI in here, and I'm just going to paste that right in here. Okay. So remember, we built those endpoints, right, in the API folder. That's basically what these redirect URIs are. Okay. So just to recollect, you see inside the callback, auth callback, we have Notion route. This is basically what that redirect URI is. Okay, so whoa, what happened here? Looks like it got removed from there. Let's put that back. Okay, like that. All right, awesome. And finally, it's asking for Notion URL for optional template. I don't know what that is, so I'm just gonna hit submit and just pray for the best. Okay, switch to public integration. You'll get an OAuth secret. I think this is exactly what we need. So let's go ahead and hit continue. Awesome, guys. There we go. So now let's go in here and let's store all these variables. So open the .env file, and we're going to search for Notion client ID. And let's go ahead and copy this from here. And I'm just going to paste it inside this link right here. Where is that? Okay, client ID. Just going to paste it right here. And then we have the authorization URL. Let me just look at what this looks like. I don't think we need it, but I think Notion OAuth. Okay, I think this is the public Notion authorization URL. This is basically the same thing. Okay, so I just wanted to confirm. So all you have to do is just change your client ID in here. Okay, and I'm just going to do that right away. So client ID, let's go ahead and copy that, and I'm going to replace everything in here. Please replace even the star. Okay, replace that and put that in there. And I think everything else should be fine. Let me check this. So client ID, response, whatever. Okay, it looks like it gave this to me. So I'm just going to remove this and paste this in here. Okay, that might be better. So yeah, guys, you can just replace that. Okay, so I did a small mistake here. I clicked on this button that said show a client secret, and it looks like it refreshed the token and gave me a new one. So I'm going to hit, new token here, and I'm going to copy this and replace the one I have right here. Okay, so if in case you made that same mistake, that's the solution. Okay. All right, awesome. I think we are set. I'm just going to save changes one more time. And if I go back, there we go. So I see my integration. So I think we are all set with Notion. Okay, now let's move on to, I think we have Discord and Slack. So let's go ahead and connect those two. All right, for Slack, again, I'm going to put the link in the description to make it super easy for you. But I think we need to go to Slack, maybe api.slack.com. Let's see what this does actually. I'm not sure. Okay, cool. It took me here. And there's something called Your Apps. I'm going to click on that. Okay, so it took me here. And now I need to go ahead and first sign in. So go ahead, create your Slack account. And if you haven't, just go ahead, pause this video, create your account, and then come back to it. And let's continue from there. Okay, so I'm also creating a workspace. So just so you know what's actually going on, I'm creating a workspace here, and I'm going to basically get access to this workspace, right? So I'm just going to call this fuzzy for now, like this, fuzzy production, and hit next. Okay, it already knows who I am. That's amazing. And I'm just going to go ahead and skip this. So skip this step. Just going to say testing here. And of course, we're going to take the free plan for now. So start with the free plan, and it's going to take me to this page, okay? And I'm just going to say maybe later. Slack is so much nice, guys. I love Slack. What do you guys think about it? Let me know. Let me know in the description. I love Slack. It's so much nicer. Okay, so now that we have connected, I'm going to go back to the same place, which is api.slack.com, okay? And then go to your apps, and it's going to take you here. Go ahead and sign in. So I'm going to do the same OAuth stuff, so go ahead and do that as well. Okay, so it's saying allow. Okay, so it took me to this page. It just took me to the app, and I don't know why it did that. So I'm going to go back again to api.slack.com. Okay, let's go back to your apps. Very interesting stuff. I don't know how these applications work. So let me go ahead and try to sign in for the second time. All right, guys, give me a second. Let me sign in one more time. Okay, I'm going to cancel this here. And it's saying open Slack to launch desktop app, not working. You can use Slack in the browser. Okay, but that's what I did. But I don't want this. Take me to the API. Okay, I'm gonna try it from a different way. Maybe I'm in the wrong place. Okay, so I'm hoping this is the correct flow. I tried like 7-8 times already, but basically go to api.slack.com. Okay. And now what we were doing is we were clicking on this Your Apps, and it was trying to log me into Slack some other way. I don't know how, but this is another option. So I clicked on this option, and then it took me to another page. So I went through this flow, and I clicked open. I clicked cancel. Let's see what it says. Use Slack in the browser. Please don't take me to... Ah, God. Okay, so... I don't know what was going on. Maybe because I was in private browsing. That's probably it. So I had to log in through a different account, and we're going to try. We're going to try again, okay? So let's try to create this app, and it says from scratch. Okay, let's go ahead and create that. I'm just going to say fuzzy production like this. Pick a workspace, fuzzy production, hit create app. Okay, and then I see a bunch of stuff here. I see 2 fuzzy productions. Amazing. So let's just get into one of them. Okay, I see a bunch of info here. I just don't know why this other app was created. Maybe it was a glitch? Not sure. Okay, so I'm just going to go to the first one, okay? And now I'm going to find some info here, and all I need to do is kind of transfer all this information. All right, guys, so signing secret. Let's go ahead, reveal it. I'm going to copy this, paste it in here. All right, nice. Then we need the client secret. Go ahead, copy the client secret as well. I'm just going to paste the client secret in here. Then we need, what else? We need the Slack bot token. I think we're going to get to that later. But there's one more here called client ID. Let's go ahead and copy that one. Paste that in here as well. Okay, and then we're going to scroll down here, guys. And we need to create 2 app level tokens, okay? So go ahead, click here. And we're going to create, the first one is called Slack_app_token like this, and we're going to add a scope to this as well, and the scope is the connections right. Okay, and go ahead and generate this like this. All right, now go ahead and copy this one. I think this is the Slack app tokens. I'm just going to paste that in here, and then we need one more for the bot token. Okay, so let's go ahead and build the bot token too. So I'm going to hit done on this, generate another one. I'm going to call this Slack_bot_token, and then add a scope, and we're going to call this authorization read, and we also need connections right. And now let's go ahead and generate this, and it's going to give us another token here. So go ahead and copy this bot token, and I'm going to paste it right here. Nice. And now we can go ahead and hit done here, and let me open this up a little bit. Now let's go back into our Slack environment variables, and we're going to find something here called next public Slack redirect. Okay, so here it's saying paste the client ID in here. So we're going to copy this Slack client ID and we're just going to replace everything in here. Okay, let me do that one more time because I think I missed something. There we go. I knew it. I knew it, man. Okay, and let's go ahead and paste that. Okay, and some of you guys might wonder why it's not allowing you to save changes, and that's because you need to, for some reason, you need to change the description and the long description. Okay, so I'm just going to say fuzzy bot like this, and in here I'm just going to say subscribe if you find this valuable. Okay, so guys, if you find all this content valuable, especially this entire video has been so challenging, and I had to learn so much just to do all the research and put it into one simple video to assist all you guys. So I would really appreciate it if you hit subscribe. And if you hit subscribe, the next video is going to absolutely blow up the internet. I promise you. So don't forget to hit that notification bell, because genuinely the next video is going to provide you so much value. Okay, and I'm so excited for it. So don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on notifications to get notified for that video. Awesome. And now we're going to say, okay, so another thing, this field can't be less than 175 characters. So let's just go ahead and spam. All right, perfect. Nice, thanks. And go ahead and save this bot. Okay, needs a color too. All right, give me the color. I'm just going to put something like this. Wait, let's put a nice color. Okay, I like this one. Save changes. Finally, our app has been created, so great job so far. Now the next thing we need to do is we also need to complete Discord, right? And I know for a fact Discord is going to be horrifying. So give me a second, guys. I'm going to open up Discord, okay? All right, so hopefully you have this page, and if you don't know how to get to it, again, link is in the description, okay? The description is going to save you a lot of time. And here's what I'm going to do. If you also don't know how to get to it, I'm also going to show you what it looks like. So you're going to search for Discord Developer Portal, okay? And it's going to take you to these pages. Click on the first one, the one right here, and it's going to take you to this document page, okay? And go ahead, and I think Get Started should take us there. Okay, nice. And after this, you have to go ahead and create an app. And don't forget, if you haven't signed in and created an account with Discord, go ahead and create that first, okay? So pause this video, go create an account with Discord, and then let's continue. Okay, so hopefully you finish doing that, and when you hit create app, it's going to take you to this page. It might also ask you to log in and things like that. Go ahead and do that, okay? So here I'm just going to say fuzzy production like this, okay? And I'm going to agree to this and hit create. Okay, I need to verify my email. So go ahead and first verify your email. If you didn't, they probably send a message from here to verify. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. Okay, so I have verified my email. So if I come here and hit create, all right. So right off the bat, it's going to give you your application ID. So I'm going to copy that. And in here, you're going to find client ID. Okay, so just paste that in here. And the next one is the public key. I'm not sure where this one's gonna go actually. Okay, well, I'm just gonna copy it for now, guys. I'm gonna copy it and I'm gonna say Discord public key. I don't think we actually need it, okay? But we'll see. Maybe we do. Yeah, probably not. I don't think we're even using it anywhere. Yeah, so that's probably not, I mean, we're not gonna be, yeah, I don't think we use this specific variable, but maybe this one. Okay, we used it in a place inside the route.typescript for our callback route. So we'll see what we need to do, okay? Don't worry about it. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm also going to copy this client ID, guys, and I'm just going to replace this from the link as well, okay? So I'm going to replace that so that we can kind of get that also up and running. Okay, now the next thing you want to do is you want to click on OAuth in here, and okay, there we go. So we have our client ID in here. So I'm going to copy this client ID, and wait, which client ID is this? Is it the same thing? Okay, I think it's the same number. They just put it in there. Oh, got a little excited. Okay. And we have the client secret, so I'm going to go ahead and, can I see this? Oh, it's hidden for security. All right, so it took me some time to find this client ID. Apparently, this Discord token is not needed. I think I just accidentally added it there. So we have to reset this because it only shows once. So I'm going to just reset it, and I'm just going to put the password, and that's going to give me a new token. I'm going to copy that and place it in the Discord client secret, okay? So yep, and then that's pretty much it. So yeah, don't forget, if that token shows up, if that secret shows up, copy it. I don't even know where it did, just magically showed up out of nowhere. But yeah, if it did, copy it and put it in your .environment variables. All right, and the next thing you want to do is you want to create a redirect URL, right? So go ahead and copy this right here, which is, let's see, right here, copy this. I'm going to paste it in here, and I'm going to change Notion to Discord, okay? Because we have that endpoint, and that's pretty much it. We're set with that. And we also need to set all these scopes, okay? Okay, and for this one, I think we need identify, we need guilds, connections, where's that? Okay, right here. And then we need guilds members read and webhook incoming. Okay, I think this is good enough. And go ahead and hit save changes. And then you want to select your redirect URL, and it's going to give you something. Okay, this is basically the generated, redirect. The authorization URL. So just copy this, just copy it, and go into your .environment variables, and you're going to find this redirect URL right here. Okay, so all you're going to do is you're going to remove this, and you're going to replace it with the new redirect URL. Okay, looks like I think we have a couple more scopes. Okay, so also select email, guys. I think we need that one too. So I'm going to select that, and I'm going to basically, let's see if it rebuilds. Okay, it does build it. So copy this again, and that should actually fix that. Okay, nice, awesome. Okay, and now I think you're pretty much set. There's no save button. I don't see any save button anywhere. Yep, and let's go back to our application. So let's see what happens. Let's see if things are connecting, and if we need to fix anything, we will go ahead and fix that as well, okay? So don't worry about it. If you see any issues, I got you. So I'm gonna refresh everything right here so that all the new environment variables, actually I'm just gonna do this and refresh one more time. Okay, and I think we need to populate this as well, right? So I'm gonna pass in the Google scopes, and the Google scopes are this one, googleapis.com, auth and auth drive, and then also the endpoint, which is auth2, v2, and auth, like this. And I think that's all we need for now. We'll see if we need anything else, but I think we should be fine. All right, so the first thing I'm gonna try to connect is Slack. So let's go ahead and hit connect. Okay, and this one I think is fuzzy-production.slack.com, and let me hit continue. Okay, and it's telling me to sign in, so I'm just going to go ahead and sign in as well. Okay, and let's go ahead and hit continue. All right, so something went wrong. Redirect URI did not match any configured URIs. So the past URI was HTTPS localhost 3000 API auth callback Slack, and it's saying that something went wrong. Okay, let's go ahead and find out what exactly happened. All right, so I figured I should kind of debug on the go so I can at least show you what's happening. And if I don't get it, I don't get it, okay? And then I'll probably have to get off camera and then solve this bug. So it's saying it does not match the configured URIs. So the first thing I thought was in here, we have this redirect URI. So this is the closest that resembles to this, right? This has, a link in here, but it has all the percentage symbols, and that comes from the URL usually. I think this should not be a problem, okay? However, we're gonna see if there is some place to add this. It has to be there inside the app, right? So I logged in here, and let's see if we can find something like this. So redirect URI. Oh my God, there's a lot of documentation. Guys, you better give this video a thumbs up and subscribe, okay? Because I'm going above and beyond and reading all this documentation. Let's go back. It has to be in the app, guys. It can't be anywhere else, right? It has to be in the app. So maybe OAuth and permissions. Oh my God, it's here. Okay. You will need to configure redirect URIs in order to automatically generate the add to Slack button or to distribute your app. If you pass, maybe it's this one, URL in an OAuth request, it must partially or match one of the URLs. Okay, this might be it, guys. So let's go ahead and give it a shot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this redirect URI for Slack right here, and I'm just going to paste it in here, okay? So add new URI. We're going to add this and hit add right here. And then I'm not sure if we need any bot scopes again, because I thought we already did that, right? So let's refresh this and, oh, we need to save. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, hopefully it works. We'll try. Let's give it a shot. Okay, it's going to be worth a shot. So let's go ahead, go back to our app. We also need to change that image. And let's go to connections. Okay, fingers crossed. Okay. Fuzzy Production doesn't have a bot user to install. This app is requesting permission to install a bot on your workspace, but is not currently configured with a bot. Okay, all right, we're getting somewhere, guys. That was a solution. Nice, looks awesome. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna Google this. So let's search this up, and Stack Overflow, please save me. Let's see what we have here. Okay, so it looks like there are some bot scopes that we need to add, and I do remember seeing something in here called bot scopes. Okay, I'm just gonna click on this. Let's just see what it says. Okay, so let's add, what did we have for the previous one? I think we had something here, right? We had authorization reads, connections write, and connections write. So let's just pass that in there and see what happens. View messages that directly mention conversation, channel manage public channels. Okay, so it's, okay, guys, I think all you have to do is just pass in a bunch of stuff in here. So let's see, what do we have? Do we have anything in the URL? Okay, so the scope we need is chat write, and the user scope is chat write as well. Okay, so let's see if we can add those scopes. So chat write, okay, nice. And let's cancel this, we don't need that anymore. And this one, we need chat write in here too. Okay, so we have some progress. So success, saved. I'm gonna refresh and just make sure that all the stuff is in here. Okay, nice. And let's go ahead, go back to localhost. I hope it's not connected already. Okay, hit connect. It's requesting permission. Allow, take my permission, please. Let's go. All right, guys, great job. So I think Slack is connected. And if I refresh the page, all right, great. So it's saved in our database. Okay, so great job. So now let's move on to Notion. Let's see if Notion's going to torture me too. And if not, Notion, I love you. Okay. And if this tortures me, don't forget to go watch the previous Notion video. We built a whole Notion clone. Maybe it can, help solve this problem. Okay, let's try to connect. So connect to Notion. Okay, I'm going to cancel this. I'm going to try to connect this way. All right. Okay, it's asking for access to view page, whatever. I'm going to go ahead and hit select pages. Okay, so we need to do something before this. I'm just going to go ahead and cancel this because we don't have a database. So I'm just going to go back to my Notion. Okay, and inside, let's go ahead, log in here. Okay, inside my Notion workspace, I just created a file here. Okay, it's called Fuzzy Production. And let's see if we can create a database, inline database. And remember, I told you the only properties it can have, right? We can only have some properties. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to delete this. So let's go in here and try to filter this stuff in here. Okay, so I'm going to delete the tags as well because we only need this name tag, and maybe we can also have a created at tag. Let's see. So create this. This is going to be the created timestamp. I think this is nice. Let's just see what happens. Okay, it's worth it. Okay, so the only reason why I set that up is because I just want to make sure that we can actually connect, and maybe in the future we're going to need access to that because we have to get this database and we have to send something to it, right? So inside the node, we're going to actually do all that kind of stuff. So let's go ahead and connect Notion, connect like this, select pages, Fuzzy Production, allow access. All right, awesome, guys. Notion's also saved. So if I refresh the page, I should see it's saved in the database. Great job so far. You guys are doing fabulous. If you have come so far, great job to you. Okay, so next is Discord. So let's go ahead and try Discord too. I'm going to connect. Okay, and it's taking me to this page. The server, okay, so I have no server. That's the problem. So let me first go ahead and create a server, guys. Give me a second, okay? Okay, so I just created a server. So I'm going to go back to our application. And I'm going to cancel this, and I probably have to go back to the application. I hope it takes me back. Let's see. Okay, it's probably not going to do that because, all right, let's just go back here and then let's go into dashboard, go into connections, go into Discord. Okay, nice. So we see our testing server, add webhook to the general channels. I'm just going to say general like this and hit authorize. Awesome. So it looks like Discord is also connected. If I refresh the page, there we go, guys. Everything is connected. And we are pretty much set. So now we can go and try to mess with the workflows and see how far we get, okay? And honestly, it wasn't too bad, right? We didn't come across that many blockers. It was just Slack that was acting crazy. And Notion wasn't too bad too, but you see how the documentation is very difficult to read. It's spread across the entire internet. And we had to do so much research to find all these stuff and find everything and put it together in one video. So I would really, really appreciate it if you guys smash that subscribe button, because we are going to make some of the best content on YouTube. Okay? All right. So I'm going to go back into workflows, and I also want to set this up. Right now we only have hard-coded stuff in here, right? So let's go ahead and try to create something. So to do this, we need to go into our main folder, into pages, workflows, go into page, and then you see we're creating multiple workflows here, right? So we're just going to create one, and then we're going to go into this, and we're going to do the following stuff right here. Okay, so first thing, const workflows equal to await on get workflow. So we're going to create an action here, and we also need to change this to an async function like this. So to make this work, we can go into the actions folder in here, and we're just going to say the following. So we're going to say export const on get workflows. We're going to first wait for the current user who's logged in basically, and we're just going to go into the database and get that specific workflow for this user. Okay, all the workflows, sorry. Now I'm going to go back and import this workflow in here. Okay, nice. And let's refresh this. Okay, so we're still going to see it, of course. So we just need to do some logic to actually render those out. So I'm going to remove this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to say workflows.length, right? And if this exists, then I'm going to return something in here. If not, I'm going to do something else. For the first thing, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say workflows.map like this. Actually, this might return an array. Oh, it's going to return undefined too. Okay, so that's fine. So in that case, we're going to invoke this, and we're going to return the workflow that we wanted. And this workflow is going to need a key. So I'm going to say key and get the workflow from here. And or we can change this to flow, and we're going to say flow.id. Okay. And finally, I'm just going to remove all of this, guys, and I'm just going to put everything from flow into this component as well. So as you can see, we have nothing in here. So instead of returning nothing, I'm just going to create a div like this, the class name, and let's just get to that in a second. So let's just say no workflows. Okay. And it shows up right there. So I'm just going to say flex item center and justify center. And we can also give height of full, I think. Let's see what happens here. Okay, so there's some container elements, and that's going to cause an issue. So I'm just going to create a margin top of half. Okay, looks like it's not working. What's going on? Okay, so I just did margin top of 28. I think half is not going to work because there's no space, I guess. I'm not entirely sure. So margin top of 28, and we can also change this to text muted dash foreground like this. All right, and it just looks so much nicer. So now we can try to create something in here. So let's see if this works. So we're going to create a workflow. I'm going to call this test workflow like this. And this workflow is the best thing ever. Okay, and let's go ahead and save it. Okay, so I'm not sure if it's saving. So let me refresh and see if something's happening. Okay, so something happened on save. So let's go into our form and see if we even wired it up. Okay, there we go. There's this magic handle submit that does absolutely nothing. So let's go ahead and complete that form, the workflow form. Okay, so all we have to do in here is I'm going to say handle submit equal async. It's an async function that gets the values from z.infer type of workflow form schema. And we're going to say on create workflow right here. And this is going to be created in one of our actions folder. And then we're going to await this response. We're going to pass in the name and the description. And then if the workflow exists, great, we're going to say toast, and we're going to show that message on the screen. And then we're also going to do router.refresh so we can see the update. Okay. And now let's go into our actions folder. So I'm going to shrink this, open this, and I'm going to go into our workflows, action workflow right here. And then I'm just going to say the following. So on create workflow is an async function that takes these two parameters. We're going to wait for the user. If the user exists, great. We're going to create the workflow inside the database. And we're going to say data for this, user like this, and we're going to link it up. Okay. And then we're just going to return a message here. So let's go back and let's import this from our actions folder. And I think we're also passing it in here. All right, great. And I think after this, we also have to close the modal, right? So let's go ahead and get access to the modal. So const, we're going to say data like this equal use modal. And I'm going to get access to set close. And after this in here, I'm just going to say set close like this. Okay, so that way we can also close the modal once everything is done. So let's go ahead and test this out. So I'm going to say testing here, testing modal, testing workflow, hit save. All right, awesome. There you go. And now we have our first created workflow, guys. Great job so far. And let's move on to actually messing with all this stuff now, okay? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drag this Google Drive here. I know it's not going to fire, and we're not going to connect anything actually yet because we need to also create our listener file, right? There's no point in doing it, okay? Nothing's going to work. So we'll just keep this here. I don't think it's going to cause any problems. Hopefully not. But what we're going to do here now is we're going to just grab our Slack, or maybe let's try Discord, and let's connect this, I guess. And if I click on Discord and let's go to settings, we see the connected, and now it's showing everything. So it's saying, you know, what do you want? And it's also connected to that specific channel, right? So maybe you can do this to enhance the app, guys. You can probably move the connection logic into the action directly in here, and you can probably connect to different channels, right? You can do whatever you like. This is just to give you the idea of how all these things work, and then eventually you guys can, you know, do exactly what you would like. All right, guys. So I just wanted to bring a disclaimer when you're creating Google Drive stuff, okay? So you see this create listener down here. Of course, we don't have it set up right now because there's another folder we need to create inside the API folder called notifications and drive activity. Okay, we haven't come to that, of course, but that's the place where all the listeners happen from Google Drive. Okay, but keep this in mind. When you create a listener, what basically happens is you make a call to an API endpoint in Google, and that is the watch API, the watch endpoint. When you hit that endpoint, it's going to create some sort of channel, okay? On Google's end, we're not doing that. And then Google will basically call our drive activity route every time for each channel that we create, okay? Think about it like a tunnel. You're creating a tunnel, very similar to Slack, I guess. I think Slack has tunnels too. Maybe I'm getting it wrong, but think about creating a tunnel, okay? So we're creating a tunnel to Google Drive, and and that tunnel is basically a watch tunnel, and every time you create a listener, it creates a new tunnel, okay? And so if you do that on accident and you keep creating listeners again and again, you're going to create multiple tunnels, and then you're going to get, you know, rate limited. We don't want that to happen, okay? So that's why I did not build that folder yet, because I wanted to bring that disclaimer. So if anything happens, you click listener, just go to the database, make sure everything is fine in there, and yeah, just pay attention to what you're doing, okay? So I also quickly want to show you that Discord works. So let's go ahead, click on Discord, and it shows everything in here. And also, once we listen to the drive, right, basically we're gonna pull a file, we're gonna pull all the data. Then inside Discord, in the message section, we can see all the chips, okay? Right now we can't see the chips because we aren't listening to any endpoint. So for Discord, basically, if I put a message in here and I say just testing, and I can also test the message, there you go. And if you go to your general channel, you will see this in here. Okay, awesome. So our fuzzy production bot is working. Great job, guys. And for Slack, there is a problem. So let's take a look at Slack. So if I drag Slack in here and connect it, it's the same exact process. Okay, we have the actions and it says connected in here. However, it says no channels, no Slack channels found. Please add your Slack bot to your Slack channel. So I think something is probably going on. I have to figure it out, but I just wanted to point this out, okay? So I'm going to follow the instructions. It said you have to add your Slack bot to your Slack channel. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to open my Slack channel, and I'm just going to open it in the browser. Okay, like this. Okay, so I just clicked on this and it took me to this page. Let's do this one more time. Let me click here and then click here again. Okay, so how does fuzzy production work? Subscribe is fine. Okay, so if I hit configuration, let's just see what happens. Okay, it takes me in here. Okay, bot user, where can I add the channels? Channel details, and then in a secret setting, okay, hidden where you can never find it, there's integrations in here, okay? And then there's something called apps in here. So I'm going to try to add this app. Okay, we can add fuzzy production in here. Okay, and I think our bot has been added to this. So I'm going to go back to our app. I'm just going to refresh, and of course I'm going to lose all this data, but let's go ahead and do that one more time. And I'm just going to drag Slack now, try to connect Slack here, and let's go back to settings, click on Slack. Okay, so something is happening. Let me refresh this page. What's going on with Slack? Something looks a little weird. Maybe in the wrong channel? Okay. All right, guys, let me get off camera and I gotta solve this problem and then I'll get back to you guys, okay? Okay, so I'm also gonna try to show you guys what's happening, all right? Because I know someone said, I wanna see how you debug. So first thing I did was I clicked on the error and I saw this right here. So then I'm gonna go into the specific folder structure, which is into Slack Connect, and I'm gonna scroll down to line 69, right? In here, and I see this here. So what I did was, okay, I'm basically trying to get some data. So something has to be in here, right? Because there's no data.ok, because it's throwing an error saying that doesn't exist. So what I'm going to do is, all I did was I did console.log and I pasted this in here, pasted the data. And when I open the terminal, you can see this right here. Okay, when I open the console, I see the message is saying OK false. So basically everything is good except for the scopes. The scopes are a little messed up. So this is the scope we provided, and this was a scope we needed. So we need to get access to all this stuff. So how do we do this? Well, I think this is what we provided, and this is what they needed. Okay, so we need to give all this access. So first thing I want to do is I want to go back to the browser and I want to go to our application and see where we did all these scopes. Okay, so bot token scopes right here, okay? And this is what was right here in the provided, and this was needed. So channels read, chat write, channels read, groups read, MPI, okay. And I think we did something here too. Let's see, what did we do here? We added something here, right? Was it here? Or maybe it was just here? So what we can do, let me also see my environment variables. Guys, this is the full uncut version, okay? So you're gonna see everything, and I don't mind that, that's fine. If that helps you, sure, let's do it. Inside the .env, let me shrink this real quick. So I see the scope here, chat, write. I see one more scope here too. So I think it's coming from here. This is what we provided. Okay, but we also would need this scope then, right? How are we not getting access to that specific scope? That makes no sense. Because here it's saying, channels read, groups read, needed. So all of this is needed. So I'm just gonna copy this, okay? Let's just try and see what happens. But we also need this one too. Maybe extra, maybe this is also needed. Maybe that's what they mean. Let's just put that in here, okay? What's gonna happen? So where's that? Right down here. So I'm gonna paste it here and I'm gonna extract one by one. So first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take, okay, so I made an error here. I'm gonna copy correctly now and not make any more errors. So copy this, I'm gonna shrink. Okay, channels read, let's copy that first. And then I'm just gonna comment this out. Okay, so channels read, we need to paste it in here. So we have scopes right here. So I'm gonna say and, would it be and, or how would this be? Okay, so I'm just gonna look this up, which is, all right, so I just looked up add scopes to Slack redirect and it's showing something here. So I'm gonna see what this is. Scopes incoming webhook. So this is another one. We don't want that. I'm gonna check some others. Okay, it's a sort of like a comma, I guess. Is that what it is? Okay, perspective scopes, for example, write bot. Great. This is how documentation goes. You see, like, you always have to find your way. It's never easy, okay? So I'm just giving you guys the raw truth about being a web developer. You have to read all this stuff. You have to understand how things work. So, okay, so this is not the place. I'm gonna go back and maybe look for something else. So, okay, there we go. I think it's gonna look something like this. So a comma, and we just have to put the scope itself. All right, that's all I was looking for. So let's go back here and we're gonna put a comma and paste our scope. And then we need the next one, which is group read. So I'm gonna put another comma here, group read, this one right here, like this. And the final one is this one. Let's see what happens here now. And let's refresh. Oh, I think we still have that error. I don't think it fixed it. What happened now? Let's just take a look at the console and see. So we provided this. Why is it still saying we provided this? For which one is my confusion right now? Is it for, maybe for a user? Chat right. So if it doesn't come here, guys, then it has to do with something in the software itself, okay? Like inside the app itself, because this is the only place where I see the scopes really, right? So something else seems to be wrong here. Slack redirect. All right, guys. So I kind of want to do this with you all. So right here, I added the other couple, bot scopes that were required. So whatever I found here, I just went ahead and, just put it in here. and I just went ahead and yeah, that's it. It automatically saved. And now on top, it immediately showed this. It said you changed permissions and scopes. You have to kind of redo this one more time. So let's go ahead and reinstall the app. It's going to take me to this page. We're going to say allow, and that should be it. It says success. Okay. I'm not sure if send messages on user's behalf. I don't think we need this, but it's okay. For now, we'll just keep that in there. Okay. And let's see what happens here now. We might also have to reinstall it from here. I think so. Let's see. Maybe we can. Okay, so I'm gonna reinstall this again. All right. So I clicked on it. I clicked on install app. I'm gonna click on reinstall and do this one more time because I removed the bot from here, I think. Okay. Let's see what happens. And let's go back to the OAuth permissions. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna delete this and I'm just gonna create this one more time. What is it that it wanted? MPIM. So MPIM like this, and I think it needs read. So let's put read. Okay, it says success. I gotta figure out how this stuff works. Let me refresh this. Okay, all right, give me a second, guys. Okay, so I think that fixed the problem. Yeah, I didn't do anything else. I just went back in here and I just dragged this from here, dragged Slack in here, and I just connected it like this and went back, clicked on it, and boom, there you go. I see 200, okay, and I get all the responses back, okay? So let's try, I mean, let's give it a shot. I think we might have to also re-invite the bot to this channel. So let me go in here to testing, and what I'm gonna do, so I can leave this channel, I think. Let's see if we can create another channel in here. So create channel like this. I'm just gonna call this testing. Okay, so, oh, you can't leave the channel. Man, this is very confusing. Why am I having such a hard time with Slack? Oh my God, you have to click here, go to manage, browse channels. Okay, so let me join the testing channel one more time. And then I guess if you want to delete it from here, you probably have to do something else. But yeah, okay, testing is back. Let me go to view channel details, members, integrations. Okay, so it looks like the bot is here. Okay, cool, nice. All right. Or maybe, let me see if I can kick this out. Remove this app from testing. Okay, let's remove it for now. And let's do that one more time, okay? So I'm gonna bring it in here, integrations, add an app, add the fuzzy bot. Okay, nice. So fuzzy bot is added there too. So we should see all the stuff in here. Okay, nice. We're seeing everything. If I click on it, okay, no errors. Great. So if we go in here, if we click here, it's saying, awesome, you can select this, and boom, there you go. It pulls all the channels that we have access to, and we can essentially click on whatever we want. I think so. Testing like this. What's happening here? All right, so for now, I'm just gonna open this up so we can see more. Okay, so we need to go into this Slack channels in here. So I'm just gonna search for Slack channels like this, and I see a render connection, okay, right in here, and there should be something in here, multiple selector. Okay. So maybe it's just selecting a default option. I'm not sure. Let's just select this for now, okay? And I'm gonna put testing message and just see what happens. Channel not selected. Okay, so yeah, something is happening here, guys. It's some sort of CSS thing, I think. So let me go ahead and try to fix this, okay? Okay, so I have been working on this for a whole day, and I think I might have found it. I'm not entirely sure. And well, I mean, we're going to find out, right? We're going to find out. So let's go ahead and try to drag the Google Drive. I'm kind of scared because I know the problem is going to be something very stupid that's probably out of our control. Okay, so we click on this. Oh my God, you're kidding me, man. Okay, so, all right, guys. Well, see, sometimes things like this happen. You just have to, you know, move on, okay? But there was nothing wrong with the components. There was literally nothing wrong with our code. Everything looked perfect, okay? This drop-down component, the library was actually, I think it was the latest library, and I think Shadcn has an issue. Literally, the library itself has an issue. So all you have to do is you basically have to downgrade to this package. So I'll tell you what you need to do. So basically bun, add, and paste this command, which is cmdk at 0.2.0, okay? Or npm I, and then go ahead and paste that, okay? So yeah, this is unfortunate. Sometimes you get, you know, you come across problems like this and you just can't solve it, right? Because it's not under your control. And well, that's why I'm good at what I do because I know that sometimes things are just out of my way, right? Okay, so I don't know how you guys would have solved that problem if you tried to go ahead with the, if you moved ahead in the project and you try to do it on your own, and if you came across that problem and if you solved it, great job, man. Super proud of you. But if you didn't, don't worry about it. Don't even blame yourself, okay? Things like this happen. So, well, we'll give it a shot now. I just hope it works. So let's just say testing, moment of truth. Okay, so something's wrong with the input component. It's saying status code 429. Okay, so all right, this is solvable. So we know something's working. So let's go ahead and try to solve this now. All right, so for those of you who don't know what the status code of 429 means, whenever you get the status code, you get 200, 404, right? Like that, there's one called 429. If you see this, basically it means that you are being rate limited. So if this ever shows up, most likely it's a really bad sign, okay? So if that ever happens, just shut down the server, give it a break, let things cool down. I just took a couple minutes, maybe 2 minutes or something. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So if that ever happens, keep that in mind. Okay, that's what it means. That means you're sending too many requests at the same time. So now I think it should work. So let's drag Google Drive, Slack, and I'm just going to connect this. And let's go to settings. And I already tested it and it looked like it worked, but I'm just going to show you guys too. Okay, let's make sure it works the second time as well. So I just selected this channel. And I'm going to say the following. So I'm going to say, please work, and this should work. Okay, there we go. Message sent successfully. And if you go back to Slack, you will see that message right here. You see 649, 649. Okay, awesome, guys. See, things like this happen, okay? Sometimes you come across bugs like this that are just out of this world. It's part of the game, okay? Just like how it is, very difficult to run a business. Same thing to learn web development, same thing in development, in education. Everything has pros and cons, okay? Nothing is going to be perfect. If there is a perfect solution, please reach out to me, send me a DM. I would love to speak to you, okay? But yeah, you just need to understand that there are good and bad things in whatever career you pick, okay? And this has a lot of bad things too, but there are a lot of good things as well. Right? So just keep that in mind so that whenever you come across problems like this, you get excited rather than upset that it happened. Okay? All right. So let's move on, guys. All right, guys. So it turns out there was no big problem. What happened, I guess, is when I was connecting the Notion account inside the connections page, something probably went wrong there. I'm not entirely sure. And the database ID was not saved in the database, which is really weird because it's supposed to come back. So my prediction is that something was wrong. We probably didn't set up completely, and that's why that problem happened. Okay, that's point number one. Now, this is how I debugged. I basically went back into the API folder inside callback Notion route.typescript, and I looked for this right here. Right? This database ID was showing up as null. If you noticed, we saw that error was saying database ID was null, right? So what I did was I commented this out. I went into Prisma, which is right here, and I deleted the connection from the Notions table, and then I went back and deleted the connections from the connections table, and then that's how Notion now will become, you can basically reconnect Notion again. So that's all I did. So after doing that, I went back into connections, I connected it, and I saw the message print out here with the correct database ID. So I knew, okay, everything's working correctly. And then I just went back and uncommented this out. And I went back to, the component that accepts this, which is the connections page. So if you go into connections page right here, okay, right here, I printed the ID out to make sure the database ID exists in here, okay? And then, of course, I saw the database ID, and we were set, good to go. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Then, after that, I saw another problem, and this was the problem. Basically, the connection was completed, but when you hit enter, it said this. It said, couldn't find editable property for these identifiers name, okay? And if you don't know where that's coming from, remember we were looking at, let me see if I can show you that. So let's go to our action button, which is in here inside the editor. And you're going to see something in here called on create new page. Okay. So these properties are what we're trying to create. So here we're saying search for name. Okay. However, in my Notion database, the table here had a capital N. Okay. So it's case sensitive basically. So please make sure whatever properties you want to add, you want to make sure that the ID, the name, the name is perfect, okay? It perfectly aligns with the properties you're trying to insert into the database, or it's just not going to make any sense, okay? I hope that helped. And now let's go back and I try to connect and let's see if we can get this to work, okay? So I'm just going to say test. Okay, we see an error. Oh, that's because, okay, there was one more problem. So the problem here was in this part right here, Notion is a little weird. It needs this to be a string, and connection is actually, content is actually not a string. So what I did was I just changed it for now. For now, I just changed it. I'll come back to this later. I just want to make sure everything's working before we proceed. Okay, so let's go back into Notion. I just hit the test. There you go. It says testing, the exact same timestamp as well. All right, so that's what happened, guys. Sorry about that confusion. I know this is a very complex project. It is not a simple project. You guys wanted something complex? This is what complex looks like, okay? So yeah, and now let's proceed. I think we have couple more things to do, and then we'll get to the challenges, okay? All right, so the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna create our listener for Google Drive, okay? Because Google Drive is kind of like the driving source for the automation to fire. It's the main trigger, right? So let's go ahead and set that up. So you want to go into your API folder and you're going to create another folder in here, and you're going to call this folder drive-activity like this, okay? And inside that, just create a route.typescript file. And another folder, another path we also need in here is notifications. So notification, sorry. And inside that, a route.typescript should be good. Yep. So what does this file do? Well, very straightforward. It literally just listens to whatever happens, okay? That's all this path is doing. So let's go ahead and set that up. So first thing we need to do is we need to export an async function called get, okay? We're creating a get endpoint, and let's change the spelling here. And inside this, first we're gonna say const OAuth to client equal to new google.auth, google.auth.oauth2. We're going to invoke this, and now we need to get access to this Google API, okay? So to make this happen, we need to install another package, so let's go ahead and do that. So go ahead and quit the terminal, and you want to say bun add Google APIs. Okay, it's doing the same thing again, guys, sorry about that. Bun add Google API, okay? API with an S, so APIs. And go ahead and hit enter, and that's going to install our package for us. All right. Awesome. And now we can go ahead and import this Google from Google APIs. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to verify that I actually have all these tokens and the client IDs and things like that. Okay, so scroll to where you see Google, and I think Google should be around here somewhere. Okay, right here. So we have the Google client ID, we have the secret, and we also have the auth redirect URI. All right, awesome. And this redirect URI is the same thing that we used in Clerk, okay? Okay, so let's go ahead and change this first to capital A because it's case sensitive there. And now we need to get access to these three environment variables. So inside this, we're going to pass three parameters, which is process.env.googleclientID, the client secret, and the redirect URI. And next, we're going to get the user ID, okay? And if there's no user ID, we're going to return a response saying user not found. And then next, what we're going to do is we're going to go into Clerk and we're going to find the user's OAuth access token. Okay, so we're going to say Clerk response equal await Clerk client dot users, and we're going to get for this user ID, we're going to get the OAuth Google OAuth access token. Okay, next we're going to get that specific one, which is the first one. So the first response dot token. And finally, we're going to set the credentials here. So we're going to say OAuth to client.set credentials, and we're going to pass in that access token that we just received. Finally, we're going to connect to Drive. So we're going to say const drive equal to google.drive version 3, and we're going to pass in that client. And after that, we're going to just create an ID in here. So we're going to say channel ID is basically this is v4, okay? And then next, we need to basically get the changes, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to start something called page token response. So we're going to say start page token response equal await drive dot changes, and we're going to get that token from that page token. And then we're just going to go ahead and extract this value from here. And we're going to say if this is actually equal to null, then we're going to say the start page token is null basically. Okay. And if this is successful, now we're going to go and watch these changes in Drive. And we're going to do that by creating a listener here. So we're going to say const listener equal await drive.changes.watch for this page token, so this specific one. And we're going to pass in the support all drives true, support team drives as true. And the request body is going to need the ID, the type, which is a webhook, because it's going to need to call us, right? That's why we're saying watch. We need it to watch because we're trying to make it act like a webhook. And then we're going to pass in this specific ID. And this is our Ngrok ID. So now we're going to need Ngrok to actually get this to run, okay? And then right here, we're going to say kind API channel. So to get this Ngrok, we'll get back to this. What we can do here, actually, yeah, there's no point in creating an environment variable because this Ngrok stuff just keeps changing. But I mean, we could do it. Let's just do it right now. So let's go to the .env file, and I'm just gonna say something right here. I'm gonna say Ngrok URI equal to something, and we'll put that value in here, and then we can use this. Okay. All right. And now we're going to basically check if the listener's status is 200. Okay, because if it is, then we're going to go into our database and we're going to store the Google resource ID. Okay, and we can do that by saying if listener.status is equal to 200, then we're going to create this right here. We're going to say channel stored, and we're going to update where the clerk ID is like this, and we're going to set this specific data here. And if we got something here, we're just going to say listening to changes. Okay, and finally, we also have to return something from here. So we're just going to say return next response, something went wrong again. Okay, now we need to create, okay, I think we did something wrong in here. All right, guys, so this code is actually supposed to go into the drive activity. I accidentally put it inside the notification. So I'm going to remove that and click on drive activity, and I'm just going to paste it in here. Okay. And now I'm going to do the notification section. So we're going to create a post endpoints in here. So let's go ahead and say export async function post, and the request is going to be of type next request like this. Awesome. And the first thing we need to do is we need to get the headers. So we're going to say const headers list equal to headers from next headers. And then we're going to create a channel resource ID. Okay. So we're going to say channel resource ID like this. And for each of the headers, we're going to find wherever we get the Google resource ID. And then we're going to set it into this channel resource ID. And we can do that by saying header list.forEach for each of them. If the key is like this, then go ahead and set it. Okay, nice. And then finally, we have to check for this channel resource ID. And if it exists in here, so if we found it, then we're going to go into the database and store that in here. Sorry, we're not going to store this in here. We're going to retrieve some data from there. Okay, we just want to get the users with this specific channel resource ID. So we're going to say const user equal await db.user.find first. We're going to invoke this, and in here we're going to say where, and we want to get for that specific channel resource ID, right? So we're going to say where the Google resource ID is like this, and then we're going to select the clerk ID. So I'm going to say clerk ID true, and we also need the credits. Okay, and actually we don't have credits right now because we didn't come to payments, so sorry about that. Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. All right, guys. And now after this, I'm going to say, actually, let me think real quick, because I think we can't actually do this right away. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do, guys. I'm actually gonna go into our Prisma, and we need to make a couple updates. Okay, so just follow through with me. Let's go ahead and make these updates. So the first thing we need to change is right here, actually, right here. Yeah, so we're gonna add tier and credits. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. So go ahead and add this, and just give me 1 second. I think we have a couple more things to add here. Okay, I think this is good enough. Let's just go, just to say bunx Prisma generate, and then bunx Prisma db push like this, and hit enter. Okay, nice. So yeah, we just needed to add this in here because eventually we're going to come to this, right? And we're going to need this for the watcher as well, for the listener. So that's why we need to make sure we have those two variables in there, even though we're not really doing it right now because we haven't jumped into Stripe yet, but eventually we're going to, okay? So now in here, we can then say credits like this, and we want to set this to true as well, okay? And the next thing we're going to need here is we're going to do the following. So we're going to say if exist, and the part we're basically checking their credits. Okay, what do they have? That's what we're trying to see in here. And then we're going to get that specific user's workflow just like this, and then we're going to check if there is a workflow, then we're going to do the following. Okay, so we're going to say for the workflow, we're going to loop over it. We're going to say .map. I don't think we actually have to do .map, but we're just going to do it for now. It's fine. Okay, and we're going to say const flow path equal to json.parse. So we're getting that specific flow and we're converting it. Okay, that's what we're doing. We're converting it into JSON so that we can extract all the data basically. And then we're going to say let current equals 0. And while current is less than flow path, we're going to say if the flow path at current is Discord, then we're going to get this Discord. We're going to go into the Discord webhook and we're going to find, where the user, for that specific user ID, we're going to get the URL. Okay. And then if that's successful, then if there is a Discord message in there, then we're going to do something in here. We're going to post the content to a specific webhook, and we already have it. So let's go ahead and import that. And then we're just going to say flow.discord template. And if this exists, right, of course, we're just going to pass that in there. And then we're just saying discord message.url. Okay. The next use case is for Slack. So this is basically like a notification, literally. Okay. So when we get a message that, hey, something happened, we're getting notified, that time we're doing the following steps. Okay. One more thing I see wrong here is the brackets. So I'm going to put all of this inside the while loop. Yep. I'm so glad I caught that, because this is going to be horrible if I mess up here. Okay. All right. And now this post message to Slack, we're just going to import that. We're doing the same thing. And all we're doing in here is, I'm just going to shrink this so you can see easily. So if the flow path, basically if the flow is Slack, if it is Slack, then we're going to map over each of them and we're going to get all the channels. And basically for each of those channels, right, we'll send this this message basically. That's it. Actually, the channels here is an array. So I think, okay, so we can actually pass in an array into our post messages to Slack. So we're good there. So yeah, we just go ahead and pass in all the channels, and this function will handle that logic. And then we have one more here for Notion. Actually, we have two more here. So let's do the Notion one. So right here after this if block, if it's Notion, then we're going to create that database entry, right? So we're going to set this right here, and we're going to pass in the database ID, the access token, and also the Notion template itself. So whatever string we have saved, right? That's what we're going to pass in here. And then we're going to also say flowpath.slice until here, until the first element. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go into .env. I'm going to get the Ngrok URL because we're going to need it in here too. And we're going to go into our drive activity, and I'm simply just going to replace this, okay, with process. Oops, we don't need it like this. Basically, process.env this Ngrok URL, okay, and yeah, process.env.ngrok URI. And we also have to do the same thing in the other component. That's why I needed this, okay. So let's go back here to notification. Let's scroll down. And yeah, we're going to need this after Notion, because now we've finished Notion, we're going to need to do the wait stuff, right? So I know this is something that we haven't started yet, which is what about the wait and cron jobs and things like that. So we'll get to that soon. So I'm just going to set this up here itself because I don't want to come back to it. Okay, so just follow through with me. This is all we need to do. So we're going to say if the flow path is of type wait, then we're going to do the following. So what we're going to do is we're going to send an Axios request to cron jobs, okay? And we're going to say the following. So let's go ahead and import Axios. We're going to send it to this specific API endpoint. We're going to send a URL like this with the flow ID, okay? And this is our Ngrok URL, is it? Let me see. Yep, it is our Ngrok URL. So I'm just going to remove everything till here, and I'm going to say the following. So I'm going to say process.env.ngrok URI. Okay, is it URI? Let's go back and see that. Yep, Ngrok URI. Let's copy this. I don't want to make any mistakes here. Okay, so I pasted the URI here, and I'm just going to put a question mark here to create this param. Okay, we're going to say enabled true, and we're going to pass in the schedule. So for now, we're just setting it to this. Okay, because I think this is a couple minutes or a minute or something, just to make it easy to test. All right. So I'm just going to pass this in here, and I think we should be fine, but this is just to learn. Okay, so we're good to go. And after that, we also need to pass in some headers, and here we're going to get our cron job key, so we'll get that in just a second. I'm going to go and just say, going to go up and just say work in progress, get cron job API key. Okay, so we can actually continue with that. And let's go ahead and proceed after the headers basically. So after this, we're going to say if we have a response, flowpath.splice at this specific location to number 1 to this specific location, and then we're going to say const cron path is equal to await db.workflows.update, where the flow ID is like this, and we're gonna update the data and set the cron path to this. Okay, we're basically going to stringify all of this stuff. And if you don't know what this looks like, let's see if we can see. Okay, damn it, we put it we put any. All right, that's fine, guys. There's so many things happening, I'm also losing track of stuff. And finally, after this, we can say break. Do we need to say break here? Oh, because we are in a loop. Yeah, we'll need to say break here. And at the bottom, after this blue bracket, we can just say current ++. Okay. And finally, we also need to update the database. So after this one, we're going to say await db.user.update, where the clerk ID is this specific ID. And we're just going to update the credits now. So for each action, we have to remove a credit, right? So that's what we're doing here. We're removing a credit for that user. And after this, I'm going to say return response.json, and I'm going to send a 200 response. And if this is successful too, at the bottom here, we can send another response right here like this. All right, I know that was a lot of code. So I think we created these credits, right? Did we create it? Get cron job API key. Okay, let's go ahead and get this cron job API key so that we don't actually lose that. Okay, so I'm going to open a new tab and I'm going to look for cron jobs. And guys, I'll put a link in the description. Okay, you can go ahead and take a look at that too. And this is the link. Okay, it's cron-jobs.org. Go into this and go ahead and sign up, log in, do whatever you have to do, and then come back to this video. Okay, so once you have successfully logged in, it should take you to a page that looks like this, hopefully. Okay, so I'll try to put the correct links in the description. And then you want to go into settings, you want to scroll down, and you're going to see, actually I already have this done because I remember I was trying to work automations, and this was a test for Plura. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and delete this here. So let's delete, and we're going to, can we add? Yeah, we just have to create a new key basically. Okay, so we're going to create a key, and we're just going to call this fuzzy production like this. And we have to pass in the IP address. Actually, okay, this is IP address restriction. You don't have to do that. If you want to, you can put your IP and it will just, kind of restrict it, but you can leave it empty. Okay. And finally, just click on display and it's going to ask for password. So let me quickly do that stuff off camera. Okay. And then I have my key now. So I'm going to copy that key. I'm going to go into my .environment variables and I'm going to look for the cron job API key. Okay, I found it at the bottom and I just pasted this in here. Okay, awesome. So let's move on. Let's go back to where we stopped. All right, so now I think we can remove this. Yep, I think we're good to go. So we might be able to remove it. Let me see. Cron job key. I think this is what we have, right? Let's just cross check to make sure. Cron job key. Okay, yeah, we're good to go. So I'm going to remove the work in progress flag from here. And I think we also set up the credits, so we can remove that one as well. Okay, great job, guys.
All right, guys, I just wanted to show you how you can get access to this $67 per month. Okay, so when you click the link in the description, it's going to take you here. You can go ahead and click on this. You can watch this video if you'd like to, but it's the same thing. But you can click on this. It's going to take you to the sign up page. Now, this has to be a correct email or you're not going to get the link that's going to give you access to all this stuff. Okay, once you click agree and then you hit lock my spot, you will receive an email, and this email is a direct link into the community itself. Okay, we might have changed this to make it a little easier, but this is how we do it right now. All right, guys, so I just wanted to give you a quick inside view as to what the community looks like and how much more fun it is. Okay, so all you have to do to become a Prodigy today is click on the join now button, and that's the cheapest price you're going to lock for the rest of your access. You are not going to pay a single dollar more, even if this is worth $500 in the future. Okay, so there are 1,500 members around the world who have taken action and are changing their lives constantly every single day. And once you log in, you can change it to dark mode and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so if you go into the community, you will see everyone here is active. They're all commenting on each other's posts. Like Joey's post is here, and everyone is responding, supporting, and helping each other out. This is the best engagement I've ever seen in a community in my entire life. Okay, look at this, 41 likes. I bet in your entire life your post right now does not have 41 likes. Okay, and yeah, we created a 21-day mindset challenge, and everyone is participating. And you can see in here, Arthur, who is I think rank 1, and I will get to that in just a second, created a post on a really cool challenge that we started, which is the 21-day mindset challenge, and made it like the 21-day 1-minute video everyday challenge, right? And you can see 131 people have posted videos every single day, and they are actively improving, giving you insights, giving you tips and tricks. You can take a look at it. Yesterday someone posted, and I think yesterday someone's post went viral from the community. Who is it? Roken, yeah. Roken's community post, one of his posts went viral on Twitter, right? Because we started a challenge and he went and did it, and he posted about it, posted an update, and it went viral on Twitter. Everyone came to know about it. And it had like 10,000 likes or views, I'm not sure. You guys can take a look at all that stuff. But yeah, and then if you go to big wins, there's a bunch of things right here, okay? There's a bunch of wins of other students, Priyansh's results, all the other testimonial videos from all the other students. And in Dev Marketplace, this is where people are ready to put their clients in here. I myself am hiring people. I've already hired so many people from here. Just by joining the community, people have made so much money that they can be a part of the community for the rest of the year. That's how much money you can make from this area, okay? And you see, I think someone here was offering around $400 to $600 per project. Like, this is amazing. Nobody on the internet is doing this. And we also have a hire me section, so you can come in there and put your resume, and if people are looking for, developers or whatever they're looking for, whatever talent, they can find you from there, okay? There's a fitness section, resources with a bunch of resources in there. We have accountability checks every single day. You're supposed to give your feedback, your update, tell us how far you've gotten, tell us if you have done the steps we gave you, and you have to show results, right? This is an action-driven mentorship. And yeah, there are also classroom courses, right? You can click on the classroom and you can see there's a bunch of courses. Of course, some of them are in draft, right? Just work with us. We're putting them out one by one. It's going to come like TV shows, right? We're going to keep updating all the courses, posting each module every single day. And if you look at the calendar section right here, we have packed your calendar with mentorship calls every other day throughout the week, okay? Nobody's doing this. I am here to help you guys, all right? Everything is ranked. So when you join, basically, I think you get access to some of the courses just because we don't want to overwhelm you, okay? We don't want to overwhelm you, and that's the only way to keep this community going, keep people talking, engaged, and it's so much more fun that way because you actually earn a reward from helping other people. As you keep growing in the community, there's a bunch of other rewards and bonuses you get. Inside the classroom section, under the onboarding, there is a secret that I posted in there. It's only for the community, okay? But yeah, there's so much more stuff. There's a leaderboard in here, and right now it's Arthur. I think Mohammed and Arthur are always up top. They're always fighting for the top position. But yeah, guys, we're having so much fun in here. And this is what you have to be a part of. When you first join, we're not going to overwhelm you with all the courses. You're going to only access the courses that you need to get started, okay? And we're going to show you how you can get your quick wins, apply the business models, start immediately, okay? It's a 3-month program. Again, you can leave after 1 month if you'd like, but I don't know why you'd want to do that. You'd probably want the mentorship for as long as possible, right? We'll teach you, help you, we will change your strategy, we will literally tutor you, give you all the education you need. And this is the future because this is action driven, not content, mentorship. It's completely different from what you see on the YouTube channel, okay? So I'm very excited for you guys to be a part of this, and I can't wait to speak to you all. So go ahead, join the community, and I'll see you in there.
All right, so if everything went well, we should be able to listen to Google Drive now, okay? We should be able to create that tunnel that we spoke about. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm also gonna spin up my Ngrok because Google Drive is gonna try to call Ngrok and stuff like that. So we need to kind of set that up, or else we're gonna have problems, okay? And we also have to set the Ngrok ID as well, right? The local a variable. So I think this is the command. If not, I'll just find it. But it's ngrok https localhost 3000. Go ahead and hit enter, and let's open this up. And I'm just going to zoom out so I can see where it's forwarding to. Okay, awesome. It's forwarding to the correct ID. And I'm going to copy this entire ID from here like this. And I'm going to go back into my .env variables, and I'm simply going to populate that right there. Okay, so this one, just populate it with the new Ngrok, API. Sorry, the new endpoint. All right, so should be good now, hopefully. And we'll test and find out. Let me close this. Let's open this. If not, guys, it's fine, right? It's part of the game. I'm just hoping it does. But let's click on Google Drive. We're going to click on account. All right, it says connected. Oh, do we need to spin up the app? Okay, we need to spin up the app too. So I'm going to go in here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to say bun. Okay, I'm having some weird issues here. I'm going to say bun run dev. All right, so it looks like we're up and running there, and I'm just going to spin up the browser one more time. And let's see what it does, okay? Okay, so we have Google Drive here, and now I'm gonna place Slack in here maybe. What shall we use? Let's use Slack. Why not? We struggle so much with Slack, so let's see how it works, all right? So we're gonna connect this, and now it's not gonna allow us to save or publish because it's not listening, I think. So we're gonna access the settings for Google Drive. Okay, awesome, it's connected. And under action, we should be able to create a listener. Fingers crossed. Let's hope something works. Okay, so when I took a look at the error, it said 404. So I want you guys to think like developers. What does this mean? Why am I stuck right now? And why is this not working? So go ahead, pause this video, give it a shot, see if you can understand. If you can't, no problem. Don't worry about it. Don't blame yourself. I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. Okay, so first thing is I saw 404 in here. So if I see 404, what does that mean? Page not found. That means some incorrect URL is being provided somewhere. Okay, that's the first thing that comes to my mind. So where can I look for that? Well, I'm just going to go into the Google Drive files and look in here. API Drive activity. It should work, right? The other thing I notice is I don't see any errors on the server side. So that means no API requests are failing from the server, okay? It's just that the API from the client side is failing. And I also know that because it's a client component. And I also know that because I can look in the console. And it's also showing on the client, in a client component, okay? So then let's just go and see, does this path exist? If you scroll down to our API folder, we see API in here. We see drive activity, but guess what? It's spelt incorrectly, okay? So D-R-I-V-E, drive activity, like this. And now let's refresh, and let's just give it a shot and see what happens. So let's clear the terminal, and let's drag and drop Google. I'm gonna drag and drop maybe Discord, okay? Or actually, I like Slack, because we struggled with it. So let's go ahead and connect this. I'm going to click on Drive so I can get its settings. Okay, it's connected, and hit create listener, fingers crossed. Okay, compiling, compiled. Okay, cannot refresh auth access token. The current access token has expired and we cannot refresh it because the authorization server hasn't provided us with a refresh token. Okay. Okay, so I logged out and logged in just to, kind of refresh everything. And now I'm getting a new error, and I don't think I'm getting the refresh token problem anymore. Yeah, I don't think that's happening. So I guess something else is showing up. Maybe something to do with scopes, or, maybe we didn't. Oh, okay. I think I know why. Okay, let me try. So I'm going to open, give me 1 second, guys. Okay, so I'll put this link in the description. I think you need to access this link too, okay? We need to basically enable the Google Drive API, okay, inside our application. So let me go ahead and just try enabling this for Fuzzy Production, and let's see if this is what was needed to make this work, okay? Okay, so the Google Drive API allows clients to access resources from Google Drive. Is this it? Okay, I think it's enabled. We can try, let's try and see. So let's go back. I'm gonna delete this real quick. I'm just gonna refresh this page actually. Okay, let's clear the terminal. Let's put something in here, and I'm gonna try to connect Let's go. It worked. Awesome job, guys. I'm so happy right now because this would have been a real pain if it did not work, because I would have to go all the way back and start solving a bunch of bugs, and I don't want to deal with that. Okay, this project was a huge project, a very complex project already, because we had to connect and read so much documentation. So yeah, if you would like to show us your appreciation, you don't have to do anything, just hit a button. That's it. That button's going to change all of our lives, because that way we can provide more free value for you and, you know, help you grow in your field as well, right? And hey, if you ever come across any problems, the Discord is amazing. The support from the Discord, guys, I can't even be a part of it because I'm building the projects, but the community is so amazing. They help each and every single person. I have never seen another community as engaging and helpful like the Web Prodigies community. Okay, become a Prodigy today. Just join the Discord. I'm not asking to join the school community. The school community is if you want to meet me and hang out with me and my friends and all that kind of stuff, right? This is where you can just hang out with people who are going to help you, take you to success and all that kind of stuff. All right, so great job, guys. Let's move on now. All right, everyone, so I did a bunch of, you know, testing off camera to see why nothing was working. So first problem was inside our notifications, the drive activity in route.typescript. In here, before this, it was set to process.env.ngrok URI like this. But that's not the callback URL endpoints, because Google Drive is basically going to hit this endpoint. And this endpoint does not have the steps that are needed to be taken in here to make this successful. So the listener is actually on this page. So that's why I think I was actually seeing a 404 or something like that. Not a 404, but I was seeing some other error, right? So that's the reason. So that's the first thing, okay? Now that we got that out of the way, there was another problem with the setters here. So let's go ahead and fix that one too. Okay, so you need to go back to this component, the flow instance component, okay? And in here, we had made a spelling error. I think it was like this. So this is edge.target. So what was happening is we're trying to pull all the edges and store it in here. And then for each of them, we're just pushing it into a flow, right? Technically, we don't even have to do this, but it's fine. That's okay. This is working right now, which is we have to get the edges. And here, since we had that as undefined, because that value doesn't exist, this array was an array of 2 elements that were undefined, okay? And the other thing is this has to be .map. I'm not sure. This should be fine. I think for each or .map, but .map, I think I put it on the go and that actually kind of fixed that problem. So that's that, okay? So that's the first problem that we were facing. So now if you try to drag an element on the page, you need to have 2 elements for this to actually work. So 2 nodes need to be connected, and only then can you save it in the database, okay? So that's the next thing. Now there was one more problem. The other problem is this will not save. Let me show you. So if I put these elements here, okay, and I save it like this, if I hit save, what's going to happen is in the database, let me see if I can show you this. So if you go into workflows, it's going to save here. So all the edges and the nodes are successfully saved. But the problem is we are not pulling the data on the front end. We missed that one step, which happens inside, I think, the editor canvas in here. So in here, we're supposed to have a use effect that will pull all the data and also set the loading states, and we totally forgot about that. So let's go ahead and finish that up, okay? So after everything down here, I'm just going to say on get workflow, and I'm going to create this function. It's an async function, and first we're going to set this is loading to true, okay? And then we're going to wait for a response from get nodes edges. So we need all the edges from our database, okay? And to get this, we are going to go into the workflow actions folder. So let's go into workflow actions and click on this one. And in here, maybe at the bottom, we're just going to say const on get nodes edges, which is an async function. We're going to get the flow ID in here. And then we're just going to get that specific workflow that has this flow ID. Okay. And then if all of this data exists, we're going to return that specific edge, or all the edges, sorry. And then when we go back, we can go ahead and import this from that folder. Nice. And then we're just checking if there's any response. If there's a response, we're setting all the edges, but we're converting it to a JSON elements, okay? So convert it to JSON,
and then we're just storing it in here. All right, nice. And then we're setting the workflow loading to false. Now, the other thing we need to do in here is we also need to trigger this, right? Nothing is calling this. So we're going to use the use effect to actually call this. So now you'll see a loading spinner, and there you go. You'll see all the elements, and they will also be wired up. So if you click here, you go to actions, all the templates, everything is actually stored. Okay, the data is actually stored. It's just not showing, but you guys can do that. Okay, just pull in the data and kind of set it. Okay, and this should work now. So basically, if I open this, and right now you should see, let's go ahead and close this. There's something up here. I don't know what this is. Let me shrink this. Okay, and if I make any change right now, guys, I'm only listening for changes. I mean, all changes in Google Drive. Okay, do your research, spend some time. I have spent weeks, I've spent 2 months researching things to put things together, and I have so many things running. Okay, you have to take some homework and work on it, or else you're not going to go anywhere. Okay, so I want you guys to succeed, and that's the best advice I can give you, which is you have to do your own set of, homework examples as well. All right, so do your own research to restrict this to only get data that comes from files only. Right now I'm listening to everything, so I just uploaded something in here. If I just click it, it's gonna fire a listener. There you go. Awesome. And there, boom, I got my message. It was sent to Discord. Let's go and take a look at that too. There you go, guys. How amazing is this? So yeah, that's it. This is how it works, and we're pretty much set. The workflow system works as well. Let's try to attach a bunch of elements. Let's just have fun with this. So right now I have Notion. I'm just gonna attach Notion, put it in here, and also have Slack. I might as well do that, right? Let's attach everything. So for Notion, I think all the setup should be done. Let's see what we need to do. Okay, so all right, there's one more problem. I know there's one more problem, so let's go ahead and fix that one too. Okay, so inside this component, the component based on title, okay, component based, content based on title, there's an if condition here. I think if we just remove this, if condition here, if we just remove this, that should fix our problem here. Okay, so we should see an input field show up for Notion as well. But yeah, I don't think we even need it, but it's going to show up in there, so that way we can, put some data in there. All right. So yeah, and you can maybe filter this, do whatever you want, but just for this, for learning purpose, I'm going to grab Notion, and let's see what that is right there. Okay, so it's showing something in there, values to be stored basically. So you can extract all the data, and we'll get back to this. Okay, we still have to do some stuff because right now Discord has to put the template, right? And our template for Discord is sending like this. So we'll get back to that. But just to show you, if I put something in here, for example, we say new template, and we save the template. And for Notion, I think Notion should be fine. Let's go ahead and try to test this out. Let's see what we see in Notion. Okay, we see testing. It happened right now. Okay, it happened right now. So it's just stored. It stored something basically. Okay, so yeah, let's go back, and we want to also capture all the chips. So we still have, there's still some more stuff to do. Let's go ahead and see if we can fix those. Okay, so in here, when we click on Discord, I would actually like to see all the chips, okay, and nothing is showing. And the reason is simply because our file is actually empty. There's no data in there. So I just console.logged, and I saw it's just an empty object. So we need to get that information, okay? So here's how I'm planning to do it. We're just going to create a use effect in here, and we're just going to fire an API call and get that data, okay? So go ahead and say use effect, and I'm just going to invoke this and pass in an empty dependency for now because it has to happen when this component kind of spins up, right? And in here, what we're going to do is first thing, we're going to get access. Actually, let's just say const fetch data equal to an async function. And this async function is going to do the following. So it's going to say const response equal await, and we're going to say get file metadata. And we're going to pass in, we need to pass in something, okay? We need to pass in an ID, okay? And I'm going to go into connections in here. We're going to go into actions. We're going to create one for our Google connections, okay? So connections like this, .tsx. And in here, I'm going to do the following. So I'm just going to paste this, but I have to change a bunch of stuff. So first, let's go ahead and import Google from the Google APIs that we just installed like this.
And then after that, we are also going to need auth and clerk client. So I'm going to get those two. Great. Now I need to change this endpoint because right now I think, let's see, which endpoint is it going to? Okay, so we don't actually need to change the endpoint. We just have to change this. Sorry about that. We're just going to say list, and I don't think we need this. Let's just see. Okay, list like this. So this is going to return some sort of a response. Let's just see what we get, okay? So we're going to go back and we're going to import this, and let's see what, okay, this needs an ID, so we no longer need this. I'm just going to remove that. And at the bottom here, I'm just going to say fetch data and invoke it. And then here, I'm also going to console log the response, okay? So now let's go ahead and see what actually happened. Okay, so this will have to become a client component, I think. It is a client component. Okay, I know what the issue is. The issue is because the other file has to be a server component. A server action file. So let's go to Google Connections and let's scroll up top, and we're going to say use server. Okay, awesome. And now if I click on Discord, let's see what we see in the settings. Okay, we see an error. Of course we see an error, and something seems to be wrong. All right, so I had to kind of hop off camera and then do this. So let me walk you through what I did, okay? So first of all, that server action was just not working. It kept throwing some really weird errors. So I think this had to be a get endpoint. So what I did was I created a use effect, and I just created an async function, and I just invoked that async function. And inside that async function, I basically made an Axios get request to API/drive. So this is what API/drive looks like. It's very similar to our notification, but just some small tweaks, okay? First, we have to create the auth client. Then we have to get the user. If the user is not there, throw an error. Then we have to get the user's auth token so that we can create the drive client with it, right? So then with the access token, now we go into Clerk response and we get only that specific access token that we need. And then we just set that in here, okay? So set credentials access token so that we can send that into Drive. That's what we're doing. Now here, all we had to do is we had to change the API from files.get to files.list, okay? So this is supposed to return something, but I'm not sure. Something might be wrong, not completely sure. However, this worked and it did respond back with the data. And so if you see here, we're returning the data here. If no, we're saying no files found. But if some error happened, we're sending a 500, okay? And if we go back, that's all we're doing. So if response exists, then we're sending a toast message, or if not, and if that's successful, we're just setting our store, right? We're setting the file in our store. And then if an error happened, we're just throwing a toast. And yeah, that's it. So doing that basically set all the Drive files. And there is one problem. I mean, the automation works perfectly too, right? So if I go to Drive now, and let's say I make it just do some sort of action. There you go. You see, it's going to throw. So it's going to throw two messages. Oh, actually, it's only throwing one message. This is the only one, but it's showing undefined. So for some reason, the file that's coming back, we're extracting a file, right? That file is incorrect of some sort. Something is happening and it is giving us the wrong data. So we just need to find out why it's giving the wrong data, so that we can use those chips in here. So for example, if I say this is the name, we can use a chip like this, right? But right now, since the value is undefined, the chip is not actually persisting those values that it's actually supposed to. But I mean, that's not too bad of an error. Hopefully I can fix it. I know we're way past our time, but I'm gonna try my best to fix this because this is huge, right? This is something very small, actually, not too big. It's just something small, but it's very annoying because the API does not act the way it's supposed to every time something or the other happens. So yeah, I will fix this. And even if I don't, guys, don't worry. It'll all be in the community, either school or Discord, wherever, so you guys can get access to it, okay? Worst case scenario. But yeah, I'm gonna try my best to fix this. So I'm gonna hop off the video now and I'm gonna try offline, and then I'll come back to you guys. You're not going to believe this. I was literally about to call it a day because it's already 12 a.m. I was like, you know what? I'm super drained. I've been recording the entire day, but I didn't give up. I was like, I have to find an answer. I can't disappoint you guys. And yes, I got it done. I am so excited, and I'll tell you exactly what was happening. And of course, just like usual, just like normal, it's pretty stupid. It's a stupid problem, okay? So basically in here, this not messages, it's an object of multiple properties, okay? Before this, we were storing it just as the message itself, and the files come as a property, but it's an array of files. I thought it's going to return a single file because that's what the endpoint oh my god. I'm so happy. So let's go ahead and try it. So if I just say this is the file, right? And or let's change this. Maybe let's just say something like help does this work. Okay, let's click on the image, the name of the file, and let's also save the template, save this as well, so we can save that in the workflow. And I'm also going to make sure this is published, and let's go back, and I'm just going to open this. All right, moment of truth. All right, I hear something. There we go. Looks awesome. Yeah, this is the first try I did, and I was so excited when I saw that. But yeah, there we go, guys. See, it works now. So like I told you, man, it's gonna happen. It's part of the game. You have to struggle sometimes. And I mean, it's pretty good motivation when you kind of work for something and finally it works, right? So that's the experience I just got. All right, so let's move on now. All right, guys, so we need to make a couple changes to our application, and there's one quick thing about cron jobs. Now the problem is cron jobs will only run if they are deployed. For some reason, Ngrok doesn't work well with it. So for that reason, I'm gonna wait till the end, and if I have time, I'll deploy. If not, you guys can, check it out, test it out, and see if it works. Okay, but yep. Let's move on to making those few changes that I just spoke about. So I want you to go to your folder structure, and we're going to create another folder called billing, okay? So go ahead and say billing like this, and inside billing, you're going to create a page.tsx. So just say page.tsx. This billing is also going to need a couple folders, and the first one is _actions, and the other one, I think maybe we might need it, so I'm just going to say components like this. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to quit the terminal. We're going to say bun add stripe, okay? Because we're going to use stripe to build our billing page. And I'm going to import the following stuff. So we need stripe, current user, and db, okay? So this is going to be a component. So I'm just going to say tsrafce and change this to billing page. And let's remove this as well. And this is going to have a search param. And these search params are in here. I'm not sure if we're going to use it yet, but we'll put it in here. Okay, I think we might need it. So first, we're going to get the session ID. So in here, you're going to go ahead and say const session ID equal props.search params, and you're going to extract the session ID. Yep, so we need that in here. Okay, and then if the session existed, we're going to do something in here. Okay, first we're going to say const stripe equal new stripe, and we're going to put the process.env.stripe secret, and we'll get to this in a second, don't worry about it. And you're going to say TypeScript true, and for the API version, you're going to put this specific date, okay? And then after that, we're going to create a session. So session equal await right here. So if it's await, this has to be an async component. We're going to await stripe.checkout.sessions, and we're going to say line items and pass in the session ID, okay? And then we're going to say const user equal await current user to get the user that's signed in. And now if the user exists, then we're going to do the following. We're going to say db.update user.update where this specific clerk ID. For the data, we're going to set their tier to, tier session.data. We're going to set it to this specific thing, what we have here, okay? And then if not, we're going to, and then the other one is the credits, so we're just going to put the following credits right here. Finally, we're going to replace this right here with the following, okay? So div flex column gap of 4, and for h1, we're going to say sticky top 0, so the same thing we created there, and we're just going to say billing, okay? Now if I shrink this, if I mute it, and if I go to billings page, I won't see anything because I have to say bun run dev. Now let me go ahead and refresh the page. Okay, nice, awesome, there you go. So now we have to create the billing dashboard page. So you want to go into your sidebar, and inside the components, you want to create the following components. So it's billing-dashboard.tsx. So first thing, change this to a client component, and then I'm just going to import our
our snippet and say billing dashboard. And now we're going to need another provider here. So I'm just going to scroll down to our providers and I'm going to create the billing-provider.tsx. Okay. And in here, we're going to change this to a client component. And the first thing we're going to do is we are going to import React, of course. And then we're going to create a type called billing provider props. And it's going to have the credits, tier, and the dispatchers. Okay. And then after that, we're going to create the initial values. So this is what the default values are going to look like. And then we're going to say type with child props. So basically, this is the props for our provider. Finally, let's go ahead and create the context. So context equal react.create context. And then we're going to extract provider from there. Okay. And then we're going to create our component. And our component's pretty straightforward. It's billing provider like this. And the children is taking this prop right here. And we're getting the credits. We're creating a state in here, and we're passing the initial values for the credits. And for the tiers, we're doing the same thing. We're passing the initial value of the tier. Next, we're wrapping everything inside an object called values, and we're just providing that's in here as the state, okay? And then finally, I'm just going to have the return here, which is a use billing hook, so that we can use this context anywhere we want. And you guys know you can do the same error checking here if you'd like the other providers, no problem. Now I'm going to go back to our billing dashboard and actually first import the component from the page file. Okay, nice. And now we can go ahead and complete our component. So I'm going to go ahead and import the billing dashboard now. So let's go ahead and import this one. Nice. And first thing we need is we're going to create a state, and this is the Stripe product, okay, or the Stripe product that they wanted. And then we need a loading state. So I'm going to say loading state just like this, and also import useState from React. And down here, all we're going to do is we're pretty much going to return an SVG, and this is just a loading icon, right? So we're going to say the following. So create a React fragment, and inside this React fragment, we're going to say loading. And if this is true, do something in here, else do something else. So I'm just going to paste the loader in here. This is the SVG. You guys can copy it from GitHub, or we used it in so many files, right? Just copy it from there. And then in here, we're going to return another React fragment. And this fragment is going to have the following. So it's a div in here, and this div is also, this div has a subscription card inside it and a credit tracker. So this is how the user will know how many credits they have already, completed and how much they have remaining. Now, the first thing is I see we have this function here called onPayment. So let's go ahead and complete that. Okay. So we're going to scroll up here and we're going to do the following. We're going to say onPayment is an async function with the ID, which is a string. And then we have data, which we're extracting from an API call, which is API/payment, which we're going to create right away. And then we're going to have the price ID passed in, and a headers is going to be content type application JSON. Okay. And then we're going to say window.location.assign, and we're going to assign the data that comes from that response object. And I'm going to create one more function up here. Also, I need to import Axios. Let me go ahead and do that. All right, nice. And this function is on Stripe products, okay? And basically, same thing. We're making an API call in here, basically when the page loads, and we're just setting the data the same way, okay? So this way we know which product the user has. And the use effect is going to do nothing but just this. It's just going to invoke that function, and you can go ahead and import use effect as well. Nice. So the first thing we'll do is let's go ahead and create those routes. So go into your folder, and under API right here, you're going to shrink everything so you can see clear. All right, we're going to create one more called payment. All right, and this payment is going to have a route.typescript file, and inside this, we're going to do the following. So first, I'm just going to import Stripe from Stripe and also get the next response and the request. Okay. And this is going to be a get endpoint. So I'm going to create a function here called get with the next request in here. And then we're going to say const stripe equal new stripe. We're basically creating like a client here, right? And then we're going to pass in the client secret. Of course, we don't have this yet, but that's fine. Don't worry about it. And then we're going to put TypeScript and the API version inside. And then we're going to get a list of all the prices that we have, okay? And right now we only have 3 prices, right? So we're just going to get access to it. Next, we're going to create a post request like this, and this endpoint is going to do the following. So we're going to create another client like this in here, okay? Then we're going to say await request.json, so we're going to get the data from that. And then we're going to create this session. So we're going to say await stripe.checkout.sessions.create, and we're passing in these line items. So if you guys remember in the last session, we did a lot in the last video, we went above and beyond with Stripe. Like I have never seen anything like that in Stripe on the internet, right? Because we incorporated Stripe Connect and a bunch of other cool features, how users can connect their Stripe account into our application. Usually on YouTube, you see people teaching how to use Stripe to make payments. So if you want to learn how to use Stripe Connect, guys, go to the previous video. Is an amazing video for you guys to, learn about much more cooler features and things like that. So in this video, we're just going to keep Stripe a little easier because the last project was insanely complicated. Okay, all right. And then after this, what we're going to do here is we're going to create, we're just going to return a response. Okay, and I'm going to say next response JSON session.url. So if you guys remember, we were extracting that session ID from the search param, right? That's what we're doing here. So we're sending that, and we're sending the checkout session ID. That's basically what we're doing. Okay, so now that our endpoints is done, let's go ahead and also complete the subscription card. Okay, so open up your folder structure, and in here you want to create subscription-card, subscription-card.tsx, and this component is going to be a client component. So I'm going to say use client. And then at the bottom here, I'm just going to create the following component. Basically, this is a subscription card, okay? And it needs props as well. So I'm going to pass in its props. I'm going to explain it. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to explain in just a second. And I'm also going to make all the other imports that I need, such as the card components and the button and React as well, okay? So basically, we are just creating a section and we're looping over all the products that were given to us, okay? And so if products exist, then we're looping over them. And all we're doing is we're returning a simple card. That's it. We're just returning a card for each. So let's look at the card header. All it has is the product nickname. Okay, so whichever product we have, all the products, we're just putting that in there. And then in the content, we're putting the description. So for each of them, I'm just returning something in here. Okay, and as you can see, you can enjoy a monthly torrent of credits flooding your account, empowering you to tackle even the most ambitious automations effortlessly. Okay, and if it's a pro member, for small businesses and medium-sized projects seeking consistent support, and the free one is, you get a monthly wave of credits. Okay. And then in the paragraph right after that, we're creating 3 paragraphs. Okay, very simple stuff. 2 paragraphs, sorry. And in this one, we're saying free. So if the nickname is a free product, then we're setting 10 credits. If it's a pro product, 100 credits. Unlimited, they get unlimited credits, which is crazy. And here we're just putting the price too. Okay, so this is price. This is number of credits, and it says here too per month, and this is the credits. Okay. Next, down here, we're just showing the activate, like the active button, or the purchase button. So they can buy a new membership, or they can activate another membership. So now, since this is screaming at me, I'm going to go ahead and import the subscription card. Okay, nice, great job. And then we need the credit tracker. So what is this component? Well, we want the user to have the ability to check how many credits they have left, right? So that's why we need to create this component too. So go ahead, open your folder structure, and you want to create credits-tracker, okay? .tsx, and in here I'm just going to return a component like this. So this is going to have the following props. I'm going to remove this. It's just the credits and the tier. And I'm also just going to destructure this from here. And inside this component, guys, all we're going to do is we're just returning a div, nothing crazy. Okay, it's just a component that shows a progress component from Shadcn, and we'll install it in just a second. So let's first go ahead and install all the card components, and then we'll install the progress component. Okay, so I'm in Shadcn UI and I clicked on the progress component. I'm going to go ahead and install this, and then once it's done, I'm going to say bun run dev, and I'm also going to refresh the browser. Okay, nice. And all this component does, guys, is it just has a card content, card title, and inside the card content, we just have a progress. That's it, very simple. And after that, we just have a div at the bottom that shows a paragraph with the credits divided by, like whatever tier, like how many ever they have in total. So how much they have consumed and how much their tier allows. So or 10 or 100 or unlimited. So I'm going to go back and also import this component so it doesn't throw this error for us anymore. So for now, we're going to see this loading icon. The reason is because it's going to constantly load because we haven't set up Stripe, right? So what we're going to do is I'm just going to comment this out so we can see something on the page at least, all right? So you see, it just shows credit tracker, whatever, looks great. Okay. And also the reason why we don't see any subscription cards is very straightforward. It's because we don't have any products created. Okay. That's the reason. So let's go ahead and kind of set up our Stripe so it no longer screams at us again. All right. Nice. So first thing we're going to do is go to Stripe and log into your dashboard. Okay. Then you're going to go ahead and click on developers and open up API keys, and it's going to give you a bunch of stuff. Okay. And all we need to do is take those API keys and populate, locally. That's it. Okay. So you want to go into your .env file and you want to scroll to the bottom, and we're going to create this. So you might probably have this already ready for you, but I'm just going to create it right here, and it's called Stripe secret. Okay. And this is going to be equal to this key right here. So I'm going to reveal this. And I'm going to, oops. Okay, so I made a big mistake. I was not on test mode, guys. Please do not make that mistake, okay? So turn on your test mode. It might still ask me to do something. I'm not sure. Activate your account to access all live data. Well, okay, we just need test stuff, okay? So I'm going to refresh and see if that kind of solves the problem. Okay, we're in test mode. Nice. And I'm going to go ahead and reveal. All right, there you go. Well, all right. So just go ahead and copy that, and you want to replace this right here. Okay. So paste the ID right here. All right. So the next thing we want to do is we want to create a product. So you're going to click on this and go to product catalog, and we're going to create a bunch of products. So you see, we built this for Plura. So go ahead and click on add product. And okay, let me expand this so we can see something. And this is the name. I think this is the same thing. Let's see. Okay, we have a bunch of stuff in here. I just want to see what we can do with this actually. Okay, this is fine. So the first thing we want to do is we want to keep it in line with what we have on the front end. Okay, or this is not going to make any sense. So we have free, pro, and unlimited. So this name is called nickname. So I'm just going to put free right here. And I'll also copy this right here. So I'm just going to copy this text, just paste whatever you want, guys, okay? And for the amounts, I'm just going to put 0.00, and I'm going to go ahead and add this product, okay? Nice. And then we're going to create another product. So for each of them, we're going to go ahead and create a product, okay? So I'm going to say Pro Plan, and I'm going to copy all the text for the Pro Plan and paste that in here. And I'm going to set that to whatever price we want, which is $29.99, I guess. So let's just do $29.99. And this should be a recurring product per month and monthly billed. Okay. And then you can go ahead and add this product as well. And then finally, we have the unlimited. So I'm going to add another product, and I'm going to set it to unlimited. And I can also copy the text here. Okay. Let's paste that right there. Nice. And this one's going to be $99 per month, I guess. $99.99. Okay. And then go ahead and just add this product too. Nice. So now we went ahead and created 3 products. I'm going to delete the other products because I don't need it, or maybe I'll archive them. All right. So I went ahead and archived all the products that I don't need so that it doesn't, throw weird errors on the front end for me. Okay. Okay. So it looks like I came back to the front end and I refreshed and all the data came through, but something looks weird here. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm just going to console.log the product itself and products itself, sorry, and let's just see what we're getting here. Okay. All right. So it looks like we're getting an array of 3 elements. We get the following details. Really odd that the nickname is null, but the unit amount is there. So not sure if we missed some details. Let me go back to Stripe and see if we missed something. So let's click back on this one. Let's go back. Let's try to edit this if possible. All right, guys. So I found the solution to it. But before that, I just want to let you know that Stripe does not really work the way you think it does. Okay. Stripe is not like a place where you just create a product and the product is what you sell on your website. I mean, technically that's what it is, but the price technically is the product. And I know it sounds weird, but I had an opportunity to speak to the Stripe team, all the developers, and they gave some really good support in, helping me understand how to read the documentation. And I basically managed to take all the links they gave me, all the resources, the guidance and stuff like that, and I created a document with all the links you need to get Stripe Connect up and running in your platform, okay, in your application, because it is really, really confusing. If you go and try to look up the documentation, it is impossible. Stripe is massive. In fact, they have like 3-4 different type of documentations, like different websites that show documentations, right? So I know it's a little confusing, and I know it can be very taxing and time consuming. So I went ahead and got all those links and I put it into one document so that you can, get it and not go crazy, okay? And I also put a link to how you can speak to the Stripe team and get 24/7 support. Literally, you can send a message and they would create a thread and start helping you out. They will start helping you out and giving you the answers to your problems, and they'll probably even give you some guidance as well. Okay, so it's all in the document, and you can grab this document from the Web Prodigies marketplace, and I'll also put the link down below. Okay, so all you have to do is you have to click in here, go to edit product, and you have to edit the price. The product is not what we're selling, so technically this can be anything. It doesn't matter. Okay, so you have to select this and hit edit price, and then down here you're gonna find the price description. This is the nickname. So when you're calling the API, the data that you get back has a field called nickname, and nickname is actually wired up with this. Okay, so just go ahead and change that and hit next and update your product, and do the same for everything. Okay, so I'm going to show you for free. I think I already did this one, but let's see if I haven't. Okay, so for this one, we're just going to say free down here, and I'm going to go ahead and save and hit update product. Now, if I go to my browser and if I refresh the page, now you should see all the different plans available. Okay, so just wanted to point that out so that you guys are not going crazy wondering what the hell is happening. So go ahead and grab that document. It's really, really going to help you because you can see what's going on, and it's going to help you, assist you with accessing the right links at the right time, and you also get a link to how you can speak to their team. Okay, another thing I want to add here is this, which is medium devices flex row and flex column. Okay, so that way it kind of wraps down here and it doesn't just squeeze into this weird box. Okay, so yeah, this looks so much better now. And yeah, that's it. All right, so this is how the payment flow works. So if you click on one of the purchases, right, it's going to open up into an external Stripe account, like a Stripe checkout page, and then you can go ahead and put in all your details. So I'm going to pick the free tier right here. Okay, nice. And just go ahead and fill this in with mock information. Okay, so for everything, all you have to do is put 4242 for all the fields. Okay, now I just went ahead and filled in some mock data. When I hit subscribe, everything is going to work except for one thing. Okay, that is, on the client side, we also have to store the credits and the tiers. We have to set it locally in our states so that we can see it. However, when we do subscribe in the database, we will see the user's tier. Okay, so I'm using the free tier right now. I'm just going to go ahead and subscribe. Let's see if we can see that in the table. All right, so it redirected me, and awesome. I see a session ID in the URL, and you'll notice that everything still says purchase, right? So now if you go into the database and if you refresh under the user, you should see the free tier, nice, and the 10 credits. So it works. The only thing we need to set is this credit system. Okay, so let's go ahead and wire all that stuff up. Yeah, there's a bunch of other things too. Let's just go in order. Okay, so I'll just keep going through. Just follow through with me. You'll be fine. Okay, so before we proceed, I just realized there's a small bug that I need to solve. So let me go ahead and fix that real quick. So you want to go into connections page. You want to go inside the actions and look for Notion connection. Okay. And in here, you see we put this testing thing here, right? We need to change that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a string from here, and I'm going to just use the content itself. So I think this should fix it now. Yeah, I think this should be good. All right. Next, we're going to go into the workflow. So go into workflows right here. And inside this, you're going to click on the components, and you're going to go into index.tsx. Okay. And above all of this, guys, so above this, the workflows map, we're going to create another component called more credits. Okay, so it's very simple. Just go into components right here, and you're going to create more dash credits like this .tsx. And I'm just going to use our config stuff and say more credits like this, okay? We're going to say the following. So we're just going to say const credits equal use billing. Of course, this is not going to work, right? But that's fine. And because we're going to have to first create that functionality, and we'll get to that, don't worry about it. But here, we're going to check if the credits are not equal to 0. If it's not equal to 0, then we're just going to return this, okay? But if it is equal to 0, then we're going to say you are out of credits, and that way the user is aware and they can go purchase the other package. And I'm also going to go ahead and just import these so we don't have these errors anymore right here. Okay, nice, awesome. And now the next thing we need to do is also kind of restrict the user, right? Oh, okay, we'll have to also import this. Okay, nice. What's going on? Okay, that was just TypeScript. Yeah, and we also have to kind of restrict the user, right? So you want to go into workflow components workflow button, which is in here. And inside this component, you're going to do the following. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to use our new billing hook that we just created. And in the button right here, we're going to essentially just do a dynamic if statement, right? And this statement is basically saying, okay, looks like I just made a small error here. Just give me a second, guys. Okay, yeah, I just had to remove this, nothing else. So we're saying if credits is not equal to 0, then we're going to return this on click. All right, that means they have some credits, so they can continue to click through the button and, you know, do whatever they want to do. And usually you would want to do this server side, you don't want to do this client side, because they can just open inspect element and remove things, and then you can still click on stuff. Okay, but just saying, it's good to have both client and server. For now, we're just learning, we're just, you know, messing around, so it's fine. Okay, and the final one is we're going to set it to disabled if they have 0 credits remaining. Next, we're going to go into the workflows, and we're going to go into editor, into the editor ID. Okay, looks like we have some issue here. Let me see if I can solve this problem. Okay, maybe I need to come to that in a later stage, but let's first go with the action button. Okay, so inside the action button, there is content here, and I think this will solve that problem. Okay, so you see this right here at line 59 where we're saying set node notion node. I think this will solve this problem. I'm guessing so. So what we're going to do is let's remove this, and this is no longer going to be an object. It's just going to be an empty string. Okay, all right, yep, this is not going to solve. Why did I think that? So this content is argument of type object with these 3 properties is not assignable to type string. Okay, so it looks like content is coming back as type string. So let's go in here and let's remove all of this, and let's just put a string, and this should actually solve the problem there. Okay, nice. Next, you want to go into the editor ID, go into components, and you want to click on component based on title. Okay, this one. And we're going to make a significant change in here, so just follow through with me. Okay, so you're going to go ahead, select all of this stuff right here, all the way to the bottom, okay, and just delete it. That sounded scary, just delete it. Yeah, it is scary, I know. And then this is what we're going to put in place of that. So we're going to say message like this, and the input field, and we're just going to say text. And for value, we're going to set node connection type.content. And for the on change, we're just going to say this, and on content change, we're going to pass in that data. Okay, let me also show you how to kind of restrict something on the server. Okay, so we're going to go into drive activity, notion, and notification and route.typescript. And I think somewhere up here where we're sending all this stuff, we can just prevent. So if user exists, where are we checking for the user? Oh, okay. It looks like we already did that. All right, nice. I'm glad we already got that out the way. So let's proceed. So now go ahead and scroll down to line 132, around here somewhere, where we are incrementing the current variable. And after this, guys, you're going to say await user.update where the specific client ID. You're going to set the data where the credit for the credits, and you're just going to set it to -1. Okay. Looks like I already did this too. All right, guys. Never mind then. We can remove this from here. All right. I'm glad we actually covered that. Now we're going to need access to that billing provider, right? I think we did not wrap our application, so I'm going to shrink everything and go to the absolute root layout, which is inside app layout.tsx, and we're just going to wrap all our children components inside that billing provider. Okay, so I'm going to say billing provider, and I'm just going to wrap everything inside that.
Now let's go ahead and try to set those credits to. So the credits basically happen inside the info bar. Okay, so let's go there, which is inside main pages, inside components, global, or I think we have it outside. Okay, info bar right here. And inside this component, we're going to do the following. So first thing we're going to say is we're going to extract this from use billing. So I'm going to get access to it. And since we're doing this, we have to actually change this to a use client component. Next, I'm going to create a function in here called get payment on getting payment, sorry. And then in here, we need one function called on payment detail. So let's go ahead and grab that too. And this function comes from the billing page. Let's go to the billing page under main pages, billing, inside actions. We're going to create the file called payment-connections.tsx, and I'm just going to return this right here. Okay, so I'll also change this to use server up top, and we just need to import all this stuff. Nice, and import db as well. Awesome, and now we can go ahead and import this function right here. So now that we have this function, we need to fire it, right? So how do we fire that? Well, we're just going to create a use effect, and this use effect is going to basically fire that function for us. Next, I'm also going to do a couple of things here, guys. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to remove this span. I'm just going to replace it with a new span, okay? So it's going to say flex item center gap of 2, font bold, a paragraph tag with text small, font light, and text grade 300. It's just going to put the credits in there, okay? And if they have the unlimited tier, we'll show unlimited. If not, we'll show how much they have left. That's pretty much it. And the next thing is I'm going to go and add another action inside our editor utils. So let me go in here. Actually, yeah, let me add this first so that I can use this. So I'm going to create another action called on Notion content, and another one, I would just need to modify it. So let me search for that. Okay, so after this, guys, we're only listening to Slack and Discord. So I'm going to say another else if right here. And this else if is going to do the following. So we're just going to say if node type is equal Notion, then we're just going to call the on Notion content, and we're just going to pass the node connection and the event, okay? Finally, I think we would also have to do something in here inside the middleware file. So let me see, what else do we need to add? Okay, we would have to add the payment. So payment success link. And yeah, I think that's about it for that, okay? And then let's go back to let's see, what else do we need to do? Okay, so let's go into providers, and we see the connection provider. We just need to change a couple more things in here, okay? So I'm just going to change this from an object to a string as well, right here under the workflow template for Notion. And then if you scroll down, you're going to find another one here. Go ahead and do the same thing here too, like this. And then here you're going to find the content name. You want to change this to empty string, and same thing for this too. All right, awesome. I know we made a bunch of random changes, but we needed to do that because I had to make a couple fixes, okay? And now if you refresh, all right, there you go. It already shows, it says active right here, so you can no longer purchase this plan again. Looks like there's another problem. So let's go back to, which one is this? So workflows. So I'm going to shrink this. Let's go into workflow, components, more credits, and there's something happening in here. Okay. All right. So this is a client component because we're using this hook in here, right? You can't use hooks in a server component. And there you go. It just shows the credits and stuff like that. So let's go into this component itself and let's see what happens. Okay. Nice. There we go. All right, guys. You have come so far, and I am super proud of you. You are the definition of a prodigy, okay? So one quick pointer is when we change this to an input, I just wanted you to be aware of what's happening, okay? So we had this input here, and I looked at it, and it really didn't look that exciting. It looked a little boring. So what I did was I reverted back to what we had before, okay? Which is the chips and stuff like that. I just think this looks so much cooler. And just to make sure everything works, I'm going to go ahead, save this, publish it, and let's also make sure we fetch the files. Okay, guys, by the way, just a pointer. If for some reason your Google Drive does not say listening here, or I don't know, something's happening, all you have to do is go into the database, go to Google Resource ID, okay? You can, right now it's showing null, but if I refresh it, it's going to be updated. Let's see, okay? Google Resource right here.
go ahead and delete this resource ID. Just delete it. That's it. Nothing else. And then you're going to come back to the app. You're going to go in here, click on it, and then it's going to say create listener. Create the listener again. Okay, that's pretty much it. And then in here, now we have Discord. So I'm going to say welcome to Fuzzy. Okay, here is the file, and I'm going to put the file name. Awesome. And or let's just shorten. Oh, I actually deleted it. Oh, okay, no problem. Let's do that one more time. So let's grab Discord. Let's put that in here. Let's chain this up and connect it. Awesome. And then we want to scroll here and let's click on Discord. And okay, all the files are fetched correctly. And I'm simply going to say my file name. This is easier. I'm just going to put the file name in there. Okay. And then don't forget to save the template. So save the template and then also save here. Okay. And then finally, Notion. Let's see what we can do with Notion. Well, I'm just going to try and see if this works. And I'm going to go ahead and save this. And finally, for Slack, I'm going to probably do the same thing. So I'm going to say the new file, and I'm just going to put this in here. And don't forget to save this template. Okay, save the template and go ahead and hit save here too. And I hope I hit save for the Notion, Discord, save and publish. Okay, done. And yeah, so you see it's already showing 9 credits out of 10 because I did consume 1 credit before this. So yeah, and now you can go ahead and test this. Let me just test it. Let's go ahead, click on this, and we should see all the automations fire. Okay, I see something change here, and I think it already fired the automations. So yep, awesome. And if we come in here and if we refresh the page, it should show 7. Perfect, guys. So yeah, that's basically it. And let's also see if we see the messages. Awesome, there we go. Testing the string of 424 that happened in Notion. So if it happened in Notion, it's going to happen everywhere else. All right, Prodigies, I hope you had an exciting adventure building this beautiful application with us. Now, one thing I do want to let you know is that the next video is going to completely break the internet. And I know this for a fact because I have been working on it for the past month already. Okay, so I want you to just hit that subscribe button, not for me, but for yourself, so that you can get that video into your hand. Okay, and also I'm very sure that you will be more than happy to turn your notifications on, because if you miss that video, you are going to miss out on value. Okay, and guys, we are quality over quantity, and you know that. We are one of the best web development channels on YouTube, and I'm very confident when I say this because I have clearly made sure that I put extra effort. I make sure that I help you. Okay, I have got a team ready to help you in the Discord. If you have any questions, whatever it is, just reach out. The Discord is going to help you out. All the community members are in there. They're ready to help you. If you want my help, feel free to reach out to me on School. School is going to completely transform your life. And if you don't know about School or you don't know about our community, I would suggest you just look in the description. I have a link that takes you directly to our community. Go take a look at it, because what we are teaching in there is something that you will not learn from universities. Okay, that is true education. This is web development. Cool. You'll find it online, but there's more to that. There is beyond code, right? There's something you need to know that universities will not teach you, and it's very simple. There's reasons behind it, and I've explained every single thing inside that video in the description, and hopefully you take action and decide to, move forward in your career and learn the skills that you actually need to learn, right? Because this stuff is very easy. Honestly, web development, everyone can do it. Literally anyone can do it. If I give a book to some person, that person can sit down and learn, and they'll become a web developer. That's it. But the skills I'm about to teach you, it trains you to become a creator, not a follower, okay? And I want you guys to be prodigies, which means you have to be the best at what you do, not the average, okay? So thank you so much for watching, and I will see you guys in the next video.